Chapter 1, Chapter 1, starting off with 3 max-level Unforgivable Curses. The faint morning light struggled through the small basement window, casting a dim glow over the cramped room. Dylan Hawkwood stared blankly at the envelope on the table, his expression frozen in shock. Moments ago, he had pushed open the window as usual, hoping that the fresh air would dispel the suffocating atmosphere of the night. But to his surprise, an owl had swooped in with a rush of wind, flapping its wings wildly and nearly knocking over the candle on his desk before crash-landing on the old wooden table. Tied securely to its leg was a letter, the very one he was now holding. At first, Dylan hadn't thought much of it. He was just about to shoo the owl away when his gaze inadvertently landed on the unique emblem on the envelope. A crest formed by a proud lion, a soaring eagle, a steadfast badger, and a cunning serpent, all circling a bold letter H. Above and below the emblem, 2 delicate banners bore the words Hogwarts and Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. In that instant, his expression stiffened as if struck by a bolt of lightning from deep within his memories. Hogwarts. A flood of familiar yet foreign elements surged through his mind like an unstoppable tide, breaking the dam of recollection. Hermione and her 2 mistakes? I'm actually in the world of Harry Potter. Dylan had always thought he had simply travelled back in time to historical England. For years, he had waited in vain for some kind of cheat ability to activate. His parents were just ordinary, low-ranking employees at a company, and his family was dirt poor. Over the past decade, Dylan had painstakingly let go of his fantasies about a golden cheat system. His ultimate life goal had become simple: use his knowledge of future technological trends to invest in stocks, secure a comfortable life, and just coast through the years. But this letter, this cruel, undeniable letter, had just shattered his dream into pieces. This world was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Even if he amassed wealth, it could disappear in an instant. After all, those damn wizards could just wave a wand and mutter a few words. Legilimency, the Imperius Curse. One spell, and his mind wouldn't even be his own anymore. And that's if they didn't outright kill him. If he ran into some deranged dark wizard, one flick of an Avada Kedavra and boom. Game over. At that thought, Dylan's previously relaxed posture straightened abruptly, his body tensing with newfound urgency. He untied the envelope from the owl's leg, and the bird immediately took off, disappearing into the sky. Well, at the very least, I have a chance to learn magic now. Since he had received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, that meant he had magical potential. It also meant he had a shot at survival. Before he even thought about buying stocks, he needed to master some defensive and escape spells first. Determined, Dylan resolved to study magic diligently at Hogwarts. His top priority? Mastering every protective spell possible. Defense first, everything else could wait. Once he was strong enough, he could slip back into the Muggle world and enjoy a carefree life. Now that sounded like a plan. Dylan stared at the envelope for a long moment. Finally, he reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly as he tore it open and pulled out the parchment inside. 44 Anson Road Basement. To Mr. Dylan Hawkwood. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Order of Merlin, First Class. Dear Mr. Hawkwood, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of required books and equipment. The new term begins on September 1st. We await your owl no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Just as Dylan finished reading the last line, a strange interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hey! He froze. Could this be the golden cheat system he had been waiting for all these years? A rush of excitement surged through him as he eagerly examined the contents. Achievement system. The interface was divided into 4 sections: Wizard's Hat, Spell Scroll, Magic Wand, and Spellbook. The Wizard's Hat icon represented his personal information. Dash. Name, Dylan Hawkwood. Magic, none. Items, new student gift pack. Dash. When he clicked it open, there was nothing but his lonely name. His spell list was completely empty because right now, he was about as magical as a brick. The only thing in his inventory was the mysterious new student gift pack. The spell scroll icon was linked to quests and achievements. When he opened it, the quest list was blank, but one achievement had already been unlocked. Dash. Achievement, First Encounter. Description: you have been touched by magic. Embrace this world of wizards and muggles alike. Unlock requirement: experience your first magical event. Reward: Hogwarts new student gift pack. Dash. Curious, Dylan clicked on the magic wand icon. A new screen popped up. Dash. Name, Dylan Hawkwood. Masterable spells, none. Dash. This section appeared to be a tool that would help him refine and master spells. As for the spellbook icon, he couldn't open it. Mysterious and cryptic, with no hints or explanations. It really is my golden cheat system. Dylan rubbed his hands together eagerly, his eyes lighting up as he turned to the new student gift pack in his inventory. Clicking it open, a new notification popped up. Dash. New student gift pack. Upon opening, you will receive 1 magical creature and 3 max level spells. Dash. Wait, 3 max level spells. Dylan's eyes widened in shock. This. Max level spells? Right off the bat. Holy crap. The excitement was almost too much to handle. Although, there are a lot of spells, the chances of pulling something like a Patronus charm are probably pretty low. Still, with 3 max level spells, he wasn't even that concerned about the magical creature anymore. Whatever it was, it saved him a shopping trip. Heart pounding, Dylan clicked to open the pack. In an instant, 4 beams of golden light shot up, piercing through the interface like falling stars. Dylan's heartbeat skyrocketed. 3 golden stars shifted unpredictably before suddenly shattering into dark mist, swirling like black holes in the sky. A second later, knowledge flooded into his mind. He saw countless figures, humans and creatures alike. And there he stood, wand in hand. The first spell. Screams of agony filled the air as people writhed on the ground, racked with unbearable pain. The second. A jet of green light. Bodies collapsed instantly, lifeless. The third. Their eyes turned empty, their movements puppet-like. Dash. Notification: congratulations! You have mastered the max level spell Crucio. Notification: congratulations! You have mastered the max level spell Avada Kedavra. Notification: congratulations! You have mastered the max level spell Imperio. Dash. Dylan's vision darkened. No way. His mind reeled. System, are you trying to get me expelled on day 1? End of chapter. Chapter 2, Chapter 2, Magical Creatures, Shadowpaw. In the wizarding world, 3 spells are universally recognized as the most evil, sinister, and cruel: the Unforgivable Curses, the Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse, and the Imperius Curse. These 3 curses are incredibly unique. First, there are no counter curses to undo their effects. Second, they require extremely specific conditions to be cast. A wizard must summon intense negative emotions along with an extraordinary amount of magical power. Like most dark magic, once the incantation is spoken, the darkness begins to seep into the caster's soul, gradually distorting their true nature. Because of this, wizarding law has always been strict. Anyone caught using these 3 spells will be sentenced to a lifetime in Azkaban. Dylan sighed in frustration. He never expected that his 3 randomly maxed out spells would turn out to be all 3 unforgivable curses. Calm down, Dylan, calm down. Spells are just tools. Even the unforgivable curses are just that, tools. He lightly patted his face and muttered to himself, at the very least, this means I have a way to protect myself, right? They say the best defense is a good offense. While he didn't get lucky enough to draw a patroness, having the unforgivable curses wasn't the worst outcome either. After convincing himself of this, Dylan felt a bit more at ease and turned his attention back to the system panel before him. Aside from the 3 maxed out spells, he also had a free magical creature to claim. Merlin's beard, please just give me something cute. Power doesn't matter. I don't need a phoenix or a Kylan, just don't give me something that looks like Gargamel, okay? As if the universe had heard his plea, a burst of starlight suddenly exploded before him. The space in front of Dylan twisted and warped. In the blink of an eye, a small creature leaped out. It looked somewhat like a black cat, but also had the features of a lynx. It was petite, its fur a deep, inky black darker than midnight, pure and without a hint of other colors. Dylan stared at the creature, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Despite being just a kitten, it had no trace of the usual clumsy cuteness. Instead, it exuded a sharp, almost ominous presence. When their eyes met, a chill ran down Dylan's spine, as if he was looking at something unsettling. The little creature's paws were tucked beneath its fluffy body, its dark eyes staring directly at Dylan. Notification: you have obtained a magical pet Shadowpaw. Notification: your pet storage space has been unlocked. Shadowpaw. Dylan glanced at the system panel, where detailed information about the little creature was displayed. After reading through it, he let out a small sigh of relief. Well, at least it's not an evil magical creature. But I'll still need a permit to keep it, otherwise, I'd be breaking the law. Luckily, the system provided him with a pet storage space, meaning he could keep Shadowpaw there when necessary instead of carrying it around all the time. Mrrr. Shadowpaw's voice grew louder, as if trying to communicate something to him. To his surprise, Dylan found that he could vaguely sense what the little creature was trying to express. You want me to hold you? Dylan blinked. Mrrr. Shadowpaw lifted its head proudly. Wait, was this little thing acting tsundere? And why did its meow sound more like a moo? Dylan chuckled and reached out to pick up Shadowpaw, cradling it in his arms. All right, little guy. Since you're my pet now, how about I give you a name? Shadowpaw curled its tiny legs and tilted its head slightly to glance at Dylan, making no move to resist. You look pretty cool, and your fur is jet black. How about Coalball? What do you think? Mrrr. Shadowpaw bared its tiny teeth. Seeing no protest, only a flicker of light in the creature's big eyes, Dylan took that as approval and gave it an affectionate rub. Glad you like it. Now, I have some things to take care of, so you can hang out in your storage space for now. Mrrr. Dylan placed Coalball into the pet storage space. He could feel that this space functioned like a pokeball. His pet wouldn't feel trapped or uncomfortable inside, not even noticing the passage of time. I wonder if I'll be able to upgrade this space into a real-world environment someday. As this thought crossed his mind, he also realized that he needed to visit Diagon Alley at some point. He had to figure out how to obtain a magical creature permit for Shadowpaw. After all, this was his first pet, he couldn't just keep it hidden away like a shameful secret. Ugh, what a mess. I haven't even started school yet, and I'm already racking up legal offenses. Dylan double-checked his Hogwarts acceptance letter and went through the accompanying list of required school supplies. After making sure he remembered everything important, he carefully tucked both pieces of parchment back into their envelope and headed upstairs. Mom. Dad. I have something important to tell you. After washing up and getting dressed, he sat down with his parents at the breakfast table and told them about Hogwarts. However, his parents only exchanged skeptical looks as they stared at the letter on the table. Hubert, Do you believe this? I mean, magic. Dylan's mom, Maeve, looked utterly unconvinced. Sweetheart, it does sound unbelievable. But Dylan has always been honest, Hubert said as he picked up the parchment to examine it more closely. So you think one of Dylan's friends is playing a prank on him? Maeve asked, her suspicion slightly easing. Mom, you know I don't have any friends, Dylan reminded her with a small shrug. Maeve and Hubert exchanged another glance. Could their son have fallen for some kind of scam? Dylan could have easily demonstrated his spells to prove his case, but he saw no need to do so. He was still a kid, he didn't want to end up living out Harry Potter's story. Even if his family was poor, at least his parents loved him. Dad, maybe I could write back? If it turns out to be real, wouldn't that be amazing? He put on the perfect look of anticipation. Magic? Hey! Hubert tapped the parchment thoughtfully. Oh, sweetheart, you can send a letter if you want, but promise me you won't go anywhere with strangers, all right? Maeve said seriously. Of course. Dylan agreed instantly. Since it was their day off, his parents watched as he carefully wrote his response letter. Seeing their son's serious expression as he wrote, they decided there was no harm in humoring his curiosity. It was just a letter, after all. Once Dylan finished, he placed the letter by the living room window. But an entire day passed without a single sign of an owl. Don't be sad, sweetie. Maybe Santa Claus will bring you something magical for Christmas, Maeve said, trying to comfort him. Christmas. Dylan blinked. Mom, it's only summer. Did you really just push my hopes all the way to Christmas? End of chapter. Chapter 3, The Nature of Transfiguration. It's okay, Mom. I don't need any gifts. I just hope Santa can bring presents for you instead. Dylan looked at his hesitant parents and reassured them with a smile. After all, his golden finger had arrived, and getting into Hogwarts was practically guaranteed. What he was really eager to confirm was whether the owl had taken his letter. He was also itching to make a trip to Diagon Alley. Oh my baby is just too sweet. Maeve's eyes filled with emotion. By Christmas, she was determined to save up and buy her son a proper gift. Just as Hubert was about to say something to comfort his son, a sudden tapping sound came from the window. The three of them turned their heads and saw an owl perched outside, tilting its head and staring intently at the letter on the table. An owl! Maeve exclaimed. Could it be here to collect the letter? Tap, tap. When no one moved to open the window, the owl pecked at the glass again, the crisp sound making it seem almost like it was knocking. Hubert, hurry and open the window. Maeve seemed even more anxious than Dylan. The moment Hubert pulled the window open, the owl didn't fly away. Instead, it hopped inside and landed right on top of the envelope. Knock, knock. At that moment, a polite knocking came from the door. The three exchanged glances before turning their eyes toward the entrance. Hubert and Maeve felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. Dylan, however, stood up without hesitation and strode to the door, taking a deep breath. Which professor had come to visit? With a soft click, the door swung open. Dylan lifted his gaze and was immediately met with the sight of a deep green robe. His eyes traveled upward to see a stern-looking middle-aged woman with square glasses resting on her nose. Nice to meet you. Sorry for the disturbance. I couldn't find a doorbell, so I had to knock. Dylan. He forced a polite smile. That's all right. May I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Hawkwood. I received your reply. I am Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly when she saw Dylan, though a flicker of curiosity passed through her eyes. Was it just her imagination? For some reason, she thought she sensed traces of a spell lingering around this young wizard. Professor McGonagall, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dylan Hawkwood. Please, Come in. Dylan had thought he could stay calm, but now that he was face to face with Professor McGonagall, his emotions surged like a tidal wave. It was hard to even speak. Not only was he thrilled to meet such a familiar figure, but he also felt nervous. After all, he possessed the 3 unforgivable curses at full strength and was now standing before a true master of magic. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall seemed used to such reactions. She didn't dwell on Dylan's nervousness and followed him inside, greeting Hubert and Maeve with a warm smile. Professor McGonagall? To be honest, we're still trying to wrap our heads around this whole magic thing, Hubert admitted after inviting the distinguished-looking professor to take a seat. Of course, I completely understand. That's one of the reasons for my visit, McGonagall replied with a kind smile. In fact, if Mr. Hawkwood hadn't sent a reply, the school would have sent a professor to guide Muggle-born students and their families to Diagon Alley before the term starts. As she spoke, she pulled out her wand and gave it a gentle wave. In the blink of an eye, a notebook on the table transformed into an alarm clock, its hands ticking away. Asterisk ding. Ding. Ding, asterisk. The alarm suddenly went off, making Dylan instinctively reach out to silence it. Hubert and Maeve, witnessing this miraculous transformation, finally started to believe that magic was real. Even Dylan found it fascinating. After turning off the alarm, he looked up. Professor McGonagall, is this the kind of transfiguration you'll be teaching me later? That's right. You'll learn this after you start school, McGonagall confirmed. Can transfiguration change living beings? And if so, do they become real living creatures, or is it more of an illusion? Dylan asked curiously. McGonagall studied him with a hint of surprise before answering, magic cannot fundamentally alter a living being's essence, but it can certainly attempt to. So, this alarm clock may look like an alarm clock, but at its core, it's still just a notebook. Dylan asked, blinking. That's one way to put it, McGonagall nodded. But then, how is it able to ring? Dylan continued. Because that's something an alarm clock is supposed to do, McGonagall replied. Something it's supposed to do? Dylan was puzzled. Could you explain in more detail? Transfiguration is the result of both intent and magic working together. I wanted it to become an alarm clock that could remind me of the time, so it was able to produce sound because that's a function an alarm clock should have. McGonagall frowned slightly. To be honest, this is something you should learn gradually after you start school. But since you're interested, I can give you a brief explanation. The essence of transfiguration lies in having a thorough understanding of the object you wish to transform, whether it's living or inanimate. Otherwise, what you create will only be a hollow imitation. If you want to transfigure a living creature, you also have to consider its natural instincts and behaviors. Magic provides the foundation for transformation, but intent is the key to successfully completing it. Intent and magic? Having lived 2 lives, Dylan had seen a lot. And now, armed with the 3 unforgivable curses at full power, he grasped McGonagall's explanation almost instantly. Intent was like a musical score, and magic was the instruments. Casting a spell was akin to performing a specific piece of music. The wand and incantation acted as the conductor. If the sheet music was wrong, the performance would fail. If the instruments were damaged, the performance would be flawed. Just like how McGonagall had turned a notebook into an alarm clock. The change itself was the musical score. The real challenge of transfiguration was ensuring that, when the instruments were in perfect condition, the piece was performed correctly. In practical terms, the more vividly one envisioned the alarm clock, the more complete its functions would be, allowing it to ring as expected. But if one only imagined the clock's appearance, then it would be nothing more than an empty shell, incapable of functioning properly. End of chapter. Chapter 4, Can Gringotts be shorted? It's okay if you don't fully understand it now. Once you start your studies at Hogwarts, you'll have plenty of time to figure things out. Professor McGonagall, noticing Dylan's prolonged silence, assumed he was struggling to grasp the concept and gently reassured him. Honestly, the question you just asked touches on the very foundations of magic. Many witches and wizards graduate without ever considering these things. A slight smile appeared on her lips, softening the otherwise stern lines of her face. For a young wizard like you, to have such insight the very first time you encounter magic is truly impressive. If you ever have any questions about transfiguration after you start school, feel free to come find me. I'd be more than happy to discuss it with you. Really, Professor? Dylan's eyes lit up. Of course. Professor McGonagall nodded. Nice. A new connection secured. Dylan actually had a ton of questions about transfiguration. Of course, those thoughts weren't exactly the kind of thing a Muggle-born kid with no exposure to the wizarding world should be asking just yet. He had been worried about whether asking too many questions after starting school would be inappropriate. But now that Professor McGonagall had invited him to, it was perfect. Seeing Dylan's enthusiasm, McGonagall was pleased as well. Such a bright young wizard, so long as he stayed on the right path, he might even have a future teaching at Hogwarts. With that thought, she stood up. All right, make sure to take your reply letter. It's time for us to go. After some hesitation, Mr. and Mrs. Hawkwood finally agreed to let Dylan attend Hogwarts. Honey, this is our savings. I imagine being a wizard must be expensive, right? Take all of it. Dylan's mother handed him a backpack. Thanks, Mom. I'll study hard and take care of you when you're older, Dylan promised sincerely. Maeve was touched. All right, hurry along now. Don't keep the professor waiting. Dylan turned to McGonagall. Professor, are we heading to Diagon Alley now? Yes. We can get there by apparition or flow powder. But since we're in a rather remote area with no fireplaces nearby, flow powder isn't an option. She took Dylan's hand. Hold on tight to me, no matter what. The moment she finished speaking, Dylan suddenly felt his whole body go light. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on McGonagall's hand. The space around them twisted violently. A second later, the odd sensation subsided, and the sound of chattering voices filled the air. At the same time, a wave of nausea hit him, rising straight to his throat. Reflexively, he swallowed only to make it worse. Ugh! McGonagall, seemingly used to this reaction, casually cast a spell to ease his discomfort. This is a normal response to your first time operating. Just get used to it, don't fight it. She smiled. We're here. After a moment to steady himself, Dylan opened his eyes. In front of him stood a small, shabby-looking pub, sandwiched between two neat and modern buildings. It looked completely out of place. The Leaky Cauldron. It's right here in London, but only wizards can see it. Stay close to me. McGonagall moved to let go of his hand, but Dylan was still holding on tight. She hesitated, then simply led him inside. Professor McGonagall. Haven't seen you in a while. Care for a drink? The bartender, having just seated another patron, spotted her and eagerly wiped a glass with a rag that looked anything but clean. Not particularly, and I have a student with me. McGonagall glanced at the bartender before signaling for Dylan to follow. They passed the bar and stepped into a small enclosed courtyard. Dylan couldn't help but ask, Professor, aren't there cleaning spells? Of course, there are. Then why is this place so filthy? Why doesn't the owner just use a spell instead of wiping glasses with that nasty rag? McGonagall explained, knowing a spell and choosing to use it are two different things. Many wizards simply don't care about such things, though I, of course, am an exception. That's why I never drink here. There's a little private bar I prefer, it's much cleaner. Not that it matters for you, young man. Underage wizards aren't allowed to drink. I understand, Professor. Dylan grinned. McGonagall drew her wand again. Pay attention. You won't be able to learn apparition until you turn 17, which means you'll have to use this route to get to Diagon Alley for now. She pointed with her wand. Count 3 bricks up from the trash bin, then 2 across. Tap it 3 times with your wand. As soon as she finished, the bricks trembled and slid aside, forming an arched doorway. Beyond it lay a bustling marketplace. Dylan took it all in. At first glance, Diagon Alley wasn't all that different from an ordinary market, except that the people walking about were all wizards. And every shop had a distinctly old-fashioned look. We need to visit Gringotts first to exchange the money in your backpack for wizarding currency. McGonagall glanced at the stuffed bag. Your parents must love you very much. They do. And I love them too, Dylan replied with a smile. McGonagall's eyes softened. Come along. She led him to the entrance of Gringotts. Dylan immediately noticed the warning inscribed on the second set of doors. Enter, stranger, but take heed. Pretty intimidating, he muttered, scanning the surroundings. They stepped inside a grand, marble-floored hall. Dozens of goblins sat behind long counters, scribbling away in enormous ledgers. Ah, Professor McGonagall. What can I do for you today? One of the goblins beamed as soon as she walked in. Just exchanging some galleons. Currency exchange. At the mention of money, the goblin's smile vanished. Well then, I won't waste any more time. As he walked away, McGonagall turned to Dylan. Pay them no mind. Dylan nodded. I get it, Professor. All they care about is money, just like my dad's manager. McGonagall blinked, then patted his head. The exchange process was smooth. None of the goblins spared Dylan a second glance. They probably assumed anyone exchanging Muggle money was Muggle-born and therefore beneath their notice. Even though goblins had lost to wizards in history, that didn't mean they respected Muggle-borns. Wait a second. So there's no limit to exchanging pounds for galleons. Dylan narrowed his eyes as he held the freshly exchanged wizarding money. Wizard currency was undeniably valuable. But Muggle money? Not so much. A 1:5 exchange rate? I could make a killing just by investing in a few stocks. Either the goblins looked down on Muggle money so much that they never bothered evaluating its true worth. Or they were just blinded by greed. Or they simply had no clue how economics worked. One day, Dylan thought, I might not be able to short Gringotts itself, but at the very least, these uneducated goblins are going to learn just how fascinating economics can be. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Oh my god, you little wizard, you're absolutely insane. Dylan didn't have much money on him. But after all, it was his parents' hard-earned savings from most of their lives. Converting it to 2,000 galleons was more than enough. However, Dylan had no intention of exchanging all of it. He needed to keep some of the principal amount. Besides that, he spent £500 to exchange for 100 galleons and kept it on him. This earned him some judgmental looks from the goblins. Sure enough, these Muggle-born wizards always seemed so broke. Let's go buy your train ticket. Professor McGonagall led Dylan to purchase his ticket to Hogwarts. She then reminded him, at King's Cross Station, you need to find the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10. When the time comes, don't be afraid. Just run straight into the pillar, and you'll reach platform 9 3/4. Dylan nodded. Next, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, he arrived at the wand shop. Looking up, he saw a sign hanging above the store entrance, asterisk established in 382 BC? Asterisk. Scanning the narrow, cramped shop, Dylan clicked his tongue. Has this place really never been renovated in all these centuries? Don't worry. Wizarding buildings are supported by magic, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. The Ollivander family's craftsmanship isn't just limited to wand making. This building won't collapse. She pushed the door open, and Dylan followed her inside. The moment they entered, they saw an old man bent over, rummaging through a pile of wands. Hearing the doorbell chime, Ollivander straightened up and turned to see Professor McGonagall. 9.5 inches, fir wood, dragon heartstring. Oh, Professor McGonagall, it's a pleasure to see you bringing another young wizard to my shop. McGonagall gently pulled Dylan forward. Please help him find a wand that suits him. She then looked down at Dylan and said, I need to pick up some magical supplies. Once you're done choosing your wand, wait for me at the entrance. Got it, Professor. Dylan nodded. The doorbell chimed again as McGonagall left the shop. Ollivander turned his attention to the new young wizard standing before him, a smile appearing on his lips. Child, are you ready to become a true wizard? By the way, which hand do you use most often? I'm looking forward to it. Dylan raised his arm. I'm right-handed. Oh. Good, give me a moment. Ollivander walked up to Dylan and measured him with a ruler, carefully taking note of his arm length and other proportions. After that, he rummaged through a stack of wand boxes and pulled one out. Try this one. Dylan took the wand and, out of habit, gave it a casual wave. In the next second, muscle memory nearly made him cast Avada Kedavra right at Ollivander. Oh, crap! Startled, Dylan quickly suppressed the spell forming in his mind and instead gave a small flick of his wrist. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly burst through the room, knocking over the neatly organized shelves of wand boxes, sending wands clattering to the floor. Ollivander, however, seemed completely unfazed. With a slight wave of his own wand, he murmured, Reparo. The fallen boxes were magically lifted and returned to their original places. Well, that one's clearly not a match for you. Frowning, Ollivander turned back to the shelves, searching for another wand. How about this one? Dylan took it and gave it a try. Whoosh! A burst of magical flames shot out. It seems your magic is quite volatile, Ollivander observed as he reclaimed the wand. Then, he handed Dylan another, and another. 7 or 8 wands later, every single one caused some kind of disaster. Dylan started to feel uneasy. Could this be the reason he had learned an unforgivable curse at full strength before even mastering basic wand work? Were the wands rejecting him because of it? Don't worry, child. I have plenty of wands. There's bound to be one that suits you. Noticing Dylan's troubled expression, Ollivander tried to reassure him. But he had completely missed the point. Dylan forced a smile. Well, I really appreciate your patience, sir. Serving customers is my duty. You're not the pickiest wizard I've met. Ollivander chuckled. He continued searching the shelves, from the bottom row to the very top. Not this one either. Maybe try this. Ollivander pulled another wand from the wall and handed it to Dylan. Dylan took it and gave it a gentle wave. Boom! A surge of powerful magic exploded from the wand, sending a shockwave straight toward Ollivander. Dylan was terrified. But Ollivander effortlessly neutralized the force with a flick of his own wand. Dylan let out a sigh of relief but couldn't shake the question forming in his mind. How can a young wizard who hasn't even started learning spells yet cause explosions like this just by testing wands? Dylan picked up another wand and gave it a try. This time, there was a massive explosion. Ollivander swiftly used an emergency counterspell to suppress it. Meanwhile, Dylan focused inward, feeling the fluctuations of magic within him. It seems like, there's a brief moment of uncontrolled change. This change led to flames, shock waves, and even explosions. Why did every wand he touched unleash a powerful effect, even though he hadn't spoken a single incantation? Dylan continued testing wands, one after another. Until finally, Ollivander realized something was off. Wait a second. What exactly are you doing? Hey? I'm trying to see if I can control the output of magic at the moment of release, using certain techniques. What did you just say? Oh my god, you little wizard, you're absolutely insane. Ollivander's eyes widened in shock, his expression turning serious. He even dropped the wand box in his hand and strode up to Dylan, gripping the boy's wand-holding hand firmly. Stop doing that immediately. You're experimenting with spell creation. That's an extremely dangerous thing to do. And it's definitely not something you should be worrying about right now. Spell creation. Dylan raised an eyebrow, allowing Ollivander to take the wand from his hand. Yes. The earliest wizards who studied magic had to go through this process. Back then, my ancestors hadn't even started making wands yet. Ollivander looked both alarmed and deeply concerned that Dylan might continue experimenting in secret. In ancient times, wizards believed magic had a will of its own. They let their magic run wild, trying to find patterns within the chaos. Over time, this led to the creation of spells. But unleashing magic without control? That's a death sentence. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Chapter 6, Knowing the Unforgivable Curses doesn't make me extreme. Many wizards have died trying to explore new forms of magic. Young wizard, you wouldn't want to leave this world before your family, would you? Ollivander's sharp gaze was fixed on Dylan. Dylan blinked. To be honest, he didn't think that researching new spells would necessarily be as dangerous as Ollivander suggested. This confidence came from his complete mastery of the 3 unforgivable curses. The unforgivable curses, being extremely powerful and aggressive, contained an immense amount of magical complexity. Yet, he had them fully under control. What spell could possibly be more dangerous than these 3? Maybe there were some, but definitely not many. I understand, sir. Thank you for the warning, Dylan nodded. Even though he felt that delving into new spells might not be as perilous as Ollivander implied, he wasn't planning to do so before he fully grasped the complete magical system. Because while Ollivander was speaking, Dylan had caught onto something: magic possesses its own sentience. Uncontrolled magic was bound to spiral into chaos. If he lacked the ability to subdue and master it, too much reckless experimentation could very well create an obscurial. Even the unforgivable curses don't scare these things. I should probably play it safe. Seeing Dylan's commitment, Ollivander resumed searching for a suitable wand. You are quite, let me think. Ah, yes, you have great nerve. A very daring young wizard indeed. Ollivander pulled 3 wand boxes from the shelves, then disappeared into the depths of the shop and returned with 7 more, carefully placing them on the counter. I think I have a guess as to what kind of wand would suit you. Let's start with these 3, Ollivander gestured to the boxes on the far right. Dylan picked them up one by one, testing each wand. As he did, Ollivander spoke again, young wizard, do you know why I'm having you try so many different wands? I assume it's to find the one that suits me best, the one that resonates with me and helps stabilize my magic. Dylan picked up a wand with intricate carvings and gave it a gentle flick, only to be met with a small explosion. Oh! Very well said. Ollivander's eyes lit up as he set aside the 3 wands on the right. Try these next. Everything you said is correct. A compatible wand is essential, but its true purpose is to greatly restrict the uncontrolled release of chaotic magic. Dylan tested 2 more wands, but Ollivander seemed dissatisfied with both. Please, continue, sir. Young wizards tend to unleash their magic without restraint when they're unfamiliar with spells. Ollivander handed him another wand, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. He cast a brief glance upward at the ceiling. If chaotic, directionless magic isn't properly channeled, say, through a spell, it can lead to disastrous consequences. Just like what happened moments ago. This one's not right for you either. He passed Dylan a 4th wand. That's why wands are crucial. They help limit the reckless outpouring of magic, especially when young wizards don't yet understand how to control it. I see, Dylan nodded as he waved another wand, only for yet another series of explosions to follow. Was he becoming some sort of demolition expert? No worries, we still have plenty to try. Ollivander chuckled, handing him another wand. Dylan took it. The moment it touched his palm, his mind sharpened. He could feel his magic surging through him, more active than before. Almost effortlessly, it flowed into the wand. As the wand absorbed his magic, a deep, dark light erupted from its tip. The black glow, like tendrils from the depths of the underworld, coiled around Dylan twice before dissipating. The sight startled him. For a moment, he thought he had unconsciously cast one of the unforgivable curses. But the darkness faded quickly, leaving no lasting effect. Ollivander arched an eyebrow at the display and grinned, showing a row of teeth. Aha! 13¼ inches, you would, with the thestral tail hair core. It seems death and power will always walk beside you, young wizard. I had a feeling you resemble the kind of wizard with extraordinary talent but one who is at risk of straying down a dangerous path. Dylan. Excuse me? Sir, do you realize how rude that sounds? He barely resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Damn those unforgivable curses. Just because I know them doesn't mean I'm extreme. All he ever wanted in this world was to invest in some stocks and live a peaceful life. Thestral tail hair is quite rare these days. This wand was one of my creations from my younger years, these others as well. Ollivander handed Dylan another wand. Back then, rumors of a certain legendary wand surrounded me. Inspired by its power, I created these wands. Yet, after all these years, they had never found a wizard who could truly wield them. Ollivander sighed softly. Dylan blinked. A legendary wand? The Elder Wand? His eyes flashed with intrigue, but he kept his tone neutral. Thestrals? Are they some kind of magical creature? Wait, don't tell me all these wands were made using tail hairs from the same thestral. Sir, you didn't pluck it bald, did you? Oh, ha ha ha. No, nothing like that. Ollivander burst into laughter and shook his head. In truth, when I was younger, I sought to recreate the legendary wand's supreme power. So, each of these wands was made using the strongest tail hair of a thestral harvested at the exact moment of its death. Then, as an afterthought, he added, of course, times have changed. Unrestrained killing is no longer allowed. You mustn't follow my example, young wizard. Dylan knew that, for most wizards, magical creatures were seen merely as sources of magical materials. But after magical creatures were excessively hunted, the wizarding world had to adopt a more sustainable approach. Wizards like Hagrid, who genuinely cared for magical creatures, were rare. The realization that every wand he had tested so far was essentially a replica of the Elder Wand gave Dylan a headache. At least none of them had caused any major incidents in his hands. And, thankfully, they weren't all made from the same thestral's tail hair. Otherwise, he might have seriously considered buying them all, just to keep them out of the wrong hands. End of chapter. Chapter 7, A Pile of Achievements Unlocked. But something seems off. He had no idea what kind of trouble that ridiculous brother wand of his might stir up. Dylan absolutely didn't want to get involved in any of that. After trying out all the wands Mr. Ollivander had presented, the one that suited him best was a 13¼ inch wand made of yew wood with a core of thestral tail hair. Ollivander was delighted. After all these years, these wands, which he had poured his heart and soul into crafting in his youth, had finally found a worthy owner for one of them. It gave him the joy of a father seeing his daughter get married. For this reason, Ollivander didn't charge Dylan much, only asking for a friendly price. He even threw in a bunch of materials for wand maintenance and a wand sleeve made of thestral down. Sir, you're only charging me 7 galleons. Dylan was in a great mood after buying a wand and receiving so many extras. Yes, young wizard. The Ministry of Magic doesn't allow young witches and wizards to spend a fortune on wands. Dylan quickly realized that the ministry must be subsidizing Ollivander's wand sales. Then it hit him these wands were made during Ollivander's youth and had been sitting around unsold for so long. Dylan blinked. So that's why. No wonder he got so many freebies. Thank you, sir. I'll take my leave now. Dylan walked out of the shop, arms full of his new treasures. Ollivander watched his retreating figure with a smile. Another interesting little one, and quite polite too. As soon as Dylan stepped outside, he spotted Professor McGonagall waiting for him. He hurried over. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, for keeping you waiting. It's quite all right, Professor McGonagall replied with a faint smile. Picky wizards often achieve greater things. I look forward to seeing your performance at Hogwarts. Noticing the large bundle of items in Dylan's arms, she raised an eyebrow slightly but said nothing. Instead, she advised, your wand may stay with you for life. Take care not to damage it beyond repair. I'll take good care of it, I promise. Dylan assured her. He was feeling a mix of excitement both for finally stepping into the magical world and for his new treasure. Looking at the wand wrapped in thestral down, Dylan couldn't help but grin. Seeing this young wizard, who usually carried himself with an air of maturity, now acting like an excited child, Professor McGonagall's eyes softened with warmth. Let's go. You still need to get your robes tailored. One set will do for now. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, Dylan made his way through Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Potage's cauldron shop, and Flourish and Blots. By the time they left, his arms were laden with shopping bags. Professor, I'd like to visit the pet shop, Dylan said. Professor McGonagall paused. You, probably can't carry anything else, can you? Truthfully, Dylan hadn't bought much else. But at Flourish and Blots, he had gone all out, purchasing over 30 books of various sizes. These were all recommended by Professor McGonagall, including some textbooks. Dylan figured that with a professor by his side, he might as well make the most of it. Such a knowledgeable guide wasn't something he'd have every day. But it also meant he really couldn't carry anything more. However, Dylan's reason for visiting the magical menagerie wasn't to buy a pet but to inquire about how to obtain a permit for keeping his thestral shadow. So he simply gave Professor McGonagall a shy smile. Mr. Ollivander told me a bit about magical creatures earlier, and I'm curious to learn more. Is that so? Professor McGonagall nodded. Go ahead then. I'll wait here. Don't take too long. Yes, Professor. Dylan dashed into the magical menagerie, arms still full of bags. After asking his questions, he didn't linger and had Professor McGonagall apparate him back home. After bidding farewell to the professor, Dylan carried all his purchases into his small basement. The excitement of soon attending Hogwarts kept him from feeling tired, even after carrying so much and walking around all day. After briefly explaining the day's events to his parents, he quickly washed up and slipped back into the basement. It was then that he noticed a new message on his system panel. He wasn't sure when it had appeared, so he quickly checked it. Message: You've unlocked a new achievement. Hey? A new achievement? Dylan was puzzled, thinking it might be related to his first visit to Diagon Alley, like holding a wand for the first time or experiencing apparition. He hurriedly opened the achievement panel by tapping the magic scroll icon. What he saw, however, was a description that looked as if it had been gnawed on by something. The characters were jagged and twisted, their edges uneven, and the text was a dark, blood-red color, like dried, aged blood. Dash. Achievement: Fallen, I. Description: Well done. You've learned how to truly embrace the darkness. Unlock requirement: Learn an unforgivable curse, 1/1. Reward: Slight affinity for dark magic. Dash. Achievement: Fallen, 2. Description: Excellent. You're now a fully qualified dark wizard. Unlock requirement: Learn unforgivable curses, 2 halves. Reward, strong affinity for dark magic. Dash. Achievement, Fallen, 3. Description, Merlin's beard. Your heart is utterly devoid of light. You're even more evil than the Dark Lord. Unlock requirement, learn Unforgivable Curses, 3/3. Reward, supercharged affinity for dark magic. Dash. Achievement, I am the true Dark Lord. Description, you've mastered yet another forbidden curse at its highest level. Well done. You're one step closer to overthrowing the Dark Lord and claiming the throne for yourself. Unlock requirements. 1. Master the Cruciatus Curse at max level. 2. Master the Imperius Curse at max level. 3. Master the Killing Curse at max level. Reward, +3 max level advanced forbidden curses, ability to cast dark magic without negative emotional backlash. Dash. Achievement, what a good kid I am. Description, pretending to be harmless, you fooled a Hogwarts professor. Who would have thought you're more skilled in dark magic than the Dark Lord himself? Unlock requirement, possess max level Unforgivable Curses and walk past a Hogwarts professor 10 times without raising suspicion. Reward, no one can trace the magical traces you leave behind. Dash. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Chapter 8, The Infinite Storage Currency Zone is lit. What are all these achievements? Dylan stared in disbelief. Beside him, Coalball stuck out its tongue and licked his palm. Moo. Good boy, go play over there for now. Dylan patted Little Shadow's head and turned his attention to the achievements he had unlocked. Super double affinity for dark magic. 3 max level high tier forbidden spells. Casting dark magic without negative emotions. Dylan couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this system even serious? Are you sure you're an achievement system? Feels more like you're just a dark magic system disguised as an achievement system. Dylan was skeptical. He scrolled down for a while before spotting a new achievement. Achievement, let's see who didn't buy study materials. Description, a little wizard who doesn't read isn't a good wizard. Unlock requirement, purchase books at Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley, 10/10. Reward, magic affinity +1. Achievement, who says shopping is tiring? This shopping spree is amazing. Description, when you have money, you gotta splurge at all the shops. Buy. Unlock requirement, make your first purchase at a shop in Diagon Alley. Reward, 100 galleons, storage space zone unlocked. Achievement, I'm rich. I'm rich. Description, not a single galleon comes easy unless it really does. Unlock requirement, obtain your first galleon. Reward, infinite storage currency zone unlocked. Achievement, I'm a little wizard, I. Description, though I'm young, I've already stepped onto the path of wizardry. Unlock requirement, obtain your own wand. Reward, wand customization zone unlocked. Achievement, I'm a little wizard, too. Description, school's about to start, so it's time to get your robes ready. Unlock requirement, obtain your own school robes. Reward, robe customization zone unlocked. Achievement, I'm a little wizard, 3. Description, a talented little wizard should prepare their school equipment in advance. Unlock requirement, obtain your own cauldron. Reward, potion affinity +1. Why does dark magic get all these crazy boosts, while normal magic and potion affinity just get a measly +1? Dylan wiped the sweat from his brow. Still, the rewards from all these achievements were nothing to scoff at. Excitedly, Dylan began tallying them up. First, his dark magic talent. Not only had his affinity for dark magic skyrocketed, but he also gained the ability to cast dark magic without being affected by negative emotions. Moreover, he felt like he could master any forbidden spell in no time. And if he were to use an unforgivable curse now, its power would be even stronger than before. With this kind of dark magic talent, if I became a dark wizard, the Death Eaters wouldn't need to follow Voldemort or even Grindelwald, they'd just worship me. When Dylan looked at the achievement "I'm such a good kid," he noticed its reward was the ability to prevent anyone from indirectly tracking his magical traces. In other words, if someone wanted to know what magic he had used, they'd have to witness it firsthand. And even then, eyes could be deceived. This reward was incredibly useful to Dylan. If he ever had to use an unforgivable curse, as long as he dealt with the witness, no one would be able to trace it back to him. These rewards made Dylan feel like being called the Dark Lord wasn't so bad after all. So what if I embrace the darkness? Even darkness gets lonely sometimes. But I wonder which 3 dark magic spells I'll get this time. Dylan looked at the 3 black orbs floating at the top of the panel, glowing like dark stars. He activated them one by one. In an instant, the black stars erupted with a blinding light. Dylan felt that familiar sensation again, the feeling of instantly mastering not 1, but 3 spells. Message: congratulations! You've mastered the max level spell Fiend Fire. Message: congratulations! You've mastered the max level spell Mors Mordra. Message: congratulations! You've mastered the max level spell Parasitopatio. These dark magic spells. The first 2 were familiar to him, Fiend Fire and Mors Mordra. Fiend Fire could even destroy Horcruxes, making it one of the few substances capable of doing so. Its power far surpassed the regular flame freezing charm, and ordinary water couldn't extinguish it. Mors Mordra, on the other hand, summoned a skull into the air, acting as a signal but also capable of intimidating spirits and dark creatures. As for the last one, Parasitopatio, Dylan quickly grasped its effects. This dark magic spell could forcibly transfer a dying life force into another living being, using the latter's vitality to sustain the former. However, what the resulting fusion would look like was anyone's guess. This spell immediately reminded Dylan of Professor Quirrell's back of the head situation. Ugh! Dylan shuddered. This dark magic is just too evil. Dylan shook his head. By now, he had mastered a total of 6 dark magic spells, all of them high tier or even unforgivable curses. Each one was more sinister than the last. I can't believe this. Fortunately, the rewards from the later achievements were still decent. Infinite storage for money? Storage space. He glanced at the system panel and noticed that after clicking the wizard hat icon, a new information bar had appeared. Name: Dylan Hawkwood. Magic: Fiend Fire, Crucio, Imperio, Mors Mordra, Parasitopatio, Avada Kedavra. Items: none. Money: none. Pet: Coal Ball, Shadow. After checking it out, Dylan realized that the storage space reward allowed him to store items outside of system rewards, all categorized under the Items tab. The infinite storage for money was even simpler to understand. The new Money tab in his information bar was the newly unlocked zone. So, I can store all my money and items directly in the system panel now. End of chapter. Chapter 9, Unlocking the Transformation Zone. Dylan decided to give it a try. He pulled a galleon from his backpack. Sure enough, as soon as he willed it, the galleon in his hand vanished. When he checked the system panel, the money section now displayed the amount of galleons he had. Delighted, Dylan immediately deposited all the money he had on him, including the pounds his parents had given him, into the system. He also stored all the items he had purchased. This system is great. I don't even need a space ring or any external item to store my things, which means no one can steal them from me. What's more, by storing his money in the system panel, he could avoid keeping it in Gringotts. Accessing Gringotts vaults wasn't easy. Every time you wanted to use them, or even just deposit money, there was a cost. Dylan had no intention of being a sucker. As for the inventory, it allowed him to store his items freely, which was another great feature. Dylan was very pleased. looking at the increased amount of money on the panel in his now full inventory. He was ready to keep going and fill them even more. He glanced at the next reward. Things like magic affinity and potion affinity were quickly schemed over. Then he turned his attention to the other two areas on the system panel: the robe customization zone and the wand customization zone. These two zones weren't under the wizard hat icon but were instead located under the wand icon. When he opened them, a new prompt appeared. Name: Dylan Hawkwood. Spells available for refinement: none. Wands available for customization: 1. Robes available for customization: 1. The robe customization zone was still grayed out. This was because he had only just ordered his robes today, and it would take some time before he could collect them. After a moment of thought, Dylan clicked into the wand customization section. He discovered that this feature simply allowed him to spend money to customize his wand's appearance. This included its look, color, and even the color of the magic it emitted. Dylan initially thought this feature was useless, but then he reconsidered. If he could change the color, did that include making it colorless? If he could make the magic emitted from his wand invisible, wouldn't that make it easier for him to use various dark spells? He glanced at the cost. What? Changing one setting costs 100 galleons. He felt like the system had gone mad. An achievement system shouldn't be this greedy, right? And it even charges you. Dylan looked at the wand he had just bought. Forget it. I'll worry about this when I have more money. Next, he clicked into the grayed out robe customization section. Although this feature was unavailable since he hadn't received his robes yet, it didn't stop him from checking out what it could do. Like the wand section, it allowed him to spend money to design his robe's appearance. However, there was something special about it. Once he put on the robes, he could even alter his own appearance. This included changing his hairstyle, the style of the robes, and even applying various types of makeup. Similarly, each change cost 100 galleons. This is truly a money pit. Each change counted as a separate setting. For example, changing his hairstyle? 100 galleons. Applying makeup? 100 galleons. Switching the robe style? Another 100 galleons. And these changes weren't permanent. If he wanted to revert to a previous look, he'd have to pay again. Dylan sighed. Well, if it can be solved with money, it's not a real problem. These features will definitely come in handy later when I have more funds. In fact, both the wand and robe customization features would be incredibly useful for his future plans. But the sudden introduction of these features made Dylan wonder. Was the system trying to turn him into a Dark Lord who would raid Gringotts to fund his spending spree? Out of all the rewards, my favorite is still the 100 galleons. That was equivalent to several £100, which would take his family quite some time to earn. Moo Little Shadow, seeing his master alternating between laughter and frustration, let out a soft sound. Are you hungry? Dylan smiled. He took out some food. He hadn't dared to buy any pet food from the magical creature shop earlier. After all, he had gone there to ask the shopkeeper about how to care for Little Shadow. If he hadn't bought a pet but only asked about food, it might have raised suspicions. He didn't want to take that risk. After feeding Shadow, Dylan returned him to the system's pet space. Getting a license isn't going to be easy. I might as well get some sleep. With that, Dylan went straight to bed. The next morning, Dylan pulled out the books he had bought from Flourish and Blots. He wanted to use the month before school started to get a head start on his studies, hoping to learn a few spells in advance. I wonder if Harry Potter is in the same year as me. Dylan didn't dwell on this question for too long. After all, he'd find out once school started. With his 6 max level spells, learning the standard beginner level spells felt like a breeze. He could easily master them in no time. The levitation charm. After studying it for a while, Dylan tried to make the book in front of him float. Holding his wand, he gave it a light tap. Wingardium Leviosa. Whoosh! The magic within him flowed precisely into the wand and was released, wrapping around the book in front of him. Hey! It worked on the first try. Dylan was pleasantly surprised. But before he could celebrate, perhaps because he had output too much magic, or because he had been continuously channeling it, the book, which only needed a small amount of magic to levitate, began to tremble slightly. Then, with a thud, it fell back onto the desk. I need to control my magic more carefully. Having successfully cast his first spell, Dylan was so excited that he kept practicing on the textbook in front of him. He also noticed something else. After learning the levitation charm, it appeared on his system panel. However, unlike the other spells, this one had a notation beside it. Levitation charm, 3/10. It seemed to indicate his proficiency with the spell. Chapter 10, Departure for Hogwarts. The holiday passed quickly, and soon it was time to head to King's Cross Station. Dylan was driven there by his parents. Be safe, and once you're there, Maeve reminded him. Do you have everything? Hubert asked. Don't worry, I have all my essentials with me. The rest has already been sent to the school, and I'll be careful, Dylan nodded. Then, he turned to his parents and said, You don't have to work so hard or overtime. Once I become a wizard, I'll make plenty of money, so don't overwork yourselves. Sweetie, it's not your turn to worry about us yet, Maeve said, ruffling Dylan's hair. All right, don't be late. Go on, Hubert urged. Dylan nodded gently. I'll write to you from the school. Keep an eye out for my owl. Mommy will, Maeve assured him. After saying goodbye to his parents, Dylan, carrying only a travel backpack, entered the station. This wasn't his first time here. His parents had taken him on trips before during their days off, so he quickly found his way to the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10. As he approached, he noticed that the muggles around him didn't pay any attention to the spot. Even if they glanced over, they seemed to look away quickly, as if they hadn't seen anything. Dylan watched as a young wizard dashed into the pillar, and no one around reacted. He took a deep breath. Running head first into a pillar still required a bit of mental preparation. Let's go. Closing his eyes, Dylan charged straight into the pillar. In an instant, he felt as though he had entered a void. After a few steps, the sensation disappeared, and his surroundings brightened. Choo-choo! A scarlet steam train rolled into the station, billowing smoke. Dylan blinked, his mind briefly comparing it to the nearly silent high-speed trains and even maglev trains he knew of. Even though the technology isn't as advanced here, the wizards must have enchanted the train to make it faster, right? As he stepped inside, Dylan noticed that the platform was now crowded with children and their parents. He didn't have any family with him, so he didn't need to wait. Once the train came to a stop, he boarded through the nearest door. The compartments were open for anyone to sit in, and the tickets didn't assign specific seats. Dylan found an empty compartment, stepped inside, and placed his backpack beside him as he sat down by the window. Glancing outside, Dylan pulled out a book from his inventory. He kept many of his belongings in his inventory to save on shipping costs. After spending some time studying spells, Dylan realized that mastering magic wasn't just about surface-level understanding. To fully grasp a spell, one had to delve deep into its underlying principles. He opened the book he had been reading before leaving home, Transfiguration, a concise guide which Professor McGonagall had recommended to him at the bookstore. The book explained the principles of transfiguration and highlighted important considerations for using the spell in various situations. However, some sections covered advanced transfiguration, which Dylan couldn't fully understand yet since he hadn't attended any classes. Still, the book provided detailed explanations even for beginner-level transfiguration, making it an excellent resource. If he could master this book, his transfiguration skills might reach an advanced level. I never realized how effective transfiguration could be in ambush situations, Dylan muttered as he flipped to the section on practical applications of transfiguration in combat. The book described various scenarios where transfiguration could be used strategically. Dylan thought about the wand-enhancing feature his system provided, and his mind began to conjure up all sorts of sneaky tactics, some even dirtier than the ones described in the book. Somehow, the book's combat examples feel a bit lacking. They don't go deep enough into the art of ambush, Dylan thought. With 6 max-level spells under his belt, learning new ones came more naturally to him. His 2 lifetimes of experience had given him a unique perspective, allowing him to think of countless ways to use transfiguration to outwit others. Whoosh! The compartment door slid open, and 2 redheads poked their heads in. "Hey, hello. Are you alone here?" one of them asked. "Mind if we join you?" the other added. "I'm sitting alone." "Come on in," Dylan said, glancing at them. Instantly, 2 names popped into his head. The 2 redheads sat down and immediately started talking. "Thanks. I'm Fred." "No, I'm Fred." "He's George." "Who said that?" "George, I'm Fred." The 2 bickered for a moment before turning back to Dylan. "So, what's your name?" "Dylan," he replied casually. Now that he knew their names, he realized they were the Weasley twins. If they were here, that meant... "Are you 2 seniors at the school?" "Of course." "You're a first year, right?" "You'll be in the same year as our brother. Though it doesn't look like you'll be in the same house." "Yeah, he's reading a book." Ron would never read. "Ron? So, he was in the same year as Harry Potter?" Dylan had read Harry Potter, but he didn't remember the exact timeline, only the general plot points. For example, he knew one of the twins would die in the final battle, but he couldn't remember which one. "You look like you'll definitely be in Ravenclaw." "I think so too. It's hard to believe someone would read on the way to school. And it's not even a textbook, it's a specialized book. Wow, I can already tell which house the Sorting Hat will put you in." "I said that earlier." And I agreed. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Chapter 11, If Only I Could Steal the Sword of Gryffindor. Woo! After waiting at the platform for a while, the train let out a long, melodious whistle. The Hogwarts Express began to move. Steam from the chimney drifted backward. The train left the platform, heading toward the endless plains and fields. Dylan gazed at the scenery outside the window. It was the season of vitality, and everything seemed full of life. "Hey, little junior, we're going out to find some friends to hang out with." "Yeah, you can stay here and read quietly. It's all your fault for being so noisy, talking non-stop." "No, it's your fault. I was just responding to what you said." Dylan ignored the 2 troublemakers. The 2 redheads dashed out of the compartment, probably off to find someone to play with. Dylan took this opportunity to take out his little wizard robe and put it on. Along the way, he would occasionally glance at the scenery outside before returning to the book in his hands. Finally, the Hogwarts Express gradually came to a stop. The Weasley twins re-entered the compartment to grab their belongings. "Little junior, is that all you have?" "Just one backpack." They were returning to school after the holidays, so they naturally didn't bring much. But Dylan, a young wizard, how could he have so little with him? "I've already sent the heavier luggage to the school via owl post." He was just a kid, after all. Carrying so much stuff would only be a hassle for him. If he could mail it, why bother carrying it himself? In fact, if he weren't worried about exposing the fact that he had a system, he would have stuffed all his belongings into the system's inventory. "Ah, I see," the twins nodded. The 3 of them stepped out of the compartment and off the train. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. The chill crept into his sleeves. Dylan shivered involuntarily. Why is it so cold here? He raised his wand and gave it a gentle wave. Thermo Enchantia. Dylan cast a warming charm on himself. During his time at home, he had learned quite a few spells. Although none of them were mastered to the highest level, they were still somewhat useful. With the charm in place, the cold seemed to vanish instantly. He felt warm and comfortable. Seeing this, George and Fred immediately crowded around Dylan. Hey, little junior, come on, me too. Give me one too. Squeezed between the two of them, Dylan, feeling a bit breathless, had no choice but to wave his wand again. Thermo Enchantia. Thermo Enchantia. 2 consecutive spells landed on the red-headed twins. The two immediately let go of Dylan. Thanks for the enthusiasm. I'll head to the first year gathering point now. Sure, sure. Go ahead, and remember to come find us at Hogwarts. The twins ran off, disappearing into the crowd, likely to show off their warming charms. Dylan shook his head helplessly as he watched their retreating figures, then made his way toward Hagrid. Oh, are all the first years here? Let's get going then. Hagrid was massive. Dylan was a bit startled when he first saw him. No wonder he's a half-giant. How tall is he? Nearly 3 meters, It feels like he could crush me just by sitting on me. He glanced around, but it was too dark, and there were too many people. He couldn't spot Harry or the others. Hagrid raised his lantern and turned to lead the way for the first years. The lantern in his hand didn't provide enough light for the entire group. Dylan couldn't understand why they didn't install some magical lighting. It was pitch black. The little chubby wizard ahead of him was already stumbling, almost falling on his backside. Lumos. He waved his wand, and the tip instantly emitted a soft, gentle light. The darkness around him was dispelled. Since he was at the back of the group, his light helped the younger wizards behind him see more clearly. Many of them gasped in surprise, then shot him grateful looks. Under Hagrid's lead, the first years passed through a patch of woods and soon found themselves standing on the edge of a pitch-black lake. Many of the young wizards craned their necks. They looked across the lake at the castle. Their eyes widened in awe. Dylan also looked over. From this angle, Hogwarts Castle appeared majestic and magnificent, its towering spires seemingly piercing the clouds. The ancient stone walls were thick and sturdy, with faint lights shining through the castle windows, reflecting the starry sky above. Dylan had to admit, even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still somewhat awestruck at this moment. This is Hogwarts. It's truly spectacular. A shy voice came from beside him. Dylan turned to see a round, chubby face. Hi, I'm Neville. He seemed a bit embarrassed, his head slightly lowered. Your Lumos spell really helped me out earlier. I might have fallen a few times without it. Thank you so much. Neville, the one who plays with toads? Dylan shook his head, a friendly smile on his lips. No problem, I just wanted to light my own way. This timid guy might actually be the future Sword of Gryffindor, the one who pulls the sword from the sorting hat. I wonder if that sword could be of use to me now that I'm here. He had been researching how to use spells to control weapons, aiming for something like the Sword Immortals of Shoe Mountain. If he could study the Sword of Gryffindor, that would be perfect. What's your name? Dylan. Hi, Dylan. Hi. Dylan could tell that this little chubby guy wanted to befriend him or at least share a boat with him. But he was so shy that even speaking seemed difficult for him. His round face was turning red from the effort. Dylan was genuinely worried the kid might suffocate himself. He quickly spoke up, Neville, would you like to share a boat with me? You're the first wizard I've met here. Neville's eyes lit up. Of course. I was just about to ask that. Dylan smiled. They continued to follow the group forward. The black lake was terrifyingly dark. It felt like falling into it would mean sinking into an abyss. The closer they got to the lake, the more nervous Neville became. Dylan wasn't too comfortable with deep water either, but with 6 mastered dark spells under his belt, he wasn't too afraid of the creatures in the lake. If anything dares to jump out and scare me, I'll just spend 100 galleons to make the spell colorless and hit it with an Avada Kedavra. It's our turn. Let's get on the boat. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, You can do such advanced magic? After boarding the boat, Neville's face was tense, his hands gripping the seat tightly. He didn't dare get anywhere near the edge of the boat. 2 other freshmen also climbed aboard. Once the boat was filled with 4 people, no one needed to row it. The boat began to move on its own. Dylan glanced down at the water. To his surprise, he saw a massive squid, its suction cups firmly attached to the bottom of the boat. The squid swam silently beneath the surface, guiding the boat forward. They passed under the cliff and through a curtain of ivy. Finally, the boat came to a gentle stop. The squid then sank into the depths of the lake and disappeared. I wonder if that kind of squid would taste good if you chopped it up and stir-fried it, Dylan mused, smacking his lips. Neville trembled as he stepped off the boat, quickly scurrying from the dock to the shore. Whew! Neville let out a sigh of relief. Dylan walked over and reminded him, "Don't run off in such a hurry. Make sure you didn't leave anything on the boat." "Hey!" Neville suddenly froze. He frantically patted his chest and pockets. When he didn't find what he was looking for, his eyes widened in panic. "Oh no! I've lost Trevor again." "What? Again?" Dylan raised an eyebrow. He only remembered Neville losing his toad once, back when they first boarded the train. Hermione had helped him search for it, which was how she met Harry and Ron. At the time, Dylan had wondered why Hermione hadn't come to his compartment looking for the toad. Now it seemed she must have found it halfway through. "But I don't recall seeing any toad or other living creature on you earlier. Did you lose Trevor again after getting off the train?" Dylan, who was skilled in the parasitic possession charm, could sense the presence of living beings to some extent. Throughout the journey, even though he hadn't been paying close attention, he now realized he hadn't detected any other life forms besides Neville. Neville was so anxious that a thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. He scratched the back of his head, trying to recall, but couldn't come up with any useful clues. Dylan said, "It's possible he fell off along the way, or maybe he's still on the train." "I'm leaning toward the latter." Now that he thought about it, the chubby kid standing in front of him earlier had been Neville. And he hadn't seen any toad along the way. If he's on the train, the house elves will return him to the school. "But..." Neville hesitated. "No buts. Even if he fell off somewhere along the way, we can't go back to look for him now. We'll have to wait until tomorrow." "Is that the only option?" Neville looked crestfallen. "I've heard Hogwarts is full of dangers. I'm worried something might happen to Trevor." Seeing the chubby boy's expression, Dylan felt a bit helpless. "All right, I'll try the summoning charm. If he's nearby, I'll find him. But if you left him on the train or somewhere along the way, there's nothing I can do." "What? You know the summoning charm?" Neville was stunned, then his face lit up. "Please, give it a try. Don't get your hopes up." Dylan waved his wand. "Oxio Trevor!" Mana surged from his wand, precisely targeting one of the boats. Whoosh! A plump toad flew out of the boat. Before it could reach him, Dylan ended the spell. Ribbit! Trevor landed on the ground with a croak. Neville rushed over and scooped up the toad. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Oh my goodness, Dylan, you're amazing. You can do such advanced magic. Thank you so much. I bet Trevor fell off along the way and tried to follow me." Neville sniffled. By now, many of the other young wizards had already moved on. Dylan shook his head. All right, let's go. We don't want to fall behind. He started walking ahead, and Neville quickly followed, clutching his fat toad. Don't run off again. Neville scolded the toad, poking it with his finger. Ribbit. Dylan glanced at the toad. It was fat, ugly, and unappealing. Why would anyone keep a toad as a pet? Was it to raise it until it was big enough to harvest for magical ingredients? My little shadow is much cuter. Even though it was a black cat that looked ominous and meowed like a cow, so what? Professor McGonagall could turn into a cat too. In a way, Shadow was like Professor McGonagall. Besides, Shadow wasn't really a cat. Shadow belonged to its own unique species. As Dylan and Neville caught up with the group, they walked along a cobblestone path. Soon, they arrived at a large gate. Bang! Bang! Hagrid knocked on the door, the sound echoing loudly. Moments later, the door was opened by none other than Professor McGonagall. She was dressed in a vibrant emerald green robe, its smooth fabric falling in natural folds. Her iron grey hair was pulled back into a tight bun, not a strand out of place. She looked at the group of young wizards with a stern expression, her sharp eyes scanning them. She wore a pointed hat adorned with the Hogwarts crest. At that moment, Professor McGonagall seemed far from the warm and approachable woman who had accompanied Dylan to Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall, here are all the first-year students, Hagrid said in his deep, booming voice. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here, Professor McGonagall replied with a nod. She opened the door wider. After Hagrid stepped inside, she led the first years into the entrance hall. Follow me. Dylan stayed toward the back of the group, walking alongside Neville. As they moved forward, he took in the interior of Hogwarts. The ancient walls on either side were adorned with intricate carvings. The carvings held torches that illuminated the path. Dylan noticed that the carvings depicted the 4 house mascots, each with wings. They looked so lifelike, as if they were watching over the new students. Fascinating. As he stepped into Hogwarts, a sense of history and grandeur enveloped him. This is way more exciting than watching it in 3D. He couldn't quite remember which movie he had watched in 3D, but he recalled a scene with Dementors floating around. Back then, he had been just a kid, and those Dementors had scared him half to death. Ahead is the Great Hall. You'll be having dinner there shortly. But first, we must welcome you to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall led them to the doors of the Great Hall and turned to address them. Before you officially become students, you'll need to undergo the sorting ceremony. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, How dare a little wizard like you covet the legacy? This is very important. It represents how you will spend your time at school. You will be sorted into different houses and make different friends. The houses are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Once the sorting hat places you into a house, you must remember one thing. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze swept across the young wizards in the room. You will represent the honor of your house. Your words and actions will determine whether your house wins the House Cup at the end of the school year. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall's eyes met Dylan's. Dylan immediately flashed an innocent, harmless smile. A faint smile appeared in Professor McGonagall's eyes, but it disappeared just as quickly. The sorting ceremony will begin shortly, and it will take place in front of the entire school. So, take this time to tidy yourselves up. Professor McGonagall turned and left. Shortly after she left, as the young wizards began chattering among themselves, a sudden scream came from the crowd. Ah! Ghosts! The crowd fell silent. Dylan looked up and saw a dozen ghosts emerging from the walls. The ghosts were curious about the new students. A few of them floated down and began chatting with the students standing closest to the edge. However, the students they spoke to were trembling with fear. I wonder if the Mors Mordra spell would scare these ghosts, Dylan thought to himself. Just as he was pondering this, a ghost suddenly descended from above and landed right beside him. "Oh, I sense something strange." The ghost leaned in close to Dylan's face, but upon meeting his gaze, its eyes widened in shock. It let out a scream and quickly flew away. The other ghosts were startled and, after glancing at Dylan, hurriedly chased after the fleeing ghost. Neville, who was standing next to Dylan, was startled by the ghost's scream. He clutched his toad tightly. Dylan glanced over and noticed that Trevor's eyes were rolling back, and its legs were flailing wildly. "Neville, the ghosts are gone." "Are they? I don't dare look." Neville kept his eyes tightly shut, too afraid to open them. Dylan shook his head. At that moment, Professor McGonagall returned. "All right, young wizards, the ceremony is about to begin. Form a single line and follow me." Only when Professor McGonagall's authoritative voice rang out did Neville cautiously open his eyes a slit. By then, Dylan had already moved to the front of the line. Neville quickly joined the line as well. Under Professor McGonagall's lead, the first-year students entered the Great Hall. All the teachers and students who were already seated turned to look at them with various expressions. Dylan paid no attention to them. Instead, he tilted his head back slightly, eagerly gazing at the ceiling above. It really is a sky full of stars. Magic is truly fascinating. The stars on the ceiling slowly shifted, unlike the artificial projections of modern technology. It felt as if they were truly looking at the night sky. At that moment, Dumbledore stood up and began explaining the rules of Hogwarts to the new students. For example, students were forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, and there were certain restricted areas within the school grounds that were off-limits. After Dumbledore finished his speech, Professor McGonagall unrolled a piece of parchment. "When I call your name, step forward. I will place the sorting hat on your head, and it will determine your house." The first name called was Hermione's. Dylan immediately looked over, his eyes lighting up slightly. There was no denying it, Hermione was really pretty. However, he didn't feel much else. Coming to school, he had only 3 goals. First, to understand magic. Second, to learn magic. Third, to use magic to make a fortune. Everything else could wait. Even if Voldemort himself showed up, he'd hit him with an Imperius Curse and send him flying. Otherwise, if Voldemort ruined the market, how could he make money? The Death Eaters would all be busy following Voldemort around, wasting their time on useless nonsense. "I'm even planning to recruit some Death Eaters to work for me in the future," Dylan thought to himself. As he was lost in thought, Professor McGonagall suddenly called his name. "Dylan Hawkwood." Snapping out of his thoughts, Dylan stepped forward. He sat down on the stool, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head. "Oh! My, what a clever little wizard! You seem to know quite a lot of spells. Let me think. Should you go to Ravenclaw?" The sorting hat's voice echoed in Dylan's mind. Dylan raised an eyebrow and responded mentally, "If I go to Gryffindor, can you lend me the sword of Gryffindor that's hidden inside you? I've been researching how to use magic to control weapons." "What?" the sorting hat exclaimed in surprise. "Oh! How are you already studying such advanced magic?" "No, I mean, how do you know about the sword? This isn't something a young wizard like you should know. Maybe I tried learning legilimency." "My goodness! I must say, I've never met a young wizard as peculiar as you. Are you from a pure-blood family?" No, you seem to be just an ordinary muggle-born wizard." "Sorry, young wizard, no matter how you found out about the sword of Gryffindor, I can't give it to you. Unless a true Gryffindor pulls it out of me. But I hate that feeling, it's like having a stick shoved down my throat." "Do you know how that feels?" "I don't," Dylan said with a smirk. "But I do know you're being quite chatty. My. You have quite the Slytherin mouth. Do you want to go to Slytherin?" The sorting hat continued to chatter. "You have a lot of magical knowledge. Their elite education might suit you. I hate elite education. Oh, then Ravenclaw, the Sorting Hat suggested. Of course, I can also sense a great deal of courage within you. You must have a lofty ambition. Perhaps you could also be a Gryffindor. Do all 4 houses have their own legacies? You know about that too. In that case, I think I'll go to Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's legacy would likely provide him with more magical knowledge. All right, then. The Sorting Hat suddenly raised its voice and shouted. Gryffindor. What? How can you just decide my house like that? My. A first-year wizard daring to covet the legacies of all 4 houses? You're far too bold. You can only go to Gryffindor. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Dumbledore, he's in Gryffindor. Could he still follow Tom's path? Dylan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In his mind, since Gryffindor had the Sword of Gryffindor and its so-called legacy, it stood to reason that the other 3 houses would also have inheritances from their founders. If he had been sorted into Ravenclaw, he might have had the chance to explore Ravenclaw's legacy. While the Sword of Gryffindor was undoubtedly powerful, it didn't suit him. He wasn't exactly the sword-wielding type. That's great, Dylan. We're in the same house. As Dylan walked toward the Gryffindor table amidst the applause, he made his way straight to Neville and sat down beside him. He wasn't surprised that the chubby boy had been sorted into Gryffindor. However, Professor McGonagall, who had been watching him, seemed slightly taken aback. After her brief interactions with Dylan, she had assumed he would end up in Ravenclaw. Seeing him in Gryffindor was unexpected, but it also brought her a sense of quiet satisfaction. At least he was now one of her students. Meanwhile, at the head table, Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Dylan join the Gryffindor table. A faint smile played on his lips. Ollivander is being overly cautious, he thought to himself. 2 weeks ago, he had received a letter from Ollivander. The Wandmaker had detailed the events that occurred when Dylan had chosen his wand and urged Dumbledore to keep a close eye on the boy, warning him to prevent Dylan from becoming another Tom Riddle. But now, seeing that the young wizard had been sorted into Gryffindor, a house known for its chivalry and bravery rather than Slytherin or even Ravenclaw, Dumbledore felt that Ollivander's concerns were perhaps exaggerated. After all, a wand was merely a reflection of a wizard's magical inclinations. With proper guidance, the tragedy of Tom Riddle could be avoided. The Sorting Hat probably couldn't detect that I've learned the Unforgivable Curses, Dylan thought as he sat down. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't seem to harbor any suspicions about him, he felt a small sense of relief. Occlumency was still a challenge for him, and he worried that if he tried to shield his mind, it might backfire. If others noticed he was using occlumency, they'd naturally wonder what he was hiding, which would only make him seem more suspicious. But honestly, these so-called unforgivable curses aren't all that impressive, Dylan mused. After spending the entire summer studying them, he had gained a deeper understanding of the 3 infamous curses. While others might view them as cruel, Dylan couldn't help but think that in the era of the Hogwarts founders, chaos had been the norm. The witch hunts, the purges by the church, every spell and method used back then had been brutal. To Dylan, curses like Avada Kedavra and the Imperius Curse hardly deserved their fearsome reputation. In the grand scheme of dark magic, they were practically amateurish. But over time, most of the truly dark magic has probably been lost to history, Dylan thought. Otherwise, how could spells like Avada Kedavra have become the pinnacle of unforgivable curses? As the sorting continued, Harry and the other first years were sorted into their respective houses. The ceremony didn't take long, and soon Dumbledore waved his hand, causing a lavish feast to appear before everyone. Neville, who had been starving, immediately dug into the roast beef with gusto. Dylan, on the other hand, cut his steak slowly, his mind elsewhere. If I'd been sorted into Hufflepuff, I'd probably have access to amazing food every day, he thought. In his mind, the Hufflepuff common room was like having a 24/7 food court right next to your dorm. You could eat whenever you wanted without even leaving the building. Suddenly, nearly headless Nick floated into view. The house ghosts had begun to join the feast. While Dylan remained unfazed, many of the younger students, even some second and third years, shrank back nervously as the ghost passed by. Nick glided past Dylan and headed straight for Harry, who was sitting a few seats away. Neville, feeling more comfortable around Dylan now, began to chat animatedly as he ate. "You wouldn't believe what my uncle did to test my magical abilities," he exclaimed. Dylan listened quietly, occasionally nodding or offering a brief response when Neville got particularly excited. His gaze, however, kept drifting toward Harry, who was sitting a few seats away. The boy who lived was still shy and reserved, sitting next to Ron, but the other students around him were clearly fascinated. Even the presence of the ghosts couldn't dampen their curiosity. "Dylan, you know so many spells, you must come from a really old wizarding family, right? I never expected you to end up in Gryffindor," Neville said, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of those nearby. Even Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned to look. "Pure blood?" "No, I'm from a Muggle family," Dylan replied casually, not bothering to hide his background. "What? A Muggle family? You're joking, right?" Neville stared at him in disbelief, his toad croaking in agreement. "Why would I joke about that?" Dylan shrugged. "But, the spells you've been using aren't ordinary magic," Neville exclaimed, his mouth hanging open. "Oh, I just read a lot of books and textbooks over the summer. I taught myself," Dylan explained offhandedly. His words left the other Gryffindors stunned and slightly deflated. What kind of kids spent their summer vacation studying magic? Shouldn't they be out having fun? Among the group, however, Hermione's eyes lit up. She looked at Dylan as if she'd found a kindred spirit, though she couldn't help but compare herself to him. She had already read half of the first-year textbooks and even some supplementary material. But when Dylan mentioned that he was now studying Advanced Transfiguration, a guide, and struggling with the complexities of safe, stable human transfiguration, Hermione's pride faltered. "Wait, what?" she thought, her jaw dropping slightly. Chapter 15, Hermione, how is this guy outstudying me? You're already studying Advanced Transfiguration. Hermione's voice rose, filled with disbelief. How is this guy outstudying me? Dylan looked over and, realizing it was her, nodded. "Yeah, but Advanced Transfiguration spells aren't easy. They take time to master." Hermione blinked. Is he showing off or something? For some reason, she felt a sudden urge to compete with him. So what if it's Advanced Transfiguration? Once she solidifies her foundation in basic transfiguration, she'll dive into the advanced stuff too. "Neville, when you're studying the Standard Book of Spells, make sure to pay attention. I found some discrepancies between it and selected magical texts of the 18th century, Dylan advised. "I'll ask the professor about it once term starts and let you know the details." Thanks," Neville replied, still confused. What's this about the Standard Book of Spells and selected magical texts of the 18th century? He knew the Standard Book of Spells was their textbook, but what was the other one? He'd never even heard of it. Seeing that everyone around him had fallen silent, Dylan went back to eating. The group of stunned Gryffindors simply stared at him, this guy who seemed so different from the rest of them. After Dylan put down his fork, Dumbledore gently waved his hand again. The food in front of everyone vanished. Dumbledore stood up. "Everyone, as the new term begins, please remember the restricted areas I mentioned earlier. Especially the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor in the library, do not go near it. Also, do not cast spells in the hallways between classes. It's dangerous. Lastly, the Quidditch house teams are recruiting new players. If you're interested, contact Madam Hooch, but not until the second week of the term." Dylan took Dumbledore's warnings about Hogwarts' restricted areas very seriously and noted them all down in his little notebook. It wasn't that he planned to visit these places, but he had completely forgotten which areas were off-limits. For now, he had no intention of exploring these zones. His focus was on understanding magic, learning magic, and deepening his knowledge of magic. When the opening feast finally ended, Dylan and Neville, led by Percy, followed the group of Gryffindors to their dormitory tower. Dylan and Neville were assigned to the same room. "Awesome! We get to room together!" Neville exclaimed, only to suddenly realize he'd lost Trevor again. "Oh no! Trevor!" His excitement was cut short. Dylan sighed. "Oxio Trevor!" Once again, he cast the spell, and Trevor came floating over. Dylan cut off the magic just before the toad reached him. Neville, unfazed, quickly grabbed Trevor and held him close. As for being roommates with Neville, Dylan didn't have strong feelings about it. Overall, it was more convenient to room with someone he already knew rather than a complete stranger. When he reached his luggage, the house elves had already delivered his things. Just as he was about to start unpacking, 3 more boys walked into the room. "Hey, I'm Ron," a redhead said, popping up in front of him. Dylan glanced at him. "Hi." "Hey, we're roommates now," Harry said as he walked in. "I'm Seamus. Nice to meet you." Dylan nodded at them. "I'm Dylan." It hadn't clicked at first, but seeing his roommates, he suddenly remembered that Neville was originally supposed to room with Harry. His presence must have pushed someone else out of the room. Oh well, a bed's a bed. Dylan didn't bother overthinking it. As someone who had mastered 6 advanced dark spells, he wasn't too concerned about the events Harry might face in the future. If anyone caused trouble, he'd hit them with a Crucio, follow up with Fiend Fire, and finish with an Avada Kedavra. Even if his magical reserves weren't as vast as an adult wizard's, no one would survive a sneak attack. After quickly unpacking the essentials, Dylan decided to save the rest for tomorrow. Before climbing into bed, he waved his wand. Scour Jiffy. He cleaned both his bed and himself with a simple spell. Then, kicking off his shoes, he climbed into bed. Stretching out his legs, Dylan let out a big yawn. Magic really is the ladder of human progress. With Scouring Charm, he didn't even need to bathe or wash his sheets. That meant no more hanging clothes or drying socks. He couldn't count how many times he'd struggled to clip socks onto the drying rack, only to have to take them down later. What a hassle! "I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone." As soon as Dylan lay down, Ron asked, "Aren't you going to change out of your robes?" Dylan glanced at his wizard robes and smiled. In the next moment, something incredible happened. Under the watchful eyes of Neville, Harry, and the others, Dylan's robes simply vanished. He slipped under the covers in an instant. What kind of magic was that? "I've got a pocket dimension," Dylan said, turning his back to them and closing his eyes. Harry and Ron exchanged looks, both filled with envy. At that moment, a thought struck Harry. Magic. "I need to study magic harder." The others quickly settled in and went to sleep. Since they'd just met, no one felt comfortable chatting too much. The night passed quietly. When morning came, Dylan's internal clock woke him up naturally. Sitting up, he stretched again. He pulled his robes out of his inventory, put them on, and glanced at his roommates. No one had been disturbed by his movements, they were all still fast asleep. Peaceful as corpses. Dylan checked the time. Still early. He decided to go check on his new owl. Grabbing his textbooks and giving himself a quick scour jiffy, he left the dorm. "Oh, good morning, dear. You're the first one up," the fat lady said, yawning as Dylan stepped out of the Gryffindor common room. "Good morning, fat lady," Dylan replied with a smile before heading straight to the Great Hall. Before visiting the Oloi, he needed to grab a bite to eat. He quickly downed a glass of milk and 2 slices of toast, one slathered with jam. After finishing his meal, he made his way to the Olary. "Hey, Luna! I'm here to see you." End of chapter. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, The Cat in the Transfiguration Classroom? Straight to petting. Dylan played with Luna in the Olary for a while, feeding her some strips of meat, before heading back to the Great Hall. A few scattered students were already there, having breakfast. Having already eaten, Dylan sat down and started reading a book. When it was almost time for class, he got up and prepared to head to the classroom. There was still half an hour before class started, but he wanted to arrive early to avoid getting lost in Hogwarts' ever-changing staircases. Sure enough, as he climbed the stairs, they kept shifting directions unexpectedly. Dylan tried twice. On his third attempt, just as he was about to reach the platform, the staircase trembled again, threatening to turn in another direction. Dylan narrowed his eyes and raised his wand. Petrificus totalis. A surge of magic flowed out. Dylan wasn't entirely proficient with this spell, so the staircase only froze for a moment. But that moment was enough. Dylan leaped across and landed on the platform. The staircase stopped moving. Dylan glanced at it, then turned and entered the classroom. A few students were already seated, though most had chosen the middle or back rows. Dylan didn't feel like walking all the way back, so he took a seat in the front row near the door. Just as he finished arranging his books and supplies on the desk, a tabby cat walked in through the door. The cat moved gracefully, almost silently, with an air of elegance. As soon as she entered the classroom, her emerald green eyes locked onto Dylan. Dylan glanced back at her. What if I pretend not to know Professor McGonagall's animagus form and just pet her? The thought flashed through his mind. Almost as if compelled, Dylan stood up. Wow, what a cute little tabby cat! Is this someone's pet? Since he was sitting near the door, it only took him a couple of steps to reach the cat. He crouched down. The tabby cat seemed momentarily stunned, not expecting this. Before she could react, Dylan scooped her up into his arms. At first, the cat seemed to enjoy the sensation of Dylan's hand running through her fur, even closing her eyes in contentment. But then she snapped back to reality, let out a sharp meow, and began squirming in his arms. With a swift motion, she broke free, leaping through the air in a graceful arc before landing neatly on the podium. She sat there, glaring at Dylan, her green eyes glinting with an unreadable expression. Dylan tilted his head, playing dumb. Whose little tabby cat is this, anyway? He muttered to himself as he returned to his seat. If you don't want to be held, fine. Not so cute after all. Professor McGonagall almost lost control of her animagus form. In all her years of teaching, no student had ever been bold enough to do something like this. To think he'd actually dared to pet her. After being held by Dylan, she even considered stepping out of the classroom to transform back into her human form before re-entering. If Dylan wasn't embarrassed, she certainly was. After Professor McGonagall freed herself from his arms, Dylan returned to his seat and continued flipping through his copy of Advanced Transfiguration Made Simple. Professor McGonagall glanced at him. Seeing how studious he was, her irritation softened slightly. Her head tilted downward, then nodded gently, her furry ears twitching and her tail swaying slightly. Though Dylan wasn't looking directly at the cat, he caught the movement out of the corner of his eye. So, adorable. He quickly composed himself, refocusing on the book in front of him. But another thought crept into his mind. I need to hurry up and get that permit for Little Shadow. When he had gone to Diagon Alley to buy his owl, he'd also inquired about the process for obtaining a magical creature permit. However, if he were to handle it himself, it would be quite complicated. It would be much easier if he could get an adult wizard to assist him. If an adult wizard, especially a magi zoologist, could write him a letter of recommendation, the process would become significantly smoother. And Dylan already had someone in mind, Hagrid. As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Hagrid had an extensive knowledge of magical creatures. He was practically a magi-zoologist in his own right. Harry's on good terms with Hagrid. I'll need to build a good relationship with Harry too. That way, he could use Harry to connect with Hagrid. Given Hagrid's love for magical creatures, he probably wouldn't refuse to help once he found out Dylan had secretly been raising a little shadow. More students began filing into the classroom, but Harry and Ron were still nowhere to be seen. Just as the bell rang, the two of them rushed in, late. Professor McGonagall's cat eyes narrowed. With a graceful leap, her form twisted and transformed back into her human self in the blink of an eye. What? The students around her gasped, their eyes wide with shock. Dylan also put on a suitably stunned expression. For now, all he had to do was play dumb. After all, he'd already petted her. Ignorance was his best defense. Professor McGonagall shot him a glance but didn't say anything. Instead, she turned her attention to Harry and Ron at the door. The two of them were equally stunned. They had thought they could slip in unnoticed since the professor hadn't arrived yet. But then a cat had suddenly transformed into their professor, leaving them both startled. Tardiness is unacceptable. Perhaps I should turn one of you into a pocket watch so you'll always know what time it is. Harry stammered, Sorry, Professor, we didn't mean to be late. Ron added, The castle's so big, we got lost. Professor McGonagall replied coolly, Then I'll turn you into a map so you'll never lose your way again. Harry. Ron. I assume you don't need a map to find your seats, do you? At her words, Harry quickly dragged Ron to the nearest seats, which happened to be next to Dylan. Professor McGonagall returned to the podium. Time is precious. Transfiguration is one of the most complex and dangerous branches of magic you will study at Hogwarts. It is not to be taken lightly. Her stern gaze swept across the room. If anyone dares to cause trouble in my class, they will no longer be welcome here. With a wave of her wand, the podium in front of her transformed into a large, pink pig. Whoa! The entire class gasped in awe. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Professor McGonagall's Private Lesson. Under Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor, all the young wizards were too intimidated to even breathe loudly, each of them behaving with utmost seriousness. Dylan, meanwhile, tucked the book he had been reading into his backpack inside the desk drawer and placed a beginner's guide to transfiguration in front of him. Regarding transfiguration, the proficiency level shown by his system was, Transfiguration Spell, 3/10. This was the result of his diligent study over a long period. Unlike the levitation charm, which he had mastered to level 3 with just a bit of practice, transfiguration was far more challenging. This proved that Professor McGonagall's warnings were not unfounded. Transfiguration was indeed one of the most dangerous spells taught at Hogwarts. Transfiguration was divided into two categories, inanimate object transfiguration and living being transfiguration. Transforming inanimate objects was relatively straightforward, with the worst outcome being the loss of materials. However, when it came to living beings, even the slightest mistake could cost a life. It was akin to performing surgery. Transfiguration, in a way, could be seen as conducting experiments on living beings. If something went wrong during the process, the subject could suffer severe consequences. Take, for example, the animagus transformation. While it might seem like simply turning oneself into an animal, if the caster's self-awareness were to fade during the transformation, they might never return to their human form. After all, if one's consciousness became blurred and they began to believe they were truly an animal, how could they possibly revert to being human? Moreover, transfiguration wasn't just limited to inanimate objects and living beings. The scope of transfiguration was vast, which was also why it was so difficult to master. Professor McGonagall's lecture covered exactly what Dylan wanted to know. Although his proficiency was only at level 3, it was enough for him to understand the essence of what she was teaching. However, the other young wizards weren't as fortunate. They could only frantically take notes, trying to capture every bit of knowledge Professor McGonagall imparted. By the end of the class, Dylan felt he had gained a lot. Many of the other students, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, even though the books provide detailed explanations of transfiguration, truly understanding it without a teacher's guidance is difficult. Self-study often leads to many mistakes, Dylan acknowledged, giving credit to Professor McGonagall's teaching abilities. He realized that even mastering the transfiguration of inanimate objects was no easy feat. I can only transform simple, non-complex objects for a short period. I still need more practice, he thought. During the class, since Dylan was already capable of transfiguring objects and even achieving more complex transformations than what Professor McGonagall had asked for, she generously awarded him house points. Hermione also earned 5 points for Gryffindor by successfully performing a transfiguration. The other students, however, struggled to cast the spell. By the end of the class, some had only managed to make their objects twitch slightly. "Merlin, this is so hard," Harry and Ron muttered after spending the entire class failing to turn their matchsticks into metal. After class, Dylan packed up his things and immediately approached Professor McGonagall, handing her his notebook. "Professor, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you," he said. Professor McGonagall, who had always appreciated Dylan's diligence and intelligence, nodded. "Come to my office." As they walked out of the classroom, Professor McGonagall took Dylan's notebook and flipped through it. Seeing the neat, densely packed notes, her eyes gleamed with approval. "Professor, I often come across conflicting theories in different books about the same spell," Dylan said once they were in her office. "I'm not sure which one to consider correct when such conflicts arise." Professor McGonagall shook her head. "The conflicts you perceive are simply a result of not yet fully understanding the essence of the spell. Every experienced wizard develops their own interpretation of a spell. The differences you see don't mean one interpretation is wrong. No matter which approach you follow, the fundamental nature of the spell remains unchanged. It only affects your casting speed, the amount of magic used, and the power and effect of the spell. As you practice, you'll naturally develop your own understanding." Dylan blinked. So, magic was somewhat like mathematical formulas. The formula itself remained the same, but the way one solved the problem could vary. "Your notes contain many of your own interpretations from your readings," Professor McGonagall remarked as she flipped through Dylan's notebook. Dylan felt a slight embarrassment. These notes were from his holiday studies, and some of his interpretations probably seemed childish to a professor like McGonagall. "I imagine many of my interpretations are incorrect," he admitted. "Who said that?" Professor McGonagall's gaze shifted from the notebook to Dylan. "Your ideas are quite unconventional. Many of your thoughts are very creative, which is remarkable." Professor McGonagall didn't hold back her praise. In her eyes, Dylan's ability to develop such diverse ideas about various spells through self-study was a sign of an exceptional young wizard. She could see the traces of youthful yet imaginative thinking in his notes. With proper guidance, Dylan had the potential to become a wizard who could rival, or even surpass, her own abilities. "You can take this notebook back for now. I assume you've taken your class notes in your textbook," she asked. Dylan nodded. "Then leave your textbook here. I'll annotate your notes, and you can collect it before the next class." Dylan's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Professor McGonagall to personally annotate his notes. "Really? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" he asked. "Not at all. Some of the content and questions in your notes are quite intriguing to me, so I'd like to take a closer look," Professor McGonagall replied, taking Dylan's textbook. The initial stages of understanding magic often give rise to many imaginative ideas. They may seem naive or incorrect, but that doesn't mean they lack value. Once you've fully mastered the content of this book, revisiting these notes might give you new insights. Dylan nodded in understanding. Thank you for your guidance, Professor McGonagall. Do you have any other questions? Yes, about the structure of matter. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Chapter 18, The Frightening Pride of a Young Wizard. Dylan was in Professor McGonagall's office, asking numerous questions about the magical studies he had been delving into. Professor McGonagall even provided him with answers to some of his questions about magic beyond just transfiguration. Message: your proficiency in transfiguration has increased. Current progress, 35%. Dylan glanced at the panel. His proficiency had increased by 0.5%, now reaching 3.5/10, and he was on the verge of advancing to level 4. Dylan had gained considerable insight into how to perform transfiguration spells on inanimate objects. As long as it didn't involve living creatures or animagus transformations, he could now easily and convincingly use transfiguration spells on inanimate objects. Of course, to transform something, he first needed to understand it thoroughly. Only by mastering the principles and structure of an object could he freely use transfiguration spells on it. It wasn't as simple as saying he wanted to transform something and then magically achieving a perfect transformation. If he didn't understand the structure of the object, even if he could transform it, he would only be able to create a superficial form based on his impression of it. For example, if he transformed an apple into an alarm clock without understanding the internal workings of an alarm clock, he would end up with something that looked like an alarm clock on the outside but still had the core of an apple inside. After Dylan left, Professor McGonagall rubbed her stomach. That young wizard certainly has a lot of questions. She got up to grab a bite to eat, but as she walked, she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Still, I've guided another student into the hallowed halls of transfiguration. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Dylan headed straight to the Great Hall. By now, many young wizards were already seated and having lunch. There were less than 2 hours left before afternoon classes began. Plenty of time. As soon as Dylan entered the Great Hall, he noticed 2 people waving at him. It was Harry and Ron. Beside them, Neville, who was too shy to raise his hand, was staring at him eagerly. Dylan walked over. Wow, Dylan, you're amazing. You earned our house a full 10 points in Transfiguration class. Ron exclaimed excitedly. He then glanced at Hermione, who was sitting nearby eating her lunch. Unlike some people who brag about how great they are but only managed to earn 5 points. Hermione shot Ron a glare, then looked at Dylan before lowering her head and continuing to eat. Humph! Ron tilted his head back proudly. Dylan! He shook his head. Whether it's 5 points or 10 points, they're all points for our house. It's better than earning no points at all or even losing points. Ron stiffened at those words. Hermione, on the other hand, almost couldn't hold back a laugh. She glanced at Dylan, who had already taken his seat, with a hint of surprise. Harry looked at Ron, who had fallen silent, and then at Dylan, who had started eating. He quickly tried to lighten the mood. After class, did you go ask Professor McGonagall some questions, Dylan? Ron also turned to look at him. Dylan nodded. Yes, I had some questions about transfiguration. I wasn't sure if my understanding was correct, so I went to ask her. Harry was impressed. You're learning so fast, Dylan. Ron, after holding it in for a while, finally blurted out, and you've got a sharp tongue too. Dylan smiled helplessly. I'm just stating the facts. Whether it's 5 points or 10 points, it's all good for our house. We're a team, and there's no need to compare. Points aren't what's important, self-awareness and happiness are. Ron looked puzzled. How can points not be important? They determine whether we win the House Cup at the end of the term. Dylan shook his head slightly and didn't say more. Ron was still too young, and it was normal for him not to understand certain things. There was no need to bombard him with big life lessons right now. Ron pouted. It's a shame I can't even get a matchstick to budge. Neville and Seamus can already turn matchsticks into iron rods. He gloomily stabbed at the vegetables on his plate with his fork. And that teacher is so strict. Dylan immediately knew that Ron was still upset about Professor McGonagall scolding him and Harry in front of the whole class that morning. From the perspective of someone who had lived 2 lives, it really wasn't a big deal. But for a young wizard with a strong sense of pride and competitiveness, it was hard to let go. Ron continued to mutter. We weren't late on purpose. That stupid staircase went crazy and sent us to the 4th floor. And then that weirdo Filch chased us like a madman. Honestly, you have no idea how hard Harry and I had to run to make it to class on time. After a moment of thought, Dylan swallowed a piece of well-done beef and spoke calmly. Hey, Ron, I know you're upset about being scolded by Professor McGonagall, but I have to say, everything she said was for your and Harry's own good. What? She was so harsh, how could that be for our own good? I think she just wanted to make an example of us to establish her strict teacher image. Ron scoffed. I bet she does this to students from other houses too. Dylan. The pride of a child is truly a formidable thing. And the worst part is, that awful Malfoy came over after class to laugh at me and Harry. Dylan blinked. So that was the real issue. He had gone straight to Professor McGonagall's office after class, so he hadn't heard about this. He patiently asked, Ron, do you know what an acromantula is? Harry, Ron, Neville, Seamus, and even Hermione all looked over. What's that? Harry asked. It's a vicious, carnivorous magical creature. Dylan explained, acromantulas eat humans. In fact, eating humans is part of their nature. That's terrifying. Neville gasped. Dylan nodded. But that's not the scariest part. Do you know what is? What? Harry and Ron asked in unison. The scariest thing is if you turned into an acromantula yourself, but then forgot you were a wizard. You'd resist turning back into a human and eventually become a monster that eats people, stuck in the form of an acromantula. As Dylan finished speaking, the young wizards around him widened their eyes in shock. Of course, that's just an example. Ron let out a sigh of relief, but before he could fully relax, Dylan continued. Besides turning into an acromantula, you could also become a slimy basilisk, an ugly grindalow, or a stinky boggart. Gasp. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Becoming the Little Wizard's Mentor. Harry and Ron stood with their mouths agape, their faces filled with terror. However, they quickly blinked a few times. What are these things you're talking about? They asked. Dylan paused for a moment before explaining, they're aggressive magical creatures, and they're not exactly pleasant to look at either. Hiss. Ron sucked in a sharp breath. Dylan turned to him. So, do you still think learning spells is something to take lightly? He said, enunciating each word clearly. Professor McGonagall was so harsh with you because she doesn't want you to be careless or lazy. A transfiguration spell could cost you your life. Not only could it turn you into another creature permanently, but if something goes wrong during the transformation, you might not even make it to the next form. You could end up as a pile of mush. Oh my God! Dylan's explanation made everyone around him feel queasy. As they glanced at the various pieces of meat laid out in front of them, several young wizards turned pale and covered their mouths. Ron gulped, hesitated for a moment, and then muttered, I get it now. I was wrong. Dylan smiled. As long as you understand that transfiguration isn't simple, it's dangerous, that's enough. Harry took a sip of water. Dylan, I tried all class, but I couldn't even turn a matchstick into a tiny metal rod. I couldn't even make it metallic. How did you manage to turn it into a needle? Ron nodded in agreement and added, and not just a needle, a brooch. The reason they were asking Dylan instead of Hermione, who had also successfully transformed the matchstick, was that while Hermione was knowledgeable and had a deeper understanding of spells, Dylan had a more approachable demeanor. Even though he had scored a perfect 10 in class, he didn't boast about it. Instead, he remained humble. Unlike Hermione, whenever she achieved something, she acted as if she was better than everyone else, looking down her nose at them. They didn't want to talk to her too much, let alone ask her for help. This was a natural reaction to her arrogance and the instinctive resistance that arises when someone feels overshadowed. In many ways, Hermione was the classic example of a child who, due to her exceptional abilities, ends up being isolated by her peers. How did I do it? Dylan mused. How else? He raised his wand, recited the spell, channeled his magic, and cast the spell. And it just worked. After a moment of thought, he said, "Why don't you tell me how you understand transfiguration? Or rather, how you've been trying to use it?" Harry was the first to speak. "I just recited the spell the professor taught us and tried to imagine the matchstick turning into a needle." As soon as he finished, Ron nodded vigorously. "Yeah, that's what I did too." Dylan scratched his head. "Honestly, it's not surprising you'd think that way. I thought the same thing at first." Hearing this, Ron suddenly felt a sense of connection with the prodigy. But Dylan's next words made his heart sink. "However, after trying it twice, I realized it wasn't going to work." Ron stared at Dylan, speechless. Dylan chuckled and began explaining the key points of transfiguration to the group. Lunchtime passed quickly, and the group soon found themselves in the charms classroom. The first spell they were learning was the levitation charm. Dylan had already reached level 6 in this spell, which earned him yet another round of praise from Professor Flitwick. During class, after Flitwick finished his lecture, he opened the floor for questions. Dylan's questions were particularly challenging and nuanced, which surprised the professor. His understanding of the levitation charm far surpassed that of the other students. Even Hermione couldn't keep up. After answering Dylan's questions for nearly half an hour, Flitwick had to cut the conversation short. He arranged to continue the discussion with Dylan at another time, as it wasn't fair to the other students to monopolize class time. The day flew by. The next day, during herbology, Dylan's progress was on par with the other students. Neville, who sat next to him, showed an extraordinary enthusiasm for the subject. His notes were incredibly detailed, written at lightning speed. His dedication was so intense that even Dylan was taken aback. In the afternoon, they had history of magic. While Dylan wasn't as passionate about this subject as he was about charms or transfiguration, he still found it somewhat interesting. At the very least, he didn't doze off like Ron and Harry. However, Professor Bin's teaching style was painfully dull. Dylan couldn't help but think back to his history teacher in his previous life, who had always been full of passion, weaving historical anecdotes into the lessons and making the material come alive. In contrast, Bin simply read from the textbook, offering no insight or enthusiasm. As a result, Dylan ended up teaching himself reading the book, taking notes, and summarizing the key points. In short, he decided to just learn it on his own. Several days passed. Apart from attending classes, Dylan spent most of his time in the professor's offices. Soon, most of the faculty knew about the exceptionally diligent, intelligent, and hard-working first year. If only they knew, Dylan thought to himself, that his affinity for magic was only average. If he were to study dark magic, now that would be a different story. Time flew by, and soon it was Friday. Dylan joined Harry and the others for breakfast in the Great Hall. Ron looked surprised. "Dylan, you didn't wake up early today." Dylan served himself a plate of spaghetti drenched in sauce. "I didn't need to go see Luna this morning, she's delivering a letter for me. Plus, I've pretty much finished summarizing all the material, so I decided to take a break today." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Not waking up early counts as a break? Did Dylan have a different definition of rest? Twirling a forkful of spaghetti, Dylan took a bite. The noodles were firm and flavorful, with the tangy sweetness of the tomato sauce spreading across his tongue. Having grown up in this world, he had become quite accustomed to using a fork. "Dylan, what classes do we have today?" Ron asked, sitting next to Harry. "Why don't you ask me?" Harry interjected. "All right, what classes do we have?" "No idea." Harry turned back to Dylan. Dylan thought for a moment. "I think it's a full day of potions. And we're sharing the class with Slytherin." End of chapter. Chapter 20, Chapter 20, Professor Snape's Sharp Tongue. "Hey!" Ron's expression turned vivid when he heard that they would be attending potions class with Slytherin. He made a face at the others and said, "I've heard that Slytherin's head of house is even stricter than Professor McGonagall." Neville whispered, "And it's only toward students from other houses. He seems to treat his own students quite well." Dylan raised an eyebrow. That wasn't entirely wrong. When class began, Professor Snape started calling roll. When he reached Harry's name, his voice paused. Let's see. The famous Harry Potter." Snape's gaze was cold and empty, carrying a hint of hostility as it met Harry's. "Dylan Hawkwood." "Here, Professor." Dylan's voice was bold, and Snape's eyes immediately shifted toward him. However, when he looked over, he saw Dylan staring at him with eyes that seemed to sparkle. It felt like a dog that hadn't eaten in 3 days had just spotted a meat bun. Snape's brow furrowed slightly. He continued calling the next name. When he finished, he placed the list on the lectern. His eyes swept across the room. "Greetings, you bunch of dunderhead little wizards." Professor Snape's voice was low, cold, and carried a hint of disdain, yet it was piercing. "Potions is not magic. It is a precise and rigorous art, not some fool's game of waving wands around. I don't expect all of you to appreciate the subtle beauty of a simmering cauldron, its fumes wafting with delicate aromas." Snape glanced at Malfoy. "I only hope that a select few of you might grasp the intoxicating power of liquids that course through veins, bewitching the mind and ensnaring the senses. I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." Professor Snape's tone shifted. "But only if you are among the select few. The rest of you dunderheads will never understand the intricacies of potion making." Since this was the first potions class for most of the young wizards present, none of them had ever heard that magic could stop death. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Dylan's gaze also grew eager. Potions was indeed a profound and intricate subject. Like charms, it was something worth dedicating a lifetime to studying. What Professor Snape said wasn't nonsense or idle boasting. The elixir of life could absolutely be brewed through potion making. While waiting for the term to start, Dylan had read many books on potions. Having some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine in his past life, he couldn't help but compare it to potion making. In his view, the two were quite similar. Both involved combining herbs to balance, amplify, or reduce certain properties. But as he delved deeper into the theory of potions, he realized that while there were similarities between medicine and potions, there were also key differences. If the herbs in his past life had possessed magical properties, traditional medicine might have been able to brew an elixir of life. This was where the distinction lay. The herbs used in medicine lacked magical effects, while the ingredients in potions could produce magical results. This led him to think of something else. Chemistry. In ancient times, who could have imagined that chemistry could create explosions? Both potions and chemistry involve the mixing and transformation of substances. Think about it: powdered unicorn horn, mandrake root, salamander eyes. They're not so different from acids and bases, or the fascinating reactions of oxidation and reduction. Both require precision. Slices, pieces, drops. Controlling quantities and variables. In fact, chemical pharmaceuticals are more similar to potions than traditional medicine. The essence of brewing potions could be understood as crafting a physical form of a spell. The mystical elements within the potion ingredients are released through careful brewing and stirring. It also depends on how many times you stir and the method of stirring. In potion making, numbers are like incantations. The resulting potion is like storing a spell, achieving the same magical effect. Dylan was already eager to dive into this profound subject. As for Professor Snape, just a grumpy softy at heart. What was there to fear? Our little celebrity, your arrival has caused quite a stir at Hogwarts. Professor Snape's sharp gaze fixed on Harry. Tell me, what would happen if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Dylan knew the answer. But since he was sitting in the front row, and Harry had chosen to sit in the back with Ron, Harry was completely unprepared for Snape's sudden question. When Harry didn't answer, Professor Snape fired off 2 more questions. Harry couldn't answer any of them. The look in Snape's eyes grew increasingly disdainful. 1 point from Gryffindor. Dylan wasn't bothered by this. He was too busy meticulously noting every instruction Professor Snape gave during the class. Sure, the man had a sharp tongue, but he was undeniably knowledgeable. Dylan was determined to learn everything this proud, sarcastic professor had to offer. By the time Professor Snape walked past Harry in the back row, Gryffindor had already lost 5 points. When Snape passed Dylan, he was about to criticize the odd little wizard. But then he noticed that every step of Dylan's potion brewing was executed with precise attention to the key points he had emphasized. Professor Snape paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. However, he didn't return the points he had taken from Gryffindor. Instead, he prepared to walk past Dylan. Unexpectedly, Dylan stopped him. Professor Snape, before you go, I have a few questions. Professor Snape halted mid-step, his billowing robes coming to an abrupt stop. He turned and glared at Dylan. Talking while brewing potions? 1 point from Gryffindor. Dylan, understood. So, my question is, if I were to add? Dylan asked several questions in a row. Professor Snape answered each one. The more he answered, the more he realized that this Dylan Hawkwood was different from the other dunderheads. He had a genuine talent for potions. This slightly improved Snape's impression of Dylan. Dylan, well, what do you think my achievement rewards are for? End of chapter. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, You are a true Gryffindor. Under Professor Snape's increasingly patient explanations, Dylan finally understood many of the confusions he had encountered during his potions classes. By the time his round of questions was over, his potion had already been brewed. After examining it, Professor Snape remained silent for a long moment before finally uttering, "Well done." 5 points to Gryffindor, in celebration of the fact that not all Gryffindors are foolish lions. With that, Professor Snape could no longer find any fault with Dylan's potion. He swirled his cloak and moved on to find another student to torment. After circling the room, he ended up hovering over Harry. "What are you brewing? A nauseating poison? Disgraceful." 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape snapped. Neville, who was sitting beside Dylan, whispered, "Professor Snape seems to have it out for Harry. The points you just earned for Gryffindor were wiped out in an instant." Dylan kept his eyes on his work, preparing to brew the next potion. "Don't worry about it. Competent teachers are always strict." Neville blinked a few times. While he agreed with Dylan's statement, he couldn't help but feel that Snape's strictness was on a completely different level compared to Professor McGonagall's. McGonagall was tough on everyone, but Snape seemed to have a particular grudge against Harry or perhaps against Gryffindor as a whole. Neville glanced at Dylan, who was focused on brewing his potion, and couldn't help but think, Dylan is really impressive. Despite Snape's intimidating glare, Dylan remained unfazed and had even managed to brew his first potion perfectly under Snape's watchful eyes. "I need to work harder too," Neville thought to himself. Thanks to his deep understanding of herbs, Neville's performance in potions class was decent. Meanwhile, Dylan continued to refine his brewing techniques, striving for precision. Throughout the class, he was so absorbed in his work that he barely noticed anything else. Even when Snape was standing next to another student, Dylan would call out without hesitation, "Professor! I have a question. Professor! Come here, please. Professor! Professor! Professor!" Snape. He had gained a new appreciation for Dylan's eagerness to learn. Surprisingly, Snape didn't seem annoyed by Dylan's constant calls for help. Instead, he took each question seriously and answered them thoughtfully. With Snape's guidance, Dylan's progress was remarkable. While his initial potions had some flaws such as impure colors or weak effects, his brews became increasingly perfect over time. This left the students from both houses in awe. Some were amazed that someone could learn to brew potions so quickly, while others were shocked that anyone would dare to boss Snape around like that. In truth, Dylan couldn't care less about what the professors thought of him. He was like a sponge, absorbing every bit of knowledge he could. His drive wasn't just due to his naturally ambitious nature but also because he understood how precious magical education was. The truth was, whether in England, America, Europe, or even East, magical education systems were chaotic, and resources were scarce. Hogwarts, however, boasted some of the finest faculty in the wizarding world. Almost every subject was taught by a renowned figure in their field except for the defense against the dark arts professors, who changed every year. Even Professor Sybil Trelawney, who taught divination, was a top-tier seer in the wizarding world. After all, she was the one who had prophesied Harry's role as the Chosen One, a prophecy that had shaped the entire story. As for Professor Snape, he was a potions master and the head of Slytherin House. His achievements far outweighed his age, and when he called others idiots, it was because he was a true genius. As for Snape's sharp tongue, Dylan only had one thought: more, please. By the end of the day, Dylan presented all his brewed potions to Snape. Snape tried to point out some flaws, but each potion was better than the last. Finally, he pursed his lips and said, "You're certainly better than the other fools." Dylan didn't mind. Snape hadn't insulted him personally or attacked his family. Words like idiot or fool were like water off a duck's back to him. In fact, he found Snape's harshness almost endearing. Looking up at Snape, Dylan said, "I'm glad my work meets your approval, Professor. Your expertise is incredible, and you always manage to clear up my confusion in just a few words." So. As Dylan spoke, the other students turned to stare at him, their eyes wide as if they already knew what he was about to say. Sure enough, Dylan flashed a grin, revealing his little fangs. "Professor, may I come to you during your free time to ask more questions?" Gasp! The surrounding students collectively held their breath. Even the Slytherins couldn't help but think, this guy is insane. While Snape didn't target Slytherins as harshly as he did Gryffindors, he still didn't hold back when they made mistakes. To them, Dylan's bold request was like a chicken crowing at midnight, completely absurd. Snape frowned, his face darkening as he stared down at the young wizard. But Dylan didn't flinch, his gaze steady as he looked up at Snape's hooked nose. Finally, Snape seemed to relent. "Given that you've brewed a perfect potion, I'll allow it. But if your questions are trivial, I will not hesitate to throw you out of my office." "Of course, that's only fair," Dylan replied, his eyes crinkling with joy. "Merlin's beard!" Ron and Harry exclaimed as they approached Dylan after class. "Sorry, I always thought you belonged in Ravenclaw," Ron said suddenly. Dylan looked puzzled. "But now I see that the Sorting Hat was right after all," Ron continued. "You're a true Gryffindor." Neville and Harry nodded in agreement. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Hagrid's Recommendation. Dylan didn't bother to respond to the kids' remarks. If asking a teacher for help was considered bravery, then Harry and the others weren't wrong. "I hope Professor Snape will be in his office over the weekend." After returning to his dorm that evening, he planned to spend some time organizing his questions about potions. Therefore, he decided to wait until the weekend to bother Snape. As for the afternoon, he had other things to do. Walking out of the classroom with Harry and Ron, his gaze settled on Harry. "Are you planning to head out now?" During breakfast, they had agreed to visit Hagrid's hut together after class. As soon as he finished speaking, Harry's stomach growled loudly. I think I'll go after eating." Harry was utterly exhausted from today's potions class and was desperate to stuff something into his mouth. "All right, seems like you're really hungry," Dylan nodded. Harry gave a helpless smile. "You have no idea what it's like to be stared at by Professor Snape all day. My back was straight the entire time." Dylan chuckled as they made their way to the Great Hall with Ron and Harry. After eating, Harry seemed more energetic, and Ron looked like he had come back to life. When Ron heard that Dylan planned to visit Hagrid, he insisted on joining them. Dylan had no objections. The group left Hogwarts Castle and headed toward Hagrid's hut. "Hey, big guy, we're here to see you." Before they even reached the door, Ron was already shouting. "Oh, it's you little wizards." Hagrid greeted Harry warmly and invited them inside. "Have you eaten yet? I've got some rock cakes here. They're quite tasty. Give them a try." Hagrid brought over a plate of what looked like stone-like cakes. "We've eaten, but we can always have some dessert." Ron was the first to pick up a rock cake and take a bite. Crunch! Ouch! Ron's eyes widened in shock. He felt like his teeth were about to break. How can these cakes be so hard? Curious, Harry also picked up a piece and tried to bite into it. After much effort, he only managed to scrape off a few crumbs. Merlin's beard. Did someone cast a hardening charm on these? I wish I could learn the Diffindo spell right now. Ron exclaimed. Dylan had learned the spell, but he wasn't very proficient yet, just a beginner. Faced with the rock-hard cakes, Dylan didn't touch them. He didn't have to struggle with a cake, leaving it covered in saliva while trying to use Diffindo. Sorry, I find them quite chewy. Hagrid scratched his head, suddenly remembering that these cakes weren't exactly suitable for young wizards. If you really can't eat them, just give them to Fang. Magic can heal injuries, but it's not worth breaking your teeth over. Harry immediately tossed his cake to Fang. Ron, however, was determined to keep battling the rock cake. Fang devoured Harry's cake and then trotted over to Dylan, wagging his tail like a whip. Dylan simply patted Fang's large head. Seeing no food, Fang moved on to Ron. The dog darted between the group, his tongue hanging out as he panted heavily, making a whoosh-whoosh sound. His sturdy legs moved clumsily, and he occasionally bumped into the sofa where they were sitting. Eventually, Ron gave up on the rock cake and secretly handed it to Fang. Hagrid went to fetch some water for the group and returned to see Fang's antics. He let out a hearty laugh. Seems like Fang really likes you all. You should play with him more often. After setting the water down in front of them, Dylan thanked him. Hagrid sat down beside them, sighed, and looked at Ron with a hint of nostalgia. Seeing you get along so well with Fang makes me happy. It reminds me of your brother Charlie. He was always much kinder to magical creatures than most wizards. Ron blinked. What about Fred and George? Hagrid's face immediately scrunched up. Don't even get me started on those two troublemakers. After Fang finished the cake, Harry started playing with him. Dylan took the opportunity to speak to Hagrid. Sir, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Hagrid looked surprised and turned to him. He had heard about Dylan from Professor McGonagall several times. This was a remarkably talented young wizard. Rumor had it that even Snape had been left speechless by him earlier that day. It was the first time Hagrid had heard of a student getting the better of Snape. Now, this same student was making a request of him. Was he going to ask about magical creatures? Hagrid wondered if he might get a chance to feel like a professor for once. He sat up a little straighter. Go on. Dylan smiled. I really like magical creatures, so I've been thinking about getting a shadow wraith as a pet. However, I heard that I need a license to keep one. So, I was wondering if you could write me a letter of recommendation. Hagrid raised an eyebrow in surprise. A shadow wraith? They are quite adorable. You've got good taste. After a moment of thought, he nodded. No problem. I'll write you a recommendation letter and send it to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. With my endorsement, they'll process it quickly. Thank you. My name is Dylan Hawkwood. I know your name. You're that clever little wizard who's been monopolizing the professor's time after class, haha. Hagrid laughed heartily. Dylan simply smiled faintly. So, Dylan, you came to Hagrid because you want to keep a magical creature? Harry asked, as Fang trotted over to Dylan. I don't even know what a shadow wraith is. It's a creature that looks a bit like a black cat, Dylan explained, thinking of his little Cole's icy eyes. He added, very cute. Harry nodded without hesitation. Hagrid didn't seem to find anything odd about the cold-eyed shadow wraiths either. He was about to say something when Harry suddenly asked, during potions class today, I felt like Professor Snape really has something against me. Hagrid's expression shifted slightly, and he forced a smile. Oh, him. Professor Snape is just like that. He's never friendly with anyone except maybe Dumbledore. Dylan noticed the change in Hagrid's demeanor. It seemed like he was deliberately avoiding further discussion about Snape with Harry. Of course, Dylan wasn't going to say anything more. After all, he still needed Hagrid to write that recommendation letter. End of chapter. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, what are your thoughts on the Gringotts break-in? By the way, Hagrid, Harry said, turning to Hagrid. I heard from Malfoy and the others that Gringotts was broken into. And it happened on the same day we went to Diagon Alley to buy supplies. Hagrid became even more evasive at this. Seeing this, Dylan stood up. It's getting late. Let's head back. I'm sure Hagrid has to patrol the Forbidden Forest soon anyway. Hagrid paused for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I need to make my rounds in the forest. Harry hesitated before finally standing up. All right, we'll head back then. Hagrid walked them out of his hut and, after seeing them off, turned and headed toward the Forbidden Forest. Harry seemed preoccupied the entire way back. Dylan, on the other hand, couldn't quite remember the details about the Gringotts break-in. Was it the Philosopher's Stone, he wondered. He vaguely recalled that the Philosopher's Stone had been stored in Gringotts before. The break-in happened on the same day Harry went to Diagon Alley, so it was likely that Hagrid had retrieved the stone, and someone had targeted it, leading to the attack. Once he pieced it together, Dylan didn't think much of it. Whether it was about the Philosopher's Stone or not, Voldemort was going to be defeated eventually. He wasn't particularly concerned about these things. In fact, he'd only just heard about the Gringotts break-in from Harry. Malfoy really has a thing for Harry, doesn't he? He can't keep anything to himself, Dylan thought, shaking his head inwardly. Honestly, he believed that instead of worrying about getting involved in the plot, it was better to focus on learning a few more spells and mastering them. Voldemort might not even have a higher level of dark magic than me, Dylan mused. As he was lost in thought, Harry suddenly spoke up. Dylan, why do you think someone would break into Gringotts? Dylan blinked. Because Gringotts is an easy target. Hey! Harry was confused. Dylan chuckled. What else could it be? The most valuable things in Gringotts are the money and treasures stored there. It's like robbing a bank. The thieves are after the wealth inside. It's not like they're after the tellers, right? If they just wanted to kidnap someone, they could grab anyone off the street. Why go through the trouble of breaking into a bank? And let's be real, who'd want to kidnap those goblins? They're not exactly lookers. Harry pursed his lips, looking a bit dazed. I guess that makes sense, but... Hagrid said Gringotts is the safest place. If even it can be broken into, doesn't that scare you? Scare me? Dylan gave him a strange look. With Voldemort out there, even if the noseless guy showed up in person, if Dylan played his cards right, a well-timed Cruciatus Curse, Imperius Curse, Fiend Fire, or Avada Kedavra might just be enough to take him down. And once he mastered spells like Diffindo, Sectum Sempra, and Bombarda, who was afraid of whom? Wait a minute. Dylan suddenly realized something was off. Didn't I come to Hogwarts to learn how to protect myself? How did I end up focusing on offensive spells? Dylan? Are you okay? Harry's voice brought him back to reality. Dylan shook his head. It's nothing. I just got lost in thought about some studying stuff. Ron looked shocked. How do you get distracted by thinking about studying while we're just walking and talking? Is this what my brother calls a natural-born scholar? Returning to the topic, Dylan said, honestly, there's nothing to be scared of. Oh. Harry looked at him. Dylan shrugged casually. I don't have any money stored there. Even if they emptied the place, I wouldn't lose a thing. Hey. Harry's face scrunched up in confusion. What did storing money have to do with anything? He was asking about the safety of the wizarding world. If even Gringotts could be attacked, wasn't Hogwarts at risk too? What did that have to do with whether or not Dylan had money in Gringotts? Wait, maybe it does matter. Harry suddenly remembered that his parents had left him a sizable inheritance in Gringotts. His eyes widened. Gringotts couldn't be emptied. When they got back to the dorm, Dylan tidied up a bit and started organizing his class notes. He wrote down the questions he wanted to ask Professor Snape over the weekend, then spent some time reading before washing up and going to bed. He couldn't keep using Scour Jiffy every day. Dylan had noticed that relying on magic for cleaning made him feel like things weren't truly clean. Brushing his teeth manually felt more thorough and reassuring. The next morning, Dylan woke up early. Since he'd gone to bed early, he was up with the sun. The Hogwarts grounds were quiet on Saturday morning, with most students still asleep. Dylan strolled along the empty paths, heading to the Great Hall for breakfast. Afterward, he visited the Oloy to check on Luna. The little owl was full of energy, her snowy feathers gleaming. Recently, he'd exchanged several letters with his family, letting them know he was doing well and keeping busy at Hogwarts. He also mentioned that he was no longer living in a basement, though he was sharing a room with 4 others. It was still an improvement. He'd also sent his parents some money to invest in the stock market. It was 1991, and the Muggle world was pretty much the same as he remembered. Companies like American Express, Ophone, and Walmart existed here too. He'd instructed his dad to invest all their money in these stocks. Thankfully, he'd earned a decent amount of gold from completing achievements, and combined with the money his parents had given him, he'd converted it all to pounds and sent it home. His reasoning was simple: Dad, I've met so many amazing professors here at Hogwarts. They're incredibly knowledgeable. Did you see the money I sent? Follow my instructions, and we won't lose out. This was technically 2 separate points, but when read together, it gave the impression that the investment advice had come from Hogwarts professors. His parents, as he'd expected, assumed the stock tips were from the school's faculty. Dylan didn't feel guilty about this. After all, he wasn't outright lying. This doesn't count as deception, right? He thought. Checking the time, Dylan realized it was almost time for the professors to start their day. He wasn't sure if Snape would be in his office yet, but he'd mentioned his visit after class the day before, so Snape was likely expecting him. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, You're Not as Dull as a Troll. When Dylan arrived at Professor Snape's office, he gently knocked on the door twice. The next moment, the door moved on its own, opening a crack. Dylan immediately spotted Professor Snape sitting at his desk. The professor looked gloomy, as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. Dylan blinked, cautiously pushed the door open all the way, and stepped inside. "Good morning, Professor. You're up quite early. Come in. No need to close the door, as you'll be leaving soon anyway." A mocking expression flashed across Professor Snape's face. "As for waking up early, I've heard that when you seek advice from others, you chase them from morning till night as long as there are no classes. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to keep you waiting." This little sarcastic remark was actually kind of endearing. Dylan smiled. "Thank you for waiting for me in your office so early in the morning, Professor." He shifted the backpack he was carrying to the front and pulled out a notebook, his own notebook. Just as he was about to take out a pen and walk over to the desk. Swish! With a flick of his wand, Professor Snape conjured a chair. Dylan didn't hesitate and plopped down onto it. "Mr. Hawkwood, I hope my early rise will allow me to hear something of value rather than meaningless drivel." In truth, Snape never stayed up late or slept in. He only said this to mock Dylan, plain and simple. However, listening to Snape's low, gravelly voice as if it were being squeezed from the depths of his throat, most young wizards would likely be terrified, their minds going blank. But Dylan's smile didn't waver. He opened his notebook and flipped to the section where he had recorded his notes on potions. "Professor Snape, while delving deeper into the study of potions, the first thing that piqued my curiosity was..." Snape's eyebrows first twitched slightly, then slowly rose, lifting the corners of his eyes and revealing faint wrinkles. His dark eyes swept over Dylan, cold and dismissive. Unfazed, Dylan continued, "In fact, whenever I study any subject, I can't help but try to explore its essence." "What exactly are you asking?" Snape's voice was slightly hoarse. Not a rough hoarseness, but like silk that had been sanded low yet smooth. His volume was perfectly controlled, he didn't need to raise his voice for it to echo throughout the office. "From the fundamental principles of magic, are potions affected by external influences?" Snape frowned. A seemingly profound question, but utterly meaningless. Of course, potions are affected by external factors. "Now, Mr. Hawkwood, leave my office at once." Snape's impatience was unmistakable after hearing Dylan's question. And he made no effort to hide it. However, Snape also noticed something. This young wizard had quite the nerve. Normally, a single glare from him would reduce most students to trembling little quails. But with Dylan, his icy demeanor seemed like a joke. Everyone else would feel ashamed after his sharp remarks. But not this one. As a professor, he couldn't exactly use magic to attack a student, could he? "You've wasted the precious time of a potions professor. Your house will lose points for this." Before Snape could finish his sentence, something even more unexpected happened. Dylan interrupted him. "Professor, you haven't grasped what I'm truly trying to convey." Dylan spoke earnestly, completely ignoring Snape's increasingly sour expression. "What I mean by external influences is, are potions affected by the movement of celestial bodies and the phases of the moon?" At this, Professor Snape was momentarily stunned. His greasy hair partially obscured his cold, pale face. His thin lips, usually pressed into a stern line, now curved slightly. His previously gloomy expression softened a bit, and his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. His eyes widened a fraction beneath his raised eyebrows. "You've studied celestial movements?" Snape raised his bony hand, flicked his wand, and the partially open door clicked shut. "Little tsundere," Dylan thought to himself. But Snape's brows furrowed again. He looked deeply at the young wizard before him. As a skilled legilimens, he wouldn't use legilimency on a student. Yet he could clearly sense the excitement radiating from Dylan. Mistaking it for arrogance, Snape said coldly, "What, do you think you know a lot?" Dylan blinked and quickly shook his head. "Not at all. I haven't even finished reading all the books in the school library. How could I possibly claim to know much?" He was being completely sincere. Hearing this, Professor Snape's expression softened slightly, and he let out a low, cello-like hum. Celestial bodies and lunar phases are often believed to hold immense power in the magical world. Exploring their connection to potions requires not only a deep understanding of the properties and brewing mechanisms of potions but also involves ancient magical knowledge and the application of mystical forces. It's good that you've considered this, but you're thinking too far ahead. With your current lack of knowledge, even if I gave you part of the answer, you wouldn't understand it. Dylan smiled faintly. Since you've given me a positive response, let me share my hypothesis. Snape gave him a noncommittal look but refrained from further sarcasm. From what I understand, the specific magical wavelengths emitted by celestial movements might resonate with potion ingredients. This could influence the fusion of ingredients, the activation of their properties, and even the timing and duration of the potion's effects. As for lunar phases, I believe the energy intensity and nature reflected by them might affect the initiation of the brewing process, the reactions during brewing, and the potency and stability of the potion's effects, though I can't yet fully grasp how. Professor Snape's facial muscles tensed almost imperceptibly, tugging at the fine lines around his eyes. A flicker of surprise passed through his dark eyes, and his thin lips tightened, twitching downward briefly before returning to their usual sternness. Your mind isn't as dull as a troll's, at least. Hey! Dylan stared at Snape. Was that a compliment? Since you've genuinely dabbled in potions and celestial studies, I suppose I can share a few things with you. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Little Snape? Consider him handled. The trajectory of the stars represents a grand and orderly flow of cosmic energy. You're correct. The positions and alignments of the stars are often believed to emit specific magical vibrations. The lunar phases, on the other hand, are closely tied to the cycles of magical energy. During a full moon, energy peaks, while during a new moon, energy begins to accumulate anew. Ordinary potion making isn't particularly affected by these factors until you delve deeper into the study of potions. When you attempt to brew advanced potions, you'll need to consider the movement of the stars and channel cosmic energy to enhance the potency of your concoctions. Dylan caught on quickly. As he jotted down Snape's teachings, he asked, I understand that Mercury is associated with wisdom. Professor, if I may offer a simple example, when brewing a potion to enhance intelligence, would it be more effective to do so when Mercury is in a position favorable to the conduction of wisdom energy? Professor Snape nodded. You could interpret it that way. I have another question, Dylan said, his pen never stopping. Since you mentioned that lunar phases are tied to energy, do they also affect the use of potions, not just their creation? For instance, if I were to take a healing potion during a full moon, would the heightened energy of the full moon accelerate and enhance the potion's effects? Or, during a waning moon, would a curse-removing potion be more effective at dispelling curses due to the energy released by the waning moon? Dylan's questions gave Snape a new perspective on him. Snape's expression softened slightly, though his tone remained as cold as ever. Good questions, and your understanding is accurate. That is indeed how it works. He went on to explain the influence of celestial bodies on potions in greater detail before asking, do you have any other questions? The usually icy Professor Snape was now actively engaging with Dylan. Don't misunderstand. I simply think that if you have a chance to shed the brain of a troll, I don't mind lending a hand. Dylan couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't even said anything yet. Professor, is there any connection between spells and potions? Or, could the process of a potion taking effect be compared to casting a spell? Could I, for example, brew a potion that stores a spell for later use even when I don't have magical energy? Snape shot him a glance. Humph, there's a spark of thought in your question, but your knowledge is as full of holes as a leaky old house, incapable of retaining the flame of wisdom. He coldly replied, spells and potions are both manifestations of magical energy, governed by their own laws and principles. Comparing the two is utterly foolish. Dylan paused, then asked, "So, Professor, are you saying that spells and potions are two parts of the same whole, working together to form magic?" "Excessive focus on the essence of things is a waste of time," Snape replied, evading the question. Dylan wasn't entirely sure he understood. But then he thought of his father, who could use magic directly with dried pufferfish or spent days chanting "Demons, demons, go away" over a cauldron. "Speaking of which, the magic my father used to defeat demons must be on par with what's taught here," he mused to himself. He wondered if his achievement system might unlock magic from other worlds. Hours flew by. Professor Snape noticed that Dylan showed no signs of stopping his questions. Didn't this young wizard ever get hungry? At his age, shouldn't he be ravenous every few hours? Snape wasn't concerned about his own meal, he was worried Dylan might starve himself. He stood up. "That's enough for today. From now on, I'll set aside some time for you every Saturday, usually in the afternoon." Dylan was pleasantly surprised. Was this a promise from Professor Snape? How rare! He quickly added, "Professor Snape, besides asking you questions, could you also guide me through the process of brewing potions?" To avoid another sharp retort, Dylan added, "I've already gone through most of the textbook material. What I need now is hands-on practice." After finishing his first read-through of the textbooks, Dylan would complete his first subject achievement, earning rewards that boosted his affinity or talent for that subject. This was why he had managed to self-study most of the curriculum in such a short time. "So, which textbooks have you read? Low-level potions would only waste my ingredients." Dylan blinked, momentarily confused. What did that mean? Did he not even have to supply his own potion ingredients? Merlin's beard. This was amazing. Dylan was starting to adore Professor Snape. This was a total win. He excitedly flipped to the last page of his notebook, where he had listed all the books he'd read. Snape glanced at it. The page was packed. More than one, in fact. Dylan flipped his pen around and began counting. "I've read Magical Drafts and Potions, Advanced Potion Making Techniques, Brew Your Own Bottled Celebration, The Connection Between Potions and Magical Defense." "Enough," Snape interrupted. "Have you read Advanced Potion Making?" Dylan nodded. "Yes, I have." "Good. Then go read Precision Recipes for Advanced Potions and the Safe Use of Potions." Snape was already heading toward the door. "Next week, I'll teach you how to brew advanced potions." "Yes, sir," Dylan replied. "Do I need to invite you out?" Snape stood by the open door, staring at Dylan. Dylan hurriedly stuffed his notebook and pen into his bag and rushed out. "Would you like to join me for dinner, Professor?" "Save it. I have no patience watching you stuff food into your mouth while your brain struggles to process your pitiful potion knowledge." Snape closed the door and walked off in the opposite direction of the Great Hall. Dylan shrugged and headed toward the Great Hall. He needed to eat quickly so he could spend the weekend reading the 2 books Snape had recommended. One of the perks of being at Hogwarts was that he didn't have to buy books. Most of what he needed could be found in the library. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Hermione's Silent Rivalry. Over the weekend, aside from eating and sleeping, Dylan spent almost all his time in the library. His relentless dedication allowed him to barely finish reading the precise formulas for advanced potions. Fortunately, he didn't need to brew potions with Professor Snape right away. With a week left until the next weekend, he had enough time to finish reading the Potion Safety Guide. His current task was to further solidify his knowledge of advanced potions. This way, he could avoid making any basic mistakes in front of Professor Snape. Another half-week passed in the blink of an eye. On Thursday morning, Dylan woke up early as usual. However, to his surprise, Harry and Ron were also sitting up in their beds. The other 2 roommates were still fast asleep. "Hey, Good morning. Ron stretched and yawned. Dylan, already out of bed, was packing his school bag. He glanced at Harry and Ron, a bit puzzled. Why are you two up so early today? Because today's the day we start flying lessons. I barely slept last night. Ron jumped out of bed excitedly. Flying lessons? Dylan remembered that flying lessons were scheduled for today, a new addition to the curriculum starting the second week of school. But why were they so excited about it? Being able to fly freely in the sky must feel amazing, Ron said with a grin. That's how my older brothers always described it. Harry got out of bed too. Once we learn how to fly, we can sign up for Quidditch matches. Quidditch matches? No thanks. Dylan had no interest in flying around like a clumsy bull, crashing into others mid-air. He'd rather spend his time reading a couple more books. Dylan had long outgrown any fascination with bumper cars or in this case, bumper brooms. Dylan, have you studied flying spells? Do you already know how to fly? Harry asked, blinking at him. Dylan shook his head and corrected him. There's no such thing as a flying spell. To fly, you usually need a magical tool, combined with a levitation charm. Once you use the levitation charm to make the broomstick fly, you can control its direction. The speed, of course, depends on the quality of the broom. This showed that spells could be combined with magical tools. Just as wizards could channel or amplify magic through wands, magical broomsticks were also crafted using various magical materials. The intricate process of making a broomstick ensured it could synergize with spells, enhancing their effects. This was why higher quality brooms flew faster and were more agile. Flying is best done under adult supervision. Trying it on your own could lead to unexpected dangers. Dylan admitted he had never practiced flying at home. Wow, there's actually something Dylan doesn't know how to do. Ron looked genuinely surprised. If I practiced flying at home and someone saw me, wouldn't the Ministry of Magic just arrest me on the spot? Ron blinked, realizing the point. After all, he was a pure-blood wizard, while Dylan was a muggle. The wizarding world had strict laws against using magic in the muggle world. Harry walked over to his backpack. I've heard a lot of classmates say they've already practiced flying at home. Just then, Seamus woke up. Hearing Harry's words, he sat up abruptly. I even heard someone say they flew over the giant mountains with their parents on a broomstick. Ron rolled his eyes. That's definitely Malfoy bragging again. The giant mountains? The environment there is harsh. No one in their right mind would fly there, Dylan said with a laugh. Besides, even pure-blood families usually don't let their kids practice flying before starting school. Dylan turned to Ron. Your parents didn't let you practice before school, right? Ron nodded vigorously. Exactly. Once, George tried to teach me, but Mum caught him and gave him a good spanking. Seamus looked puzzled. Really? So they were just lying? Dylan shrugged. Probably. Young wizards had strong egos and competitive spirits. Telling little lies or boasting to classmates wasn't uncommon. After packing his bag, Dylan pulled out the notes Professor McGonagall had helped him organize, planning to review them on the way to class. As for the levitation charm, since he hadn't actually flown yet, it wasn't at max level, but it was already at level 7. In any case, he had mastered several max level spells. Even if some of those spells were dark magic, many magical principles overlapped. Connecting the dots, Dylan found learning magic less daunting. Not to mention, his magical talent had significantly improved thanks to the achievement system. Since almost everyone in the dorm was awake, Ron went over to Neville and shook him awake. Wake up, sleepyhead. Let's go eat. Hey? What? Neville was still half asleep. Stop daydreaming and get up. Under Ron's persistent nudging, Neville finally got out of bed. He was good-natured and didn't have any morning grumpiness. The group quickly got ready and, for the first time, walked to the Great Hall together for breakfast. "This is the first time we've all had breakfast together," Ron remarked. "Dylan always wakes up way too early. Even if I wanted to get up, I just can't," Harry said, sitting down at a relatively empty spot. Dylan smiled faintly and took a seat without saying a word. Before long, Hermione walked into the Great Hall. Seeing them all sitting together, she approached. Lately, because Dylan excelled in every class and earned points for Gryffindor, Hermione had been quietly competing with him. But after a while, she realized that Dylan seemed to have no interest in leisure activities. He was constantly studying. And the depth of his knowledge was something she couldn't match. The most frustrating part was that the questions professors asked Dylan were far more advanced than the ones they asked her. Hermione had tried answering the questions posed to Dylan, but the results were predictable. After several defeats, Hermione's mindset began to shift. She stopped trying to compete with Dylan solely in class and instead started quietly observing him. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Good news, the permit has been approved. Bad news. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Hermione thought that if she could learn Dylan's approach to studying, she might be able to communicate with professors as effortlessly as he did. After some time observing and researching, she discovered Dylan was completely immersed in his studies. One day, she tried to stake out Dylan in the morning to see what time he actually woke up. But she waited until class started and still didn't see him. In the end, she almost ended up being late herself. This meant Dylan must have woken up even earlier than she did. This discovery left Hermione utterly shocked. She had gotten up at 6:30 a.m. to stake out Dylan. If she still missed him, what time did he even wake up? Could he have been studying all night? Did he even sleep? The next day, Hermione tried waking up at 6 a.m., but she still didn't catch him. Finally, she pushed her wake-up time to 5 a.m. Dragging her groggy body to the common room to wait, she finally caught Dylan. This discovery completely shattered Hermione's determination to compete with Dylan. What was the point? If she kept this up, she'd be the one collapsing first. She had always thought waking up at 6:30 a.m. was early enough, especially since everyone around her was still asleep at that hour. But she realized she had been naive. After calming down, Hermione noticed something else. Dylan's attitude toward magic was always calm and steady. He never seemed anxious about struggling with a complex spell. Unlike her, who would get extremely anxious if she couldn't finish her homework or understand a difficult concept. He was always so composed. Sometimes, she even wondered if the Sorting Hat had placed Dylan in the wrong house. "Good morning, Hermione," Harry said, his eyes widening as he looked at her. "You look much better than you did the past couple of days." Ron nodded in agreement. "Yeah, what were you up to? You had such dark circles under your eyes." Hermione walked over and sat down with them. "Nothing, really. I just moved to a new place and had trouble sleeping." Since she stopped waking up early to stalk Dylan, her energy had improved significantly. Last night, she had even gotten a full night's sleep. No wonder she looked better. "Are you all ready for flying class today?" Hermione asked the group. A while back, to better observe Dylan, she had gotten closer to Harry and the others, thinking she could gather some intel on his study habits by befriending his roommates. This had led to her becoming good friends with Ron and Harry, and the three of them often gossiped about Dylan behind his back. "I'm a bit nervous. I'm just worried I'll make a fool of myself," Harry admitted honestly. Dylan, who was cutting a piece of bread, looked surprised. "Make a fool of yourself? That's nothing to worry about, is it? We're all beginners in magic. It's normal to struggle at first. Just keep practicing, and you'll get the hang of it." Harry and the others exchanged glances, then looked at Dylan. Of all people, You have no right to say that. Sure, they were beginners, but what about you? With all those fancy advanced spells you've been showing off in class, can you even call yourself a beginner? Hermione picked up a glass of milk and pulled out a book titled Quidditch Through the Ages, flipping through it intently. I've heard that flying is really hard to control. It's easy to mess up. If I don't do well, the professor definitely won't give me a good grade in this class. Dylan glanced at her. From what I know, the first-year final exams include a mandatory flying class, but it only tests basic flying maneuvers. You just need to control the broom and perform some simple actions. You won't get a bad grade just because of how you perform in the first class. Hermione nodded slightly, but she kept flipping through the book, trying to find any flying techniques she could learn from Quidditch matches. Seeing this, Dylan shrugged. Hermione was smart and hard-working, but she was too much of a perfectionist, wanting to memorize every detail and achieve flawless results. However, after mastering several high-level spells, Dylan had come to realize that some magic only needed to be functional, while others could be perfected. For example, in flying class, if someone could continuously use apparition, wasn't that basically the same as flying? Absolutely. So, among the vast sea of spells, some spells' effects overlapped with others. Instead of trying to master everything, it was better to let go of some and focus on others. Whoosh! Just as Dylan was about to take a sip of his sea cucumber soup, a flock of owls flew into the great hall. At the same time, a white figure fluttered over and landed next to Dylan's table. Luna. Dylan was surprised. Looking at the snow-white owl, he noticed the letter tied to its leg. Is this a letter from my parents? But why are there two? It couldn't be that both his parents had written him separate letters, could it? What could they possibly have to say to him that they couldn't share in one letter? Dylan untied the envelopes from Luna's leg. Hermione and Harry leaned in, not looking directly at the letter but at a shiny silver card tucked inside the envelope. Wow! What's that? Ron asked curiously. Dylan wasn't sure either, so he pulled it out and took a look. It was a permit. A permit to keep a thestral. Dylan's heart leapt with joy. He glanced through the contents of the first letter. It was from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, informing him that he now had permission to keep a thestral. What was strange, though, was that the person who had recommended him wasn't Hagrid, but Dumbledore. Curious, he opened the second letter. This one was from Hagrid, explaining that he had originally intended to write a recommendation letter for Dylan. However, due to some complicated circumstances in Hagrid's past, he had decided it would be better not to risk affecting Dylan's application. So, he had asked Dumbledore to step in instead. The letter also mentioned that if Dylan had time, he should go and thank Dumbledore for his help. Dylan's joy was instantly dampened, and he felt a bit helpless. Seriously, Hagrid, if you couldn't help, you didn't have to promise so quickly. Now he had to go and thank Dumbledore in person? It wasn't that he couldn't do it. But still. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Can this broomstick make me fly? Would Dumbledore notice something if I were alone with him? As he tucked the envelope away, Dylan pondered silently. In the 2 weeks since the school year began, he had been visiting various professors' offices daily, yet no one had discovered that he had already mastered the 6 major dark arts. Dylan suspected this was due to the effects of his achievement rewards. He had previously completed 2 achievements. One allowed him to prevent others from indirectly tracing the magical traces he left. The other enabled him to cast dark magic without any negative emotions, which evidently included the 3 unforgivable curses. This meant he could cast the killing curse with a smile. Since there were no negative emotions involved, anyone who might suspect him of using dark magic would first doubt themselves. After all, how could someone with no trace of negative emotions possibly master advanced dark magic? To anyone who saw him, Dylan was just a diligent, eager to learn, and well-behaved child. This was the impression Dylan had left on nearly every professor he had encountered. Naturally, no one questioned whether he had mastered dark magic, which had made him bolder and less anxious than he had been at the beginning. However, other professors were one thing, and Dumbledore was another. So far, he had not had any one-on-one interactions with Dumbledore. He wasn't sure if the legendary wizard of the magical world would notice something amiss during a close, private encounter. Ah, well, I doubt Dumbledore needs me to personally thank him, right? To be safe, Dylan decided to avoid any unnecessary one-on-one time with the old headmaster. The man was already so old and still hadn't retired. He was busy day in and day out, outsmarting Voldemort, taking care of a bunch of troublesome kids, and even worrying about whether to raise the salaries of his staff. How could he possibly have time to deal with more interruptions? Dylan decided that, in the spirit of respecting the elderly, he would focus his energy and time on his own studies. Today, I still have a chapter of potions to read, and I need to look into divination. Besides, I've been reading about the similarities between transfiguration and summoning spells, so I should get to that as well. Dylan felt there were far too many books waiting for his attention. If he didn't hurry, he wouldn't be able to satisfy them all. Ah! Just then, Neville let out a yelp. Dylan's thoughts were interrupted, and he turned to look. Neville was holding a glowing remembrall in his hand. Dylan raised an eyebrow. The remembrall turning red meant Neville had forgotten something important. But judging by Neville's furrowed brows and troubled expression, it was clear that even with the remembrall's reminder, he couldn't recall what he had forgotten. "Who gave you that remembrall?" Ron asked. "My grandmother sent it to me," Neville replied, clutching the remembrall in one hand. With his other hand, he rubbed his chubby cheeks, his brows knitted together, his eyes squinting, and his head tilted slightly back as he tried to dig through his memory. "But what did I forget?" Seeing Neville's face turn red from the effort, Dylan pursed his lips, took the remembrall from Neville's hand, and stuffed it into his bag. "All right, Neville, if you can't remember, it must not be important. If it were important, you'd remember when the time comes." Neville blinked. "But what if I'm not prepared when something happens? How do you know that what you're forgetting requires preparation?" Dylan countered. "You've already forgotten, haven't you?" Upsilon. Neville looked slightly dazed. Dylan patted his shoulder and then handed him a glass of milk. "I know all the homework assigned by every professor. I doubt there's anything more important than that." Neville nodded, his round face agreeing. "That makes sense." Soon, Neville put the matter aside and quickly started eating his breakfast. After the meal, the group got up to head to class. When Dylan sat down in the front row, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Wait, what Neville forgot, could it be? Before he could finish the thought, the professor walked in, and Dylan immediately switched to learning mode. After class, he followed the professor as usual, asking questions. By the time the afternoon flying lesson rolled around, Dylan and Harry, along with the others, gathered on the open grounds in front of the castle. The Slytherin first years were also there. Dylan looked ahead and saw nearly 30 broomsticks laid out in 2 rows on the ground. "Hey? I feel like I've forgotten something." Madame Hooch approached from a distance. As soon as he saw the professor, Dylan switched back into learning mode. "Good afternoon, everyone. Now, each of you, stand to the left of a broomstick. Quickly, quickly." Madame Hooch had short, grey hair slicked back, with sharp facial features and thick, slightly raised eyebrows. As soon as she arrived, she briskly directed the students to get into position. The first years, who had been loosely grouped, quickly formed 2 lines. As the first student stepped up to a broomstick, the others from their house followed suit. Dylan stood with Neville and Harry. He glanced down at the broomstick at his feet. The wood was dark and worn, the bristles uneven, some even charred and broken. The binding ropes were loose, and parts of the tail were missing. He seriously doubted whether this broomstick could even fly without falling apart mid-air. Or worse. Can this broomstick even make me fly? Would it even get off the ground? Good. Now, extend your left hand over the broomstick and shout, "Up! Up!" The first years shouted in unison. Most of the students succeeded on the first try. After Dylan shouted, the battered broomstick actually jumped into his hand, though he ended up grabbing the tail end. To learn to fly, posture is key. But before that, you need to remember the essentials of flying and, most importantly, the safety precautions. Madame Hooch's voice was hoarse but powerful, carrying a commanding tone. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, The Dangers of Flying Class. Remember. When standing on the broomstick, position your feet evenly, maintain your balance, lean slightly forward, and keep your knees naturally bent. Madame Hooch walked back and forth between the two rows of students, sharply reprimanding anyone who didn't have the correct posture. Malfoy, don't keep your arms so stiff. Relax a little and make sure you can control the broomstick flexibly. Madame Hooch passed by several times, and each time she noticed Malfoy's incorrect posture. This forced her to correct him repeatedly. With each correction, Malfoy's face grew redder, and his movements didn't improve. Instead, they became even more rigid. Ron couldn't help but snicker beside him. Dylan, on the other hand, paid no attention to the commotion and quickly mastered the safest and most correct posture. By the time Madame Hooch began inspecting each student's posture, Dylan passed with ease. Meanwhile, Ron, who had been snickering earlier, was scolded by Madame Hooch for his sloppy and uneven posture. In fact, it wasn't just Malfoy and Ron who were being corrected by Madame Hooch. Aside from Dylan, almost everyone received a few words of criticism from her. While Madame Hooch was busy inspecting the other students' flying postures, Dylan took the opportunity to examine the broomstick in his hands. Since broomsticks weren't a required item on the school supply list, and Hogwarts provided them for teaching purposes, most students didn't own their own. Unless, of course, a student was participating in Quidditch matches, in which case they might purchase a broomstick at this stage. Dylan hadn't bought his own broomstick either, but he had some knowledge about them. Low-end broomsticks, like the shooting star commonly used at school, cost around 20 galleons. The Comet 140, a mid-range broomstick, was priced at about 80 galleons. Mid-range broomsticks generally ranged from 100 to 300 galleons. As for high-end broomsticks, like the Firebolt, which was still in development, the starting price was likely in the five-figure range. Even the Nimbus 2000 only cost a little over 300 galleons. Dylan had recently completed various achievements and earned a fair amount of galleons as rewards. Buying a broomstick would be easy for him. However, he planned to wait until he fully mastered flying before purchasing a Nimbus 2000 as his backup. There was no need to waste money on a cheap broomstick for transition purposes, especially since he wouldn't be flying often. He'd rather spend his time studying apparition. There's definitely a permanent levitation charm on this, Dylan muttered to himself as he fiddled with the broomstick. He quickly confirmed that the broomstick had been enchanted with several spells, including the levitation charm and the propulsion charm. Additionally, he sensed traces of a balancing charm. One thing had always puzzled him when he watched the movies. How could wizards fly around on broomsticks without feeling uncomfortable? Didn't they find it awkward or even painful to sit on a wooden stick for long periods? After examining the broomstick for a while, Dylan discovered that it was also enchanted with a cushioning charm. Though it looked like a simple wooden stick, sitting on it felt like resting on an invisible cushion. No wonder it's a cheap broomstick, it only has a few basic spells, Dylan thought, shaking his head. He didn't even sense any special runes or high-quality materials in the broomstick. Its research value was minimal. So, Dylan stopped fiddling with it and placed the broomstick between his legs. Sitting on the invisible cushion, he waited for Madame Hooch's next instructions. Once everyone's posture had been thoroughly corrected, Madame Hooch finally prepared them for their first attempt at flying. Listen carefully to my command. When you hear the whistle, push off the ground forcefully. Do you understand? You must use force. Imagine yourself soaring into the air. Madame Hooch, dressed in her black Quidditch referee robes with green lining, walked with a commanding presence, though not as intimidating as Professor Snape. She now held a wooden whistle in her hand. Now, get ready. You only need to rise a few feet, hover for a moment, then lean forward and return to the ground. Listen for my whistle 3, 2. Before Madame Hooch could finish counting, Neville, standing beside Dylan, instinctively pushed off the ground and shot into the air. What are you doing? Come down at once. Madame Hooch's sharp gaze turned to Neville. She thought the young wizard was deliberately trying to take off before the others. However, after her command, Neville only grew more panicked and rose higher into the air. Dylan frowned and immediately drew his wand. Reducto no, I mean. Finite incantatum. Dylan quickly cast the counter spell. But when the spell hit the broomstick, it had no effect. He furrowed his brows. Since the broomstick's enchantments were embedded within it, and Neville hadn't cast any spells himself, Dylan couldn't stop the broomstick's magic. Before he could think further, Neville began flying erratically in the air. Dylan cast 2 more spells. Retardo motus. Arresto momentum. The 2 spells took effect. Neville's movements slowed, and he stopped flailing around. However, since Dylan hadn't fully mastered these spells, their effects were limited. Still, they managed to slow Neville's descent, preventing him from crashing to the ground. Just as Dylan thought the situation was under control, Neville suddenly flipped upside down, hanging from the broomstick. Hey? I didn't cast that spell. Dylan's eyes widened. Ah! Neville let out a scream. His hand slipped from the broomstick, and he began plummeting toward the ground. Impedimenta. As Dylan cast the spell, a shimmering beam of magic shot from his wand, wrapping around Neville's body. In an instant, Neville's rapid descent slowed, and he began to float gently downward. Wingardium Leviosa. Dylan cast the levitation charm, taking control of Neville's body and guiding him safely to the ground. By now, Neville was completely dazed, his face still pale with fear. His hair was a mess from the wind. Merlin's beard! Harry exclaimed. Flying class was more dangerous than he'd thought. Hermione, meanwhile, was wide-eyed not just at the danger, but at how many spells Dylan had used. And each one seemed to be cast with remarkable skill. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, Only the mouth floats when falling into water. How are you? Madame Hooch immediately strode over to Neville, looking down at the chubby boy who sat on the grass, his expression still dazed and blank. Neville didn't say a word, but tears began to stream down his face. It seemed he was genuinely frightened. Dylan walked over, not bothering to check if Neville was injured. Episky. The wooden texture of his wand glimmered faintly in the dim light. With a gentle flick, a soft golden glow shot from the tip of his wand. Neville finally snapped out of his daze and looked down at his knees. It doesn't hurt anymore. Dylan raised an eyebrow. His levitation charm was fairly advanced, but the little guy's weight was a bit excessive. In his haste, Dylan hadn't been able to fully counteract the impact of Neville's fall. There were probably some minor scrapes, but nothing serious. With the additional protective spells Dylan had cast, it seemed Neville hadn't suffered any major internal injuries. At most, he was just a bit shaken up. A few doses of bitter potions would likely do the trick. Madame Hooch still held her wand in hand, but she was staring at Dylan, who was circling Neville 3 times, checking if the young wizard had sustained any other injuries. Madame Hooch, my episky might not have completely healed Neville's wounds, and if he has any internal injuries, we can't easily detect them, Dylan said, looking up at her. so, it's best if you take him to the infirmary. Madame Hooch snapped out of her thoughts, glanced at Dylan, and nodded gently. You did well. It hadn't occurred to her that, as a flying instructor, she would be outperformed by a first-year student in handling an accident. This was partly because she had seen so many flying accidents over the years. She believed young wizards needed to endure some hardships to truly master flying. However, she realized that her standards couldn't be applied equally to first-year students. After helping Neville to his feet, Madame Hooch paused, deep in thought, and glanced back at Dylan once more. You reacted quickly and handled the situation very well. For that, Gryffindor earns 5 points. Wow! A group of Gryffindor students erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, the Slytherins frowned, their faces filled with resentment. Now, everyone, return your brooms to their proper places. No one is to attempt flying until I return from taking Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. Madame Hooch sternly warned the students before leaving. If anyone dares to fly without permission, they can expect to be expelled. Dylan didn't accompany Madame Hooch to take Neville to the infirmary. After Madame Hooch left, the students stood around, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Malfoy stepped forward, broom in hand. Hey, did you see that fat boy's face? Merlin's beard, it was hilarious. How can someone not even hold onto a broom properly? Malfoy's voice was dripping with arrogance. Harry and Ron immediately shot him disapproving looks. Malfoy, however, met their gazes with a smirk, his mouth still running. Dylan narrowed his eyes. He remembered that during the flying lesson, Malfoy had caused trouble by taking Neville's Remembrall, leading to a confrontation with Harry. This time, Dylan had preemptively stashed Neville's Remembrall in his bag, so it hadn't even been brought to the lesson. Yet, Malfoy still found a way to stir up trouble. He walked straight up to Malfoy. Malfoy froze. The spells Dylan had effortlessly cast earlier were something even he, a Slytherin, couldn't manage. Coupled with Dylan's outstanding performance in every class over the past 2 weeks, Malfoy couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated standing in front of his rival. What do you want? Malfoy glared at Dylan, trying to sound tough. Our whole house is here. He glanced around at the Slytherin students, but none of them dared to meet Dylan's gaze, all lowering their heads instead. You all. Malfoy choked on his words. Dylan's gaze remained calm. Mr. Malfoy, I'm not sure how someone as dim-witted as you has managed to survive in this harsh world. What? Malfoy's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Do you know who my mother is? How dare you speak to me like that? Your parents are just muggles, aren't they? This time, Dylan's expression shifted slightly. It was the look one might give to an idiot. What I mean is, failure is the mother of success. You just seem a bit too attached to your own mother. Dylan had no interest in arguing with a child. It was far too tedious. Besides, he didn't care whether Malfoy's bullying of Harry was some twisted way of expressing his affection due to his own insecurities. He had no desire to be anyone's life coach, nor was it his place to be. So, before Malfoy could open his mouth again, Dylan raised his wand. Silencio! In an instant, an invisible magical force clamped down on Malfoy's throat like a tightening noose. Malfoy, who had been about to unleash a venomous insult he'd been concocting in his mind, was abruptly silenced. All that remained were his wide, bulging eyes, filled with a mix of rage and shock. He clutched at his tightly sealed lips, his thin mouth trembling with effort, his cheeks puffing out. He looked like an angry pufferfish that had suddenly been muted. He pulled out his wand, trying to counter Dylan's spell. But whether it was the counter charm or the vocal restoring spell, he hadn't mastered either, and couldn't cast them properly. Compared to Dylan's smooth and effortless spell casting, the difference was stark. The Gryffindor students burst into laughter. Ron and Harry rushed to Dylan's side, grinning from ear to ear. But Dylan stopped them from taunting Malfoy further. As a pure-blood Slytherin, I hope you'll focus on improving your magical skills rather than becoming someone who, when falling into water, only has their mouth floating above the surface. Dylan gave his wand a gentle flick, lifting the spell. Malfoy continued to glare at Dylan but didn't dare say another word. He hadn't expected this Gryffindor to not only be clever and skilled in magic but also to have a sharper tongue than any Slytherin. I hope you'll all remain quiet and not disturb me. Shaking his head, Dylan returned his broom to its proper place. Then, he sat down on the grass, pulled out his guide to safe potion making, and began to read it carefully. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Dylan's way of relieving stress. Dylan believed that reading any knowledge in potions just once was absolutely unacceptable. Doing so could easily lead to overlooking important details. Only through repeated reading could one truly internalize the knowledge from the book. When it came to potions, Dylan felt that many of the key concepts were intricate and complex, with too many details that needed to be memorized. Otherwise, it was highly likely that a small, seemingly insignificant mistake could lead to the failure of the entire potion-making process. With Snape, the potions master, personally tutoring him, Dylan didn't want to waste time on trivial errors. Thus, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students saw Dylan sitting by himself in the distance, pulling out a book and reading it with great interest. The two groups stood apart, wanting to argue but not daring to. The Slytherins were worried that if they made too much noise, Dylan might hit them all with a silencing charm. They hadn't learned this spell yet. As a result, they had no idea how to counter it. While the general counterspell, Finite Incantatem, wasn't a high-level charm, many of the young wizards could use it. But how to use their Finite Incantatem to break Dylan's spell was another question entirely. Someone had already tried it earlier, and it simply didn't work. As for the Gryffindors, they simply didn't want to disturb Dylan while he was reading. After all, the more Dylan knew, the more it reflected well on Gryffindor. And the less the Slytherins knew, the better. So, the more Dylan knew, the less the Slytherins knew. As long as they could outshine the Slytherins, the Gryffindors were more than willing to cheer Dylan on, no matter what he did. Hogwarts, hooray! For a while, the two groups just glared at each other, but not a word was spoken. The students from both houses stood there, eyeing each other, the atmosphere tense yet strangely quiet. This continued until Madame Hooch returned with Neville. Only then did Dylan put away his book and stand up. Fortunately, Mr. Longbottom wasn't seriously injured. The only scrape on his knee was healed by your spell, Madame Hooch said. Dylan nodded slightly. All right, students, now you understand how dangerous flying can be, don't you? Madame Hooch had everyone line up again and continued the lesson. By the end of the class, both Harry and Malfoy had shown impressive flying skills. Dylan, on the other hand, flew decently but didn't stand out. After class, Ron sidled up to Dylan, whispering excitedly, "You were so cool back there. You totally shut those Slytherins up, none of them dared to talk back to you. I honestly think you'd make a perfect Slytherin." Ron muttered to himself, nodding. "Yeah, if you weren't from a Muggle family, you'd definitely be in Slytherin. Even Snape would be wary of you." Dylan glanced at him and then raised his wand. This kid really had a big mouth. Should he hit him with a Diffindo or a Crucio? Seeing Dylan raise his wand, Ron immediately ducked behind Harry. "Hey, Harry! Did you see Malfoy's face when Madame Hooch praised your flying skills and recommended you for the Quidditch team? He looked like a squashed pumpkin." Harry chuckled. The group headed to the Great Hall for dinner. As they sat down, Harry mentioned, "Madame Hooch said she's taking me somewhere later. She's definitely recommending you for the Quidditch team. A first year on the team. The Slytherins are going to be so mad." Ron exclaimed, thrilled. Dylan paid no attention to their conversation and focused on his dinner. During the flying lesson, he had felt like he could control the broomstick more freely. But he chose not to show off, as he didn't want any professor to recommend him for the Quidditch team. "I'll buy a Nimbus 2000 and practice early in the morning when no one's around," Dylan thought to himself. He picked up a freshly served steak. The steak sizzled, its rich aroma mingling with a hint of cream and fresh pepper. The food at Hogwarts was far superior to the bland meals he usually ate. Take this steak, for example. The edges were slightly charred, and the juices had pooled into a glossy puddle on the plate. He cut a small piece and put it in his mouth. The first thing he noticed was the perfect balance of a crispy exterior and tender, juicy meat inside. As he chewed, the rich flavor of the beef, combined with the creamy and peppery notes, spread across his tongue. Did the house elves use some kind of magic while cooking? The texture and taste are completely different from the steaks I've had outside, Dylan wondered. If such magic existed, he wanted to learn it. That way, he could cook meals that were more than just edible. The evening sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow over the wooden tables and the food on his plate. Dylan was completely absorbed in the moment. The usual stress from his studies faded into the background, leaving only the food and a sense of peace. This was Dylan's way of relieving stress. In truth, even as he constantly absorbed knowledge, he couldn't help but feel a subtle pressure building up. This was normal. Pressure existed, and it needed an outlet. His achievements only meant that he didn't need to rely on negative emotions to cast dark magic, but it didn't mean he never felt negative emotions. If the pressure built up too much, it could become a burden and even turn into negative emotions. At that point, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't lose his temper and cast a bombardment spell, or maybe a reducto or diffindo, at someone who annoyed him. So, during these brief moments at dinner, Dylan would focus entirely on the food, letting the stress dissipate with each bite. However, just as he was enjoying his peace, trouble found its way to him. Malfoy and his gang stormed into the Great Hall, quickly spotting Dylan and marching over. Dylan didn't even glance at them. But when Malfoy saw Dylan, his bravado faltered. After a moment of hesitation, and under the watchful eyes of his lackeys, Malfoy stepped forward. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Did you really think Dumbledore wouldn't rig the system? Potter. Do you dare to face me in a wizard's duel? Malfoy sneaked a glance at Dylan, noticing that the latter seemed completely uninterested in the commotion. His eyes lit up. Could it be that he's had a falling out with Harry? That idiot Harry always hangs around with those of lesser status. No wonder he's managed to piss him off, With this thought, Malfoy's confidence grew, though he kept his voice low. He hadn't forgotten Dylan's preference for quiet. Earlier, during the latter half of the flying lesson, Harry and Malfoy had clashed during the inter-house flying assessment. Madame Hooch had been keeping a close eye on them, so neither dared to go too far. But now, after class, Malfoy had suddenly decided to stir up trouble. Harry, who had never been fond of Malfoy's disdain for his friends, wasn't about to back down. That would mean admitting he was afraid of Malfoy. However, Harry had no idea what a wizard's duel even entailed. As he was pondering how to respond, Ron suddenly stood up and accepted Malfoy's challenge on Harry's behalf. A wizard's duel? Fine, we accept. Hermione tried to intervene, but Ron was too quick. By the time she could get a word in, Malfoy and his cronies were already walking away. Hermione glared at Ron and Harry, who had sat back down and were now whispering to each other. A wizard's duel? Are you trying to get our house docked a ton of points? This is against school rules. Ron shrugged nonchalantly. If we're careful, no one will find out. Hermione looked at him as if he were an idiot. How can you be so sure you won't get caught? If you do, all the points Dylan and I earned for Gryffindor will be wiped out. You can't be this selfish. We're doing this to make sure Gryffindor doesn't lose face in front of Slytherin. Harry and Ron turned away, refusing to meet Hermione's gaze. No matter what Hermione said, it was clear they weren't listening. She then turned to Dylan, who was sitting nearby. At that moment, Dylan had just finished his last piece of steak, a satisfied look on his face. Ah, that hit the spot. Now I'll have more energy for reading later, Hey, they're dead set on this ridiculous duel. I swear, it's like they've been hit with some childish dueling spell. Aren't you going to talk them out of it? Dylan blinked at Hermione's question. Why should I? Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. To stop them from breaking the rules, of course. Dylan glanced at Harry. While Hermione had been pleading with Dylan, Ron and Harry had stopped their loud scheming and were now sneaking glances at him. When they noticed Dylan looking their way, they quickly lowered their heads. Hermione's warnings had fallen on deaf ears, but if Dylan were to say something. My personal opinion, Miss Granger, is that points are merely fleeting annotations in life. They don't define our worth. Dylan's lips curled into a faint smile as he calmly met Hermione's gaze. What truly matters is the focus we bring to earning those points and the sparks of inspiration that ignite when we tackle difficult problems, not the cold, final number. If you can understand that points don't define our souls or our lives, I guarantee that by the end of this year, you'll reach heights far beyond what you can currently imagine. Dylan's voice carried a maturity beyond his years, clear and steady, each word deliberate and unhurried. Hermione blinked, her mind momentarily blank. She couldn't quite grasp the full meaning of Dylan's words. Points are important, aren't they? How could they not matter? And why is Dylan spouting all this philosophical nonsense instead of siding with me? So, you're not going to stop them? Dylan shook his head. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Ugh! You boys are impossible. When the house cup ends up in another house's hands, you'll see how wrong you were. With that, she stormed off, leaving the great hall in a huff. Dylan watched her go, shaking his head in resignation. As for Harry and Malfoy's little feud, Dylan had no intention of getting involved. After all, Harry was the future savior of the wizarding world. A bit of fire in his belly was to be expected. He hadn't paid much attention when Malfoy had approached Harry earlier, but he'd overheard the whole exchange. The reason he hadn't intervened was twofold: first, he'd been enjoying his dinner, and second, he saw no need to get involved. As he'd told Hermione, points meant nothing to him. Learning a couple of new spells was far more valuable. Sure, winning the house cup might earn him another achievement, but even if Harry and Malfoy were caught dueling in the middle of the night, how many points could they possibly lose? Even if they lost all their points, Dumbledore would never let the house cup go to another house. He'd just rig the system, and Gryffindor would win anyway. Did anyone really think Dumbledore wouldn't give Harry special treatment? With Harry around, Dylan didn't need to worry about house politics. He could focus on his magical studies and let Harry handle the rest. It was a win-win situation. I knew you wouldn't side with Hermione and let Gryffindor be humiliated by Slytherin. Ron exclaimed, thrilled that Dylan hadn't tried to stop them. He even made a move to give Dylan a bear hug. Dylan, who had just stood up from his seat, froze. His calm demeanor vanished, and his eyes widened in alarm. Ron immediately stopped in his tracks, awkwardly retracting his arms. If you want to duel, that's your decision. But whatever consequences come from it, you'll have to face them yourselves. Dylan's expression returned to its usual calm as he looked at Ron and Harry. As your friend, I feel obligated to remind you of that. After a moment's thought, he added, and don't assume both houses will lose points if you're caught. The professor who catches you might just be Snape. What? Dylan's words sent a shiver down Ron and Harry's spines. The image of Snape's cold, sneering face flashed in their minds. I'm off to get some extra lessons from a professor. Good luck. Dylan picked up his bag, packed his things, and pulled out his notebook. Flipping through its pages, he walked out of the Great Hall. End of chapter. Chapter 33, is magic really this subjective? Extra lessons? Ron blinked. Did he not eat enough? Does he need the professor to cook him another meal? Is he already that close with the professors? Harry looked at him. Dylan probably went to get some extra tutoring from the professor. Oh. Sometimes I really think Dylan should be in Ravenclaw. You've already assigned Dylan to 3 houses. Where exactly do you want him to go? Gryffindor, of course. Dylan made his way to Professor McGonagall's office and knocked on the door. Come in. The dignified and composed voice of Professor McGonagall came from inside. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Dylan pushed the door open and entered. Professor McGonagall was seated behind her desk, her quill scratching across a piece of parchment. When she saw it was Dylan coming for extra lessons, she slightly raised her eyes, looking at him calmly through her square spectacles. Your performance in today's flying class seemed rather average. Do you have any concerns about flying? Dylan walked over to Professor McGonagall's side. In the corner was a small stool, which Professor McGonagall had prepared specifically for him. Dylan pulled the stool over, sat down, and blinked. Professor, you're really well informed. I just finished flying class. Professor McGonagall glanced out the window. From my position, I can see your flying practice. I noticed Harry has quite a talent for flying. Madam Hooch also informed me about it. We've already decided to recommend Harry for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. As for you, I watched for a while from the window. You were adequate. Dylan smiled. Flying around up there is pretty scary. I think I'll just take it step by step. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall didn't press further. What questions do you have prepared for today? Dylan immediately placed his notebook on the desk and slid it over to Professor McGonagall. Professor, I've gained some initial understanding of how to transform inanimate objects, and recently I've been trying to research turning inanimate objects into living creatures. But I've run into some problems. Professor McGonagall took Dylan's notes and examined them carefully. Although you've explained the essence of the transfiguration spell to me, when I tried to turn an apple into a rabbit, I made sure to control the wand movements precisely, and my magical output was steady and consistent. I also studied the physiological structure of a rabbit, so I'm confident that what I imagined was indeed a rabbit. However, during the transformation process, the initial shape-shifting went smoothly, but once the rabbit took form, it seemed limp and lifeless. I even studied the habits of rabbits, so it shouldn't have turned out like that. Dylan pointed to a section in his notebook. I'm wondering if it's something to do with the life magic compatibility issue mentioned in Advanced Transfiguration explained. As Dylan spoke, Professor McGonagall flipped through his notes, leaning forward slightly, listening intently to his questions. When he finished, Professor McGonagall didn't respond immediately. Instead, she read through all of Dylan's latest notes on the transfiguration spell before setting them down and looking at him. Some of the points you've noted are quite innovative. That's very good. Professor McGonagall sat upright, her hands folded on the desk, a slight smile on her lips as she spoke. As for the problem you're facing, I believe the issue lies in your still shallow understanding of the connection between magic and the essence of life. When attempting to transfigure inanimate objects into living creatures, wand movements and magical output are just the basics. It's good that you've taken the time to study the structure and even the habits of living creatures. That's essential when practicing transfiguration. However, even if you've mentally outlined the blueprint of your target, beyond sensing its vitality, liveliness, and instincts, the most important thing is that you need to imagine your magic not just as ordinary magic, but as true life magic. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Life magic. He had read about this in books. Life magic was a special form of magic, primarily manifested in spells related to life creation and life characteristics. Dylan had originally thought this meant that when studying spells like transfiguration, particularly when imbuing magical creatures with specific life force, it simply required a deep understanding of the essence of life. In other words, when using life-related magic, magic could be understood as life magic. He hadn't expected that so-called life magic would require him to imagine that the magic he was using was life magic. It's really that subjective, hey? He couldn't help but inwardly. However, he smiled on the surface. I see. I think I understand now. Professor McGonagall nodded, her tone gentle. Generally speaking, life magic stems from a wizard's inner power, closely tied to their spirit, emotions, and understanding of life. So, when you attempt to research living transfiguration, in addition to integrating your feelings and understanding of life into your magic, you must also believe that your magic can bring inanimate objects to life. Dylan nodded again. Since you mentioned life magic, let me briefly share my superficial understanding of the concept. Professor McGonagall looked at him, her eyes showing a hint of anticipation. Dylan spoke earnestly. Life magic, while being a wizard's inner power, also has some deep, yet to be understood connection with the life force present in nature. Therefore, during the process of transfiguration, the two can interact, which determines the success or failure, and the quality of the transformation. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up, and her lips curved into a rare, broad smile, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes softening. Dylan, your understanding of magic is quite profound. For a first-year wizard, this is very impressive. She gently patted Dylan's shoulder. You're correct. The magic within a wizard has the potential to transform into life magic, but not all uses of magic are manifestations of life magic. When casting certain spells, a wizard needs to resonate with the life force of nature. You can think of it as drawing energy from nature, combining it with your own magic, and together giving true life force to the magical creation. Professor McGonagall shared many insights with Dylan, things that were difficult to grasp from the text alone, the deeper meanings hidden behind the words. Dylan gained a lot from the conversation. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Level 5 Transfiguration Charm. As time grew late, Professor McGonagall finally came to a slow stop. She glanced at the clock, surprised at how quickly time had flown by. A hint of regret flashed in her eyes, but she smiled and said to Dylan, "Let's stop here for today. It's getting late, and you have classes tomorrow. You should head back and rest." Dylan nodded, still eager for more. It was no wonder Professor McGonagall had authored the Advanced Transfiguration Guide. She had a knack for cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Message: your proficiency in the Transfiguration charm has increased. Current progress, 50%. Dylan checked his proficiency level in Transfiguration. It had jumped another level straight to level 5. Nice, he thought. All his hard work over the past few days had paid off. He had been visiting Professor McGonagall whenever he could, pulling the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts into private lessons that lasted for hours. He was practically begging the elderly professor to stay up all night teaching him. Even though I've mostly mastered inanimate transfiguration, there's still so much to learn about transfiguring living things, Dylan mused. The Transfiguration charm was an incredibly complex spell, and the higher the proficiency level, the harder it was to improve. However, if he could find the right breakthrough, he might be able to leap several levels at once. Thankfully, I've mastered so many other spells. Even though the incantations are different, magic has its commonalities. Understanding the principles of one spell can help me grasp others, he thought. For example, he had recently studied the Diffindo and Reducto spells. He had learned them incredibly fast, faster than speeding through an online class. Although these spells weren't considered dark magic, their principles and mechanics shared similarities with some offensive dark spells. After just a quick glance, he had mastered them and was able to cast them with ease. His proficiency in these spells had skyrocketed, almost reaching the level of an adult wizard. It's time to head back and sleep, Dylan decided. After packing up his things, he bid Professor McGonagall goodbye and left her office, making his way back to the Gryffindor dormitory. When he entered the Gryffindor common room and reached his dorm, he saw Harry and Ron sitting on one of the beds, whispering to each other. As he walked in, Ron greeted him, and Dylan nodded in response. Just then, a dark shadow darted out from his bed. "Cole, good evening," Dylan said with a gentle smile. Since obtaining the permit to keep a shadow creature, Dylan had brought Cole to the dormitory during lunchtime, planning to keep him indoors. None of the other Gryffindor students knew he had such a magical creature. Harry and Neville had promised to keep it a secret, but Ron had been struggling to resist the urge to brag about Dylan's pet. Thankfully, Hermione and Harry had always stopped him in time. After all, shadow creatures weren't typically allowed as pets at Hogwarts. They were known to be somewhat aggressive and highly capable in combat. Even though Cole was still young, he was more than capable of taking down a wizard who didn't know much magic. Dylan didn't want to draw too much attention to Cole, as it might lead to unnecessary trouble. Meow, Cole sauntered over gracefully but stopped just short of Dylan. The little creature tilted its head up, its tail swaying gently, and glanced at Dylan sideways, as if saying, "I'm not here to greet you." But when Dylan walked over to the table without reaching out to pick him up, Cole's eyes widened, and he quickly scurried over, circling Dylan's feet. Every now and then, he would nudge Dylan's leg with his head, pausing deliberately after each nudge. After placing his bag by the table, Dylan chuckled and scooped Cole up into his arms. Meow. Cole let out a proud little cry, tilting his head away. Dylan smiled and cast a quick scour jiffy on himself. He was too tired to wash up properly tonight, so magic would have to do. He took off his shoes, neatly placed them by the bed, changed into his pajamas, and climbed into bed. As he pulled the covers over himself, he let out a long sigh, his face relaxing into a contented smile. "So comfortable," he murmured. Dylan wiggled his legs and snuggled deeper into the blankets, wrapping himself up tightly. He could feel Cole shifting in his arms, trying to find the perfect spot. The little creature nuzzled here and there, occasionally pawing gently at him. Finally, Cole curled up into a ball, settling comfortably against Dylan's side. Within moments, Dylan's breathing became slow and steady as he drifted off to sleep. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. "He's really asleep already," Ron whispered. "Looks like Dylan really isn't planning to join us in the duel against Slytherin," Harry replied. "Should we ask him again? Isn't it too late? Just one more try." The two of them whispered back and forth, quickly tidying up before climbing into bed without even changing their clothes. Hours passed, and the castle fell into a deep silence. In the dead of night, the two boys quietly got up and prepared to leave. Just as they were about to head out, Ron tugged at Harry and led him over to Dylan's bed. They stood there like two sentinels, hesitating and nudging each other, until finally, Harry gave in. He stepped forward, swallowed hard, and gently poked Dylan's cheek with his finger. Dylan's eyes snapped open, locking onto the two intruders by his bed. Harry and Ron jumped back, startled. Harry quickly pulled his hand away. Harry chuckled nervously, but no words came out. Ron, however, blurted out in a hushed voice, "Hey, Dylan, we're heading out for the duel. Just wanted to check, are you sure you don't want to come with us?" As soon as the words left Ron's mouth, both boys looked at Dylan with hopeful expressions. But when they saw the eerie green glow in Dylan's eyes, they froze, their faces tightening into awkward, forced smiles. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Dylan, we met a three-headed dog. Ron scratched his head and was about to speak when Harry suddenly covered his mouth. "Ahaha, good evening, Dylan. You should, go back to sleep, haha." Ron, unable to speak with Harry's hand over his mouth, nodded frantically, bobbing his head like a pecking chicken. Let's get out of here," Harry whispered, pulling Ron along. The two of them turned around in a panic, stumbling and scrambling as they tried to move quietly, holding their breath to avoid making too much noise. They lifted their feet gently and set them down slowly, moving as cautiously as two guilty thieves. Their hands stretched out slightly in front of them, grasping at the air to maintain their balance. It wasn't until they reached the door that they finally bolted out, though they made sure to carefully close the door behind them. Before leaving, Ron even mouthed through the crack in the door, "Go back to sleep." Are these two out of their minds? Dylan had witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but feel exasperated. By now, he wasn't feeling sleepy anymore. The antics of these two clueless idiots had completely wiped away his drowsiness. Didn't I already say I wouldn't get involved in this? And yet, they had to wake me up in the middle of the night. To be honest, Dylan was a little annoyed. Of course, this had absolutely nothing to do with his grumpiness after being woken up. After a moment of silence, he let out a helpless sigh. Sigh. He glanced down at the little black ball poking its head out from under the covers, its eyes glowing faintly, just like his. Dylan reached out and gently pinched its tiny head with 2 fingers. "They're my friends too. Go after them and help them out if needed." Moo. The little black ball let out a soft sound. It knew there were others still sleeping in the dorm. "Go on. Haven't you made a lot of friends around here anyway?" Although Dylan had brought the little black ball to the dorm and told it to stay put, he was pretty sure it had snuck out to have some fun. Because earlier that evening, during his private lesson with Professor McGonagall, she had casually mentioned that a small shadowy creature had been sneaking around the school. It had even wandered into the Forbidden Forest and mingled with some wild magical creatures. The real issue was that after returning to Hogwarts, the little creature had somehow made its way into the restricted areas. It was only when Professor McGonagall happened to pass by that she noticed it. Since Hagrid had mentioned to her and Dumbledore that Dylan wanted to keep a shadow creature as a pet, she immediately suspected it might be Dylan's. She had a house elf take it back to the dorm. Otherwise, if the little creature had kept wandering around, it might have been caught by Filch. After hearing Professor McGonagall's account, Dylan realized she was subtly warning him. What could he say? He vaguely explained the situation to her, admitting that he was indeed keeping a shadow creature as a pet. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall didn't press for more details. She simply advised him not to spend too much time on his pet but to take good care of it. Dylan naturally agreed. Of course, he didn't blame the little black ball at all. After all, ever since it had started following him, it had mostly stayed in its pet space. Now that it finally had a chance to roam freely, why shouldn't it have some fun? It hadn't bitten off a student's head or caused any real trouble. It had just wandered around a bit, and Dylan didn't see any harm in that. Moo. The little black ball, which had been proudly holding its head high, suddenly blinked guiltily and shrunk its neck when it heard Dylan's words. "Go on, but remember to be careful." Dylan tapped its head with his finger. Whoosh! The little black ball darted forward. As it approached the door, its body seemed to blur and phase through the solid wood, disappearing into the hallway. Dylan lay back down in bed. Fortunately, he was a deep sleeper. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep again. This time, no one disturbed him, and he slept soundly until morning. Because Harry and Ron had woken him up in the middle of the night, he ended up sleeping in a bit later than usual. When he checked the time, it was around 6:30 a.m. He glanced over and saw that Harry and Ron had returned and were still fast asleep. The little black ball was lazily curled up between his legs. Dylan shook his head, told the little black ball to stay put in the dorm, and got up to get ready for the day. He planned to check on his owl, review his potions notes, grab some breakfast, and then head to class. The little black ball's fur was as smooth as black satin. It twitched its ears and rolled over, nestling deeper into the blankets. Stepping out into the morning light, Dylan went through his usual routine. After finishing his morning tasks, he made his way to the Great Hall. By then, many students had already arrived for breakfast, and a few teachers were seated at the staff table. "Hey! Dylan, over here!" As soon as he entered the Great Hall, Dylan spotted Harry and Ron waving enthusiastically from the Gryffindor table. He walked over and sat down next to Harry. Ron was practically bursting with excitement. He leaned in, lowering his voice, and said to Dylan, "You have no idea how crazy last night was." Dylan blinked. "Wow, how crazy?" Ron, not picking up on Dylan's flat tone, grinned smugly. "You missed out. And that Malfoy, what a jerk. He said he'd duel us, but then he went and tipped off Filch." "That's not what you said, Dylan. He didn't tell Professor Snape." Seeing Ron's triumphant expression, Dylan opened his mouth. "Wow, that's really sneaky of him." "Right." Ron scowled at the thought of Malfoy. Hermione, sitting nearby, face-palmed. "You idiot. Whether Malfoy told Filch or Snape, he still got the teachers involved." Dylan's warning was spot on. Ron blinked, momentarily confused, but he quickly moved on. "Anyway, Filch chased us all over the place, and Mrs. Norris wouldn't let up either. Luckily, they got distracted by something else, maybe another student, but then we ran into Peeves, and he chased us all the way to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. And guess what? We saw a three-headed dog there. It was huge, I swear it could have swallowed me whole." Dylan, chewing on a forkful of salad, nodded along, providing the appropriate reactions. "Oh, that sounds terrifying." Finally, Ron seemed to catch on. He looked at Dylan and narrowed his eyes. "Hey! Dash! Chapter 36, Chapter 36, do you know what's even more exciting? Dylan, aren't you even a little surprised? That was a three-headed dog." Ron pouted, glaring at Dylan. Dylan, who was about to take a sip of milk, paused for a moment, his eyelashes fluttering twice. "Hey? Of course, I'm surprised. I'm totally shocked." Gulp, gulp. He tilted his head back and gulped down the milk in large mouthfuls. When he finally set the glass down, a faint milk mustache lingered on his lips. Dylan's tongue flicked out, lightly licking the milk away, before he picked up his fork to grab a fried egg. Watching his calm and composed demeanor, Ron couldn't help but slam his hands on the table and sit up straight. "Oh my God, Dylan!" His sudden outburst drew the attention of several classmates nearby. Ron froze for a moment, then hunched back down, leaning as close to Dylan as possible. "A three-headed dog? I mean, that's a three-headed dog. Aren't you curious about how powerful it is?" Dylan glanced at the silly boy, smacking his lips a couple of times. "The headmaster already said those areas are strictly off-limits. You could really die there. So, it's not impossible that something like a Dementor is locked inside. You do know what a Dementor is, right? Even if there's no Dementor, you mentioned the three-headed dog. There could be other creatures too, like a basilisk or a troll. I'm genuinely surprised you all came back in one piece." "Really?" Dylan added the last sentence to make sure Ron believed him. Ron's expression froze, as if someone had hit the pause button. After a moment, his eyes blinked rapidly. He pursed his lips, scratching the back of his head with one hand while his feet shuffled on the floor. His head drooped low. "But last night was really thrilling." Dylan chuckled. "Do you know what's even more exciting?" Ron, who was chewing on a crispy sausage, looked at him. "What?" "A three-headed dog possesses immense strength. Even an iron gate would be smashed to pieces under its charge. It also has strong magical resistance, making it nearly immune to most spells. Its bite force is terrifying. It could even bite through the scales of a Hungarian horntail. To put it simply." Dylan's gaze drifted to the sausage in Ron's mouth, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Does it crunch when you bite into it?" "That's exactly how it would feel when it eats you. When it has you in its mouth, you'd first hear a pop. That's the sound of your body being punctured like a balloon. Of course, while the middle head has you, the other two won't just sit idle. The left head would bite off your head, while the right one would stuff your legs into its mouth. In just a moment, your dismembered body would meet in its throat before being swallowed into its stomach. Ron stared at Dylan's moving lips, his eyes bulging, his face losing all color. His lips trembled uncontrollably. Ugh! Ron gagged, quickly spitting out the half-eaten sausage. A few bits of sausage still clung to the corners of his mouth. Harry, who had been watching, swallowed hard and discreetly pulled his hand back from reaching for a sausage. Actually, I think Hermione isn't as bad as Ron makes her out to be. She could have just left us behind yesterday, but she helped us a lot. Getting through that locked door was mostly thanks to her. She's really smart. Harry tried to steer the conversation away from the three-headed dog. Ron quickly put down the sausage in his hand. He glanced at Hermione beside him, his lips curling in disapproval. He clearly disagreed with Harry's assessment, his face turning red as he argued, actually, if she hadn't opened that door, we wouldn't have run into that monster. That three-headed dog is really dangerous. Dylan said it would chew us up like sausages and swallow us whole. Hermione narrowed her eyes, feeling the urge to grab her thickest book and smack Ron over the head with it. Too bad there's no history of magic class today. That book would have been perfect. She snorted, glaring at Ron. Actually, if it weren't for me, you'd have been caught by the professors and expelled by now. Ron scoffed, about to retort. But seeing that Dylan had lost interest in the conversation, he quickly changed the subject. I remember the day Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley. He took out a small package. That was the same day Gringotts was broken into. After last night's adventure, Harry couldn't help but suspect that the three-headed dog was guarding something in the restricted area, something Hagrid had taken out of Gringotts. But what could it be? Ron, intrigued by Harry's words, began muttering along with him. But after thinking for a while, neither of them could figure out what it might be. Finally, they both turned their gazes to Dylan. Dylan, of course, knew what Hagrid had taken out: a Philosopher's Stone, something he didn't consider particularly useful. The most remarkable thing about the Philosopher's Stone was its ability to create the elixir of life, granting immortality. However, even with immortality, after a few hundred years, the body would become so frail that even a handshake could cause a bone to break. To Dylan, such a painful existence wasn't worth pursuing. He believed that potion making could eventually produce a more stable and perfect elixir of life, without relying on the Philosopher's Stone. The current wizards just hadn't discovered the method yet. Dylan was confident that by brewing potions 1,000 times, observing the shifting colors in the cauldron, tasting the bitterness of success or failure, and inhaling the pungent or strange aromas, he could unlock a new path to immortality. With his growing talent in potion making, thanks to the achievement system, he was sure he could pave the way. But he was only 10 years old. For now, absorbing more magical knowledge was his top priority. As for immortality, with Voldemort still out there, it wasn't something he needed to worry about yet. Though Dumbledore might want to start thinking about it. Dylan, what do you think that thing could be? Seeing the two of them staring at him with puppy dog eyes, Dylan resisted the urge to pat Ron and Harry on the head and set down his fork. If you think Hagrid placed that thing in the restricted area and guarded it with a three-headed dog, then it must be something incredibly valuable. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Accumulated Pressure. Even if you searched the entire world, there might only be one of these. Even if you had 1,000,000 galleons, you still couldn't buy any information about it. Dylan paused and added, of course, if you really did have 1,000,000 galleons, you might still be able to buy some information. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed in Harry's eyes. It seems like those people didn't steal a single galleon when they attacked Gringotts. Ron, still confused, pressed Dylan for an answer. So, what exactly is that thing? Dylan shrugged. Even if it were a pile of dog poop, I wouldn't know. He then offered Ron a suggestion. If you're so eager to find out, why don't you ask Professor Dumbledore? After all, it was the headmaster who sent Hagrid to retrieve it. He must know. Ron, _. Are you trying to get me killed? He shook his head vigorously, gesturing for Dylan to keep his voice down, while sneaking a glance toward the professor's table. How are we supposed to ask him? Should we just tell Professor Dumbledore that we sneaked into the restricted area yesterday? Good grief, he'd expel us from Hogwarts for sure. Harry also shook his head like a rattle drum. We can't tell any of the professors about this. Dylan rolled his eyes inwardly. He already knew about what the little troublemakers had done yesterday. If it hadn't been for the little Furble, Harry and the others might have been caught by Filch in the restricted area. But the Furble had already led Mrs. Norris and Filch away halfway. Yet, Harry and the others still ended up in the corridor on the 4th floor, right side. They saw and entered that room. According to Ron, they were chased by Peeves. However, Peeves, who had been around since the founding of Hogwarts and was a constant headache for every caretaker, was just a mischievous poltergeist. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even a real ghost. Would he really lead young wizards into a restricted area? During the Battle of Hogwarts, Peeves had shown absolute loyalty to the school. He even fought against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Sure, he loved pranks, but would he really lead a group of first-year students into a life-threatening situation? Dylan also subtly glanced at Dumbledore, who was calmly eating at the professor's table. He remembered the spell Mors Mordra, which was created by Voldemort but had been modified by the system to some extent, allowing it to repel spirits and dark creatures. If it could repel spirits, then among the countless spells in the world, could there be one that could directly control or manipulate spirits? As the greatest wizard of the 20th century, would Dumbledore happen to know such a spell? Even a younger dark wizard like Voldemort had created Mors Mordra. Dumbledore, who had been close to Grindelwald in his youth, certainly knew a thing or two about dark magic. Dumbledore was never a rigid or old-fashioned man. Voldemort might seem terrifying now, but if Dumbledore had devoted himself to studying dark magic, it's unclear whether Voldemort could even hold a candle to him. Anyway, whether it was Dumbledore or not, Harry and the others are safe. Why should I care so much? After breakfast, the group headed to class. Thanks to Dylan's influence, Harry, Ron, and Neville had all become more enthusiastic about studying. They no longer sat at the back of the class but instead joined Dylan in the front row. Of course, it wasn't just because they realized that sitting near Dylan meant the professors would be nicer to them during questions. Or that Dylan occasionally gave them hints to help them pass the professors' quizzes. They genuinely wanted to sit in the front row and pay attention. Friday's class was History of Magic. Hogwarts' only ghost professor droned on about the material on the syllabus. Finally, after a long day, Dylan's drowsy mind began to clear. Time to go get some extra lessons from the professors. Dylan quickly packed his things. Today, he had arranged to meet with Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher, to explore the magical phenomenon known as stellar tides. Dylan was very interested in this. Astronomy might seem unimportant, but the fact that it was a required subject for young wizards spoke volumes. After studying astronomy for a while, Dylan noticed that many names were derived from astronomical phenomena and celestial bodies. For example, the astronomy professor Aurora Sinistra. Aurora could mean dawn or the aurora borealis, while Sinistra was the name of a star in the constellation Ophiuchus. There were also more obvious examples, like Sirius Black. Even Draco Malfoy's name was derived from the constellation Draco. This showed that pure-blood wizards placed great importance on celestial bodies and constellations. In some way, this also suggested that a wizard's power was connected to the stars above. Even if you ignored all that, if you wanted to study divination, you still needed to know which star was which. Dylan hadn't delved deeply into divination yet because he hadn't fully mastered astronomy. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Dylan's life was incredibly busy. He woke up early every morning to study and stayed up late for extra lessons with professors. Even on weekends, Harry and the others rarely saw Dylan in the dorm during the day. Hermione's relationship with Harry and the others also improved during this time. After all, they had been through a lot together. For example, they had broken school rules together and even escaped death together, forming a sort of comradeship. Even if they hadn't gotten along at first, after all they'd been through, it was impossible not to become friends. Fortunately, while Dylan was busy, Harry wasn't idle either. Wood saw Harry as the true savior of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and put him through intense training. Although Harry didn't have to wake up at 4 or 5 a.m. like Dylan, he still had to be up by 7 every morning. Often, after Dylan finished his extra lessons, he would run into Harry on his way back to the dorm. During this time, Dylan quickly mastered many spells and magical knowledge. He even unlocked several new achievements, further enriching his magical abilities and his stash of galleons. However, the pressure on Dylan gradually built up as he went about his daily routine like a robot, constantly on the go. Until end of chapter. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, You're only a first year, and you already want to compete with a professor's knowledge? Hey, Dylan, how are you feeling? After lunch on a rare Sunday afternoon, Neville was surprised to see Dylan in the dormitory. He watched as Dylan walked in, his hair a disheveled mess, his expression dazed and blank. It seemed like he had just returned from the library, carrying a thick stack of books in his arms. Hey? What do you mean? Dylan's posture was slightly hunched, his shoulders slumped as he clutched the books. His eyes were dull, and his lips were dry and cracked, with an unhealthy pallor. Neville blinked. I mean, you look like you're in pretty bad shape. Seamus was also in the dorm. He nodded vigorously. Even Cole, the cat, jumped down from the bed and padded over to Dylan, sitting down obediently beside him and tilting its little head. Moo. Dylan first placed the stack of books on the table, then rubbed his temples, which were throbbing with pain. Do I really look that bad? Both Neville and Seamus nodded like mad. Moo. Cole also bobbed its little head. Dylan gave an embarrassed smile. This morning, I was discussing charms with Professor Flitwick. You know how much he knows. During our private session, he was teaching me things that are completely different from what we learn in class. Dylan sighed. I seriously suspect that the knowledge he's sharing with me is way beyond what 7th years are supposed to learn. In just 20 minutes this morning, he referenced 3 books I've never even heard of, along with 2 extremely obscure journals I didn't even know existed. So, well. Dylan pointed to the books on the table. To make sure I don't struggle as much next time, I went to the library and borrowed all these books. Dylan began muttering almost neurotically. I feel like I still know too little. Compared to the professors, my knowledge is way too limited. I need to read more books as soon as possible. Like this one, Ancient Rune Charms Deciphered. I haven't really delved into it yet. And then there's the secrets of nonverbal spells, elemental charms, and natural forces, dream charm analysis. I need to study all of these as soon as possible. Neville and Seamus stared at him, dumbfounded. The two exchanged a glance, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Was 7th year material not enough for Dylan anymore? 7th years weren't even considered young wizards anymore. Was their roommate planning to cram the entire library's worth of knowledge into his brain in just 1 year? Merlin's beard. You're only a first year. And you already want your knowledge to surpass that of Hogwarts professors? Both of them gulped. They glanced at Dylan, who seemed to be teetering on the edge of sanity. Neville took a deep breath and finally spoke up. Dylan, you're already working so hard, and you know way more than any of us in our entire year. Seamus nodded vigorously. Yeah. You're doing great, Dylan. Neville continued, I think you should take a break. You've been studying at this insane pace for way too long. Seamus nodded again. Yeah, way too long. Neville. Wait, aren't you supposed to help me convince him? Seamus blinked. I am helping you convince him. Dylan let out a heavy sigh. Truthfully, he was starting to realize that his body was still growing, and the intense studying was taking a toll. Even if his mind could handle it, his body and spirit were beginning to wear down. But take a break? The moment that thought crossed his mind, Quirrell's face suddenly appeared in his thoughts. If I don't use the 6 major dark spells, my current magical abilities definitely aren't enough to take him on. And if he wanted to face Quirrell, he couldn't just duel him one-on-one, say, by sneaking up on him and hitting him with an Avada Kedavra to finish him off. Because the guy had 2 faces. One in the front, one in the back. Sneak attacks weren't exactly easy. Plus, even though others couldn't indirectly trace his use of magic, this was still Hogwarts. Who knew if Dumbledore might be lurking somewhere, secretly observing Quirrell, and just happened to catch him in the act of launching a sneak attack? Wouldn't that be a disaster? So Dylan's plan was to solidify his magical foundation as much as possible. At the very least, he wanted to be able to hold his own in a face-to-face fight without relying on dark magic. That way, with the wand coloring charm at his disposal, he could sneak in a few subtle, high-level dark spells amidst a flurry of regular magic. After all, if he changed the color and didn't show any negative emotions, even if someone saw him casting a spell, it would be hard for them to notice anything unusual. Take a break? As long as I don't study myself to death, I'll keep studying. Even though he didn't think Quirrell would really pose a threat to him, it was always better to be prepared. Even if he didn't want to get involved in the main plot, what if he got dragged into it at some critical moment? So, the more prepared he was, the better. Dylan plopped down on a chair and picked up a book, ready to dive back in. Seeing this, Neville pursed his lips, then reached out with his chubby hand and snatched the book away. Hey, Dylan! I need your help with something. Hey! Dylan was taken aback. Neville closed the book. Remember that flame-thorn plant? The seedling Professor Sprout asked me to take care of. Yesterday, I ran out of the special nutrients it needs. I have to ask Hagrid for more, but I'm kind of scared of him. Could you come with me? Dylan blinked. Isn't Seamus here? You two don't seem to have anything else to do. Why don't you go together? Lately, Harry and Ron had been spending more and more time together, and Neville, who used to hang out with Dylan, found himself increasingly alone. Since Dylan was always busy studying, Neville had ended up bonding with Seamus after melting his cauldron in potions class. Neville's face turned red. Seamus quickly shook his head. Oh, I promised to cheer Harry on today. He's got a practice match, and Ron and his brothers are going too. Dylan gave the 2 boys a suspicious look. The match wasn't for a while yet. Wasn't that excuse a bit too flimsy? But Dylan understood what they were trying to do and smiled wryly. All right then, I'll take you to see Hagrid. We can grab some snacks while we're at it. Neville looked puzzled. What snacks? Dylan grinned. Hagrid's famous rock cakes. They're absolutely delicious. End of chapter. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, The Forbidden Forest is a great place. That's fantastic, let's go. Neville was thrilled to see that he had managed to persuade Dylan. Hearing that there were even some tasty treats waiting for them made him even happier. Dylan didn't bother packing up much. He just shoved his books onto the table and stood up, ready to head to Hagrid's hut with Neville. Moo! Cole, the cat, immediately followed. You want to come too? Dylan chuckled. Moo! Cole responded decisively. All right, let's go. Dylan smiled, opening his arms to Cole. Cole leaped into Dylan's embrace in one swift motion, as if transforming into a shadow. Neville watched the fluffy Cole with envy. He wished he had such an adorable pet too. Wait, I think I forgot something again, Neville muttered, blinking as he stood still. Just then, Dylan, who had already walked ahead, turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah? No, nothing," Neville quickly shook his head and hurried to catch up. Along the way, Neville tried his best to keep the conversation going so Dylan wouldn't get bored. Dylan played along, chatting with him the entire time. When the two of them, along with Cole, arrived at Hagrid's hut, they found Hagrid standing at the door, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing them, Hagrid's eyes lit up. "Two young wizards. Why haven't I seen Harry and the others today?" Dylan approached. "Harry has a match, and Ron went to watch." "What, a match? Oh. I can't go, what a shame." Hagrid looked genuinely disappointed. But soon, his attention was drawn to Dylan's messy hair. "Did those pesky ghosts play a prank on you?" "No." Hagrid blinked, then looked down at Cole in Dylan's arms. "Hey there, little one. Are you here to play with everyone today?" Cole had snuck out once before and ended up here, so he and Hagrid were already acquainted. In a flash, Cole jumped into Hagrid's open arms, playfully tugging at Hagrid's thick beard, which made Hagrid burst into laughter. Despite his large size, Hagrid handled Cole with surprising gentleness. He scratched Cole's chin lightly and gestured for Dylan and Neville to come inside. The hut was warm and filled with the scent of wood and smoke. As Cole hopped around the spacious room, Hagrid went to the kitchen and brought out a plate of pastries. "I just made a fresh batch of rock cakes today. Would you like to try one?" Neville, remembering Dylan's mention of something delicious, nodded eagerly. "Please, give me one." Of course, Hagrid handed Neville an entire rock cake, uncut. "I'll pass. I just ate, and it's still a bit early for afternoon tea," Dylan politely declined with a smile. "All right," Hagrid nodded, then looked at Neville expectantly. Neville's eyes sparkled as he grabbed the rock cake and, under Dylan's equally expectant gaze, took a big bite. Crunch! Neville's eyes widened instantly. His mouth hung open, his facial muscles twitching in pain, and his expression quickly turned to one of dismay. "Ouch!" Neville instinctively covered his mouth, looking at Dylan with a pitiful expression. Dylan stifled a laugh, his lips curling upward as his shoulders shook. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! It's actually really tasty, just a bit hard to chew, that's all." "Dylan!" Neville glared at him, pretending to be angry as he lightly punched Dylan's arm. Hagrid scratched his head, "Still too hard to bite?" "Well." Fang, Hagrid's dog, had already seized the opportunity and trotted over, wagging his tail and looking at Neville expectantly. Neville glanced at Hagrid. "Go ahead, give it to him. He loves them," Hagrid nodded. Neville handed the rock cake, or rather, the building material, to Fang, who happily gobbled it up. Dylan finally stopped laughing and explained the reason for their visit. "Special fertilizer for the firethorn plant." Hagrid was momentarily confused. "Didn't I already send some to Professor Sprout?" Dylan clarified, "Professor Sprout has it, but Neville doesn't. She specifically assigned Neville to take care of the firethorn, and the previous batch of fertilizer has run out. It's not convenient to ask the professor for more now." "Ah, I see," Hagrid nodded in understanding. Firethorns were notoriously difficult to care for. They were temperamental and required a specially formulated fertilizer. Without it, the plant might get so upset it could spontaneously combust. "But Professor Sprout entrusted you with such a delicate plant? She must think highly of you," Hagrid remarked. Neville blushed. "It's all thanks to Dylan." Indeed, the reason Professor Sprout had assigned Neville to care for the firethorn was largely due to Dylan's influence. After class, Dylan had been taking extra lessons with Professor Sprout, and he had put in a good word for Neville. Plus, Neville had a natural talent for herbology. So, Professor Sprout figured that if she was already giving Dylan extra lessons, she might as well include Neville. This led to Neville being called in whenever Dylan had his private sessions with the professor. Though the pace was fast, Neville had made significant progress over the course of these extra lessons. The special fertilizer for firethorns isn't easy to make. It requires a lot of ingredients, but the Forbidden Forest has plenty of materials. If we gather enough and mix them properly, we can create a substitute that should work just as well. Would that be all right? Of course. Neville agreed without hesitation. Dylan, who had only come along to accompany Neville, stayed quiet as the two discussed the matter. Instead, he turned his gaze out the window. The Forbidden Forest loomed outside, its tall trees and dense foliage blocking much of the view. The Forbidden Forest, it's a great place, Dylan mused to himself. Lately, he had been spending a lot of time working on potions with Professor Snape. Almost every private lesson with Snape involved the professor providing the materials. Dylan felt it was inappropriate to keep relying on Snape for supplies, especially since the professor's ingredients were meant for advanced potions. Using them for his own practice seemed wasteful. So, where could he get the materials he needed? End of chapter. Chapter 40, Chapter 40, Wand Customization. Pink Stardust Particles. Coincidentally, although I haven't delved too deeply into other spells, the 6 max level dark magic spells are more than enough to make me fearless against any magical creature in the Forbidden Forest. Dylan then thought about his wand customization. I've already sent a fair amount of money home for Dad to invest in stocks. Over the past few months, it hasn't skyrocketed to astronomical levels, but it's still earned a decent profit. With this money, I can totally give my spellcasting a little cosmetic upgrade. That way, even if someone sees me using magic, so what? Who would believe that a wand glowing with pink light is casting the killing curse? If he fired off a pink, fluffy bunny version of the Avada Kedavra, people would probably just think it was some kind of special effect. Aside from the materials needed for potion making, the rest can even be sold for profit. Although Dylan wasn't particularly keen on selling magical creature parts for money, it was still a source of income nonetheless. If I could get my hands on Harry's invisibility cloak, could I just go and rob Gringotts? Dylan couldn't even imagine what kind of rewards the achievement system would give him if he actually managed to pull off a heist at Gringotts. As he pondered this, Dylan began planning how to sneak into the Forbidden Forest to hunt for the various potion ingredients he needed. After chatting with Neville for a bit, Hagrid arranged a time for Neville to come back and pick up the special fertilizer. He then escorted Dylan and Neville to the door before heading back into the Forbidden Forest. Dylan glanced at the dark depths of the forest before turning away. Let's head back. Dylan and Neville started walking back toward Hogwarts. Neville rubbed his chubby cheeks. Goodness, that rock cake nearly broke my teeth. He turned to Dylan. Did you notice something earlier? Dylan blinked. What? He had been too busy thinking about how to sneak into the Forbidden Forest and do something utterly ruthless to Hagrid's Aragog. That rock cake. Hagrid just baked another batch. Hey? What about it? You didn't notice? Hagrid dropped the tray, and one of the rock cakes fell. Tiny was right by Hagrid's feet, and the rock cake hit him on the head. He passed out. Wait, really? Dylan was stunned. I didn't notice that. Neville grimaced. I guess Tiny's used to it by now. He woke up after just a few seconds. Dylan nodded. All right, that explains why I missed it. I'm going to check on the fire thorns. Hagrid managed to dig up a bit of the special fertilizer for me, so I can use that for now. Dylan gave a slight nod. All right, I'll head back to the dorm then. Neville hesitated. He had been about to ask if Dylan wanted to come with him, but Dylan had already shut that door. He sighed. Well. Dylan knew Neville was worried about him. He smiled and patted the chubby boy on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. I'm not planning to study too much today. I'll relax a bit and look into something else. Wait, you're still going to research something? Isn't that just more studying? Neville looked at him skeptically. No, this is something fun, not from the textbooks, Dylan quickly clarified. All right then, Neville relented. I'll head to the greenhouse. Take care of yourself, okay? Got it, Mr. Longbottom, Dylan waved. Moo. Cole also waved a tiny hand at Neville. See you tonight, Cole, Neville chuckled. After parting ways, Dylan carried Cole back to the dorm, where Seamus was already gone. Dylan kicked off his shoes, climbed into bed, and sprawled out. Cole was tossed to the side. He pulled out his wand and examined it closely. The wand was pitch black, with a cold, glossy sheen. The wood grain seemed to have mysterious runes faintly flowing within it, but upon closer inspection, there was nothing. Do I really need to customize it? I think the wand looks pretty cool as it is. I don't need to hide my identity by changing its appearance. Dylan felt the cool touch of the wand against his fingertips. He tapped the tip of the wand with his index finger. Any thoughts? Do you want pink effects when casting spells, or maybe multicolored ones? The wand remained silent. If you don't say anything, I'll assume you're fine with both. Dylan thought for a moment, then glanced at his current gold balance. Aside from the money I've left for my parents to manage, I've got over 10,000 galleons. 100 galleons isn't too expensive. Dylan focused his mind. He clicked on the wand icon in the system panel. Then he opened the wand customization section. After a moment of contemplation, a mischievous idea popped into his head. How about adding a pink stardust particle effect? Just then, a system notification popped up. Message: would you like to spend 300 gold to add a pink stardust particle effect to your wand's attack visuals? Wait, 300? Dylan was taken aback. I thought it was only supposed to cost 100. After staring at the notification for a while, Dylan finally understood. So, what if I just add a pink attack effect? Sure enough, as soon as Dylan adjusted his request, the system notification changed. Message: would you like to spend 100 gold to add a pink effect to your wand's attack visuals? Dylan clicked his tongue. So pink, stardust, and particles were three separate effects? The color alone costs money, and stardust and particles should count as one effect, right? Whatever, I've already spent the money. What's another 200 galleons? Message: would you like to spend 300? Dylan clicked yes. In the next moment, Dylan felt a strange, almost imperceptible magical energy envelop his wand. Suddenly, the wand began to vibrate intensely. Dylan sensed a profound, almost intangible magic descending upon his wand. The process was quick, and soon the customization was complete. Dylan peeked out from under the covers to check the door. No one was there. Let's test it out. Dylan couldn't wait to try it. He waved his wand. In an instant, something entirely different happened compared to his usual spell casting. As the wand moved through the air, a trail of pink stardust particles cascaded out like a dreamy waterfall. End of chapter. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Halloween. Is this forcing the plot? Moo. The coal ball beside him was startled. A pair of black eyes stared blankly at the fleeting pink starlight. Dylan was also surprised. Looks like the money wasn't wasted after all. Dylan waved his wand again. Lumos. Whoosh. A dazzling, soft pink light dispelled the gloom in the room. Sparkling particles shimmered with a mesmerizing glow, intertwining and colliding, each touch bursting into pink starlight. Moo. The coal ball charged over, pouncing toward the pink starlight. But it missed. Moo. Dylan suddenly discovered a new source of amusement. He waved his wand again. Whoosh. The pink starlight reappeared. The coal ball pounced again. Hey, this is fun. Who would have thought that beautifying his wand would turn it into a cat toy? Dylan spent almost the entire afternoon playing with the coal ball, never tiring of it. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps and chatter outside the door signaled the return of several young wizards to the dormitory that Dylan finally stopped. Whew! Dylan exhaled deeply, looking at the now tired coal ball with a fond smile. He reached out and gently scratched its chin. The coal ball narrowed its eyes in contentment, purring with a soft moo-moo sound, and nuzzled Dylan's hand. Dylan burst into laughter at its adorable antics. Although they had spent the whole afternoon playing, Dylan didn't feel like it was a waste of time. On the contrary, as he reflected on his state of mind, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the accumulated stress had completely dissipated. His heart was filled with joy, and even his tired body felt lighter. While eating dinner usually helps relieve some stress, I can't exactly overeat every time. This afternoon's playtime with the coal ball had unexpectedly released all the pressure he had been carrying. Today, I won't do anything else. I'll just get a good night's sleep, recharge, and continue fighting tomorrow. After eating a meal, Dylan returned to his dorm and fell into a deep sleep. By evening, when Harry and Ron returned, they found Dylan fast asleep. Exchanging glances, they were surprised but instinctively softened their movements. The next morning. The smell of roasted pumpkin. Early the next morning, as Dylan finished washing up and stepped out, he was greeted by a rich, enticing aroma. Ah, Halloween! Dylan rarely paid attention to holidays, but the scent of pumpkin made him realize it was Halloween. I remember, wasn't there a troll that showed up during the Halloween feast? Dylan slung his small bag over his shoulder and headed toward the Olori, lost in thought. Wait, wasn't that troll released by Quirrell? Dylan's memory was a bit hazy. He vaguely recalled that Harry and the others had sneaked into the girls' bathroom and encountered the troll. What stuck out most in his mind was how they had easily defeated it using the levitation charm they had just learned. Trolls aren't common. Not only are they rare, but their teeth can enhance the potency of potions. Their livers can be used to make potions for curing severe illnesses or curses. Even their mucus has unique magical properties, making it ideal for potion making. Dylan arrived at the Olori, fed Luna some food, and handed her a letter to deliver to his parents. Then he headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. I can't kill the three-headed dog, but I should be able to handle this thing, right? The three-headed dog was clearly placed in the restricted area by Hogwarts. He couldn't go looking for trouble with it. But this troll. Dylan happened to be researching a new potion, and if he could collect materials from the troll, he wouldn't have to go out of his way to find them. Later that day. After a full day of classes, the students of Hogwarts made their way to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. Dylan walked among the crowd, eventually catching up with Harry and Ron. He noticed that Ron looked a bit off. Dylan blinked, then whispered to Harry, "Is Ron feeling okay?" Harry glanced at Ron, who seemed preoccupied, and pursed his lips. "During Charms class this morning, you performed really well with the levitation charm." "And?" Dylan tilted his head. "And?" Harry paused, glancing at Ron again. After Professor Flitwick called Hermione up to demonstrate the charm, Ron muttered something mean about her under his breath because she didn't perform as well as you. Then. At this point, Dylan had a rough idea of what had happened. During class, he was usually the focus of the professor's attention, so he hadn't paid much attention to what was going on with Harry and Ron. But hearing Harry's explanation, Dylan sighed. So, as soon as he said it, Hermione caught him. Harry nodded solemnly. Iota _. Dylan really didn't understand why Ron had such a habit of talking behind people's backs. And every time, he managed to get caught red-handed by the person he was bad-mouthing. Actually, Ron hadn't said anything bad about Hermione for a while. But this time, Hermione felt like Ron didn't consider her a friend at all. Harry added, she also thinks Ron has been bad-mouthing her behind her back a lot. Dylan clicked his tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. So, what happened next? What's the situation now? Hermione cried through the second half of class and hasn't been seen all afternoon. Is this how the plot kicks off? Dylan had originally planned to sneak into the bathroom, quietly deal with the troll, collect the materials, and finish everything without anyone noticing. But now, thanks to Ron, Hermione had stormed off to the bathroom again. Who knew girls could be so complicated? I already said it was just a joke. And she really didn't perform as well as Dylan. Ron insisted. But you also said she was being pretentious. Harry added. Was I wrong? Ron glared. Even though I didn't do well in class today, she didn't have to keep lecturing me. So that's what started it. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Dylan, you. Dylan was utterly exasperated by these little brats. He couldn't help but recall his own childhood, wondering if he had been as prone to throwing tantrums as Ron and the others. After a brief moment of reflection, he shook his head to himself. That time was too far gone. He had already lived through 2 lifetimes, and those memories were long faded. The group had just arrived at the Great Hall. They hadn't even had a chance to settle in when Quirrell suddenly burst through the doors, his face pale with terror. Troll! In the dungeon! Troll! Dylan was in the middle of eating a lamb chop. He didn't react much to Quirrell's dramatic entrance, but Harry, sitting beside him, nearly choked on his mashed potatoes. Cough! 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 Dylan handed him a glass of milk. Harry shot him a grateful look and gulped it down, finally catching his breath. Meanwhile, the cheerful atmosphere in the Great Hall had turned to chaos. The younger students were frozen in fear, some even letting out screams. The older students, though slightly more composed, were also visibly alarmed, scrambling to their feet and fumbling for their wands. In an instant, the entire hall was in disarray. No one even noticed Quirrell, who had collapsed on the floor. Calm down. Suddenly, a burst of purple fireworks exploded above the Great Hall. Dumbledore's booming voice drowned out all the screams. Wow, that sonorous charm was perfectly executed. Dylan thought to himself. He had also studied the sonorous charm. In fact, he had dabbled in many spells. It wasn't that he wanted to master everything, but with 6 max-level dark magic spells under his belt, he found that many magical principles were interconnected. This allowed him to pick up new spells with ease, often reaching a basic proficiency, levels 1 to 4, without much effort. For Dylan, the philosophy was simple: learn as many spells as possible. It was better to know a spell, even at a basic level, than not to know it at all. As for mastering them, that could come later. Some might say, jack of all trades, master of none, but Dylan believed in being a jack of all trades, master of many. Besides, many spells shared similarities, and learning one could often lead to breakthroughs in others. All prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Dumbledore's voice echoed through the hall. Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances, clearly thinking about Hermione. Dylan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to analyze Dumbledore's mastery of the sonorous charm. He must be at least level 8 in proficiency. The sound is not only powerful but also smooth and pleasant, without a hint of harshness. Meanwhile, Percy, Ron's older brother, was bustling about, herding the first-year Gryffindors. Come on, stop eating. You. Yes, you. Put down that chocolate frog and get in line. And you. What are you eating? Spicy slug treats? That's too hot for someone your age. Get up and follow me. Percy led the first-year Gryffindors out of the Great Hall in an orderly fashion. Along the way, Harry and Ron huddled together, making their way over to Dylan. Both looked worried. A troll in the school? This is unbelievable. Harry whispered. And Hermione wasn't at the feast. She might not even know about the troll. Well. Dylan paused. She probably doesn't. It was obvious. The news about the troll had just broken, so how could Hermione know? What? Harry's eyes widened. Ron, too, was starting to panic. He set aside his earlier sulkiness and asked, "Should we go look for her?" Dylan's eyes flickered. If he went after the troll now, he might run into other professors. But if he went with Harry and Ron? Fine. I'll just use the killing curse as if it's the severing charm. He had already modified the visual effects of his spells to emit pink sparkles. Even if Harry and the others saw him casting, they wouldn't be able to tell what spell he was using. And since his dark magic left no trace, even if Harry reported what he saw to Professor McGonagall, no one would be able to prove what spell he had used. We have to find Hermione, Harry said firmly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's sneak out of the line. Ron grabbed both Harry and Dylan by the arms. Dylan. I didn't even say I was coming. But thinking about the materials he could harvest from the troll, Dylan decided to go along with it. He crouched down with Ron and Harry, sneaking out of the line. Too bad my system doesn't have a pet taming feature, Dylan mused. Just then, Harry spoke up. This way. Where are we going? Dylan asked. I don't know, Harry replied, his eyes darting around as he led Ron and Dylan through the corridors. Dylan had no idea what they were so fired up about. Oh no, someone's coming. Hide. Harry, who had just rounded a corner, quickly pulled Dylan and Ron back, ducking into the shadows. Ron followed suit, his movements smooth and practiced. Dylan raised an eyebrow. A moment later, a group of black-robed figures swept past the corridor. That was Professor Snape, Harry whispered, peeking out cautiously. Where should we look for Hermione? Ron asked, his voice low. I heard she's been crying in the bathroom. Let's check there, Dylan said. Once the coast was clear, he pulled out his wand. Disillusionment Charm. The Disillusionment Charm was an advanced spell, and Dylan's proficiency was at level 5. While he couldn't achieve complete invisibility like Dumbledore or Voldemort, it was more than enough to fool the younger students. A shower of pink sparkles enveloped them. Harry and Ron stared in awe. Dylan, you. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, The Pink Fluffy Bunny Kills the Troll. Tiny specks of pink light, like shimmering gemstones, spread rapidly over Dylan and the two people beside him, as if summoned. Their figures gradually blurred within the dreamlike pink glow, their once clear outlines fading until they seamlessly merged into their surroundings. This is a new wand flashing spell I've been researching. The special effects make my spells even more powerful. Dylan wasn't lying. He had noticed that when he used spells without activating these special effects, it always felt like something was missing. But when he allowed the pink starlight particles to shine freely, the spells felt smoother, and their power increased slightly. Dylan suspected this might be a hidden effect of wand customization. After all, the system only mentioned spending galleons to change the wand's appearance, but it never said the spell power wouldn't get a small boost after a makeover. This discovery made him want to pour all his money into customizing his wand. However, he was worried that if his wand became too flashy, the professors might start asking too many questions during their discussions. So, Dylan decided to wait until the next holiday break to experiment further with his galleons. Good heavens! Ron stared at his nearly invisible hand in shock. Dylan's already mastered such an advanced spell? Are we really all first-year Hogwarts students? Harry peeked out and looked down the hallway. I think Professor Snape just passed by. He was heading toward the 4th floor. Harry hesitated. What's Professor Snape doing on the 4th floor? Dylan glanced upward. if he had a chance to get the Philosopher's Stone. "I want to go check it out," Harry suddenly said. "What?" Dylan was surprised. "Aren't you worried about Hermione running into the troll?" Harry paused. "Look, if Professor Snape catches you doing something this dangerous, he'll skin you alive," Dylan said, not wanting to waste any more time. He started walking forward. "I'm not fully proficient with this spell yet. The disillusionment charm could wear off at any moment. We need to hurry." Ron glanced at Dylan, then at his nearly transparent hand. "Not proficient? What does proficient even look like?" He pursed his lips. Maybe Hermione wasn't wrong about him after all. The two quickly followed Dylan. As they entered the classroom corridor, Dylan frowned. What a foul smell! A pungent, nauseating odor clawed at his nostrils, making him gag. Bubblehead charm. Another burst of pink starlight particles flashed, and a transparent bubble enveloped Dylan's head, filtering out the stench. "Hey! What spell is that?" Ron's eyes widened. "I just said its name," Dylan replied as he rushed into the girls' bathroom. Inside, a massive, hideous troll stood with its back to him. It lumbered slowly between the stalls, its enormous nose sniffing aggressively, as if searching for something. Dylan narrowed his eyes. The sound of Dylan barging into the bathroom startled the troll. Its sluggish movements halted, and it turned around abruptly. Its bulging eyes widened even further at the sight of Dylan. "Roar! Who asked you to yell?" Without hesitation, Dylan flicked his wand. Crucio! A burst of dazzling pink starlight particles shot from the tip of his wand, instantly enveloping the troll's massive body. As the pink particles seeped into the troll's flesh, its furious expression twisted into one of agony. It let out a bone-chilling howl. Arg! The troll's thick limbs flailed uncontrollably, pounding against its chest as it tried to escape the excruciating pain. Harry and Ron caught up to Dylan and stared in shock at the writhing troll. "What spell was that?" Harry asked. "Soul-piercing curse," Dylan lied casually. Before the troll could recover, Dylan raised his wand again. Incendio. At the same time, he silently cast in his mind. Fiend Fire Curse. As one of the 6 mastered dark spells, the Fiend Fire Curse didn't require a wand or even spoken incantations. So, while Harry and Ron only heard Dylan shout Incendio, his wand unleashed a torrent of dazzling pink starlight particles. The particles swirled and condensed, rapidly forming into a pink fluffy bunny. Screech! The sound of flames roared. The pink bunny, engulfed in fiery flames, stood tall with its ears perked up. Its ruby-red eyes glowed eerily, and its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp, flaming fangs. The troll, still reeling from the earlier pain, froze in terror at the sight of the flaming pink bunny. Boom! The bunny lunged at the troll, sinking its fangs into the troll's neck and clinging to its body. The pink flames burned fiercely, searing the troll's skin and filling the air with the stench of burning flesh mixed with the troll's natural odor. Harry and Ron, without the protection of Dylan's bubblehead charm, gagged and turned away to vomit. Ugh! Dylan's eyes gleamed. Incendio! Avada Kedavra! Another pink fluffy bunny shot from Dylan's wand, though this one was smaller and cuter. It darted toward the troll's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Screech! The bunny tilted its head, then leaped straight into the troll's brain. Roar! The troll's roar died in its throat. Its movements froze, its eyes glazed over, and its life force drained away. Thud! The massive body collapsed to the ground, shaking the entire bathroom. Ron wiped his mouth and stared in disbelief. Merlin's beard, the pink fluffy bunny killed the troll. End of chapter. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Professor Snape, are you guarding the Sorcerer's Stone? Is it dead? Harry had just finished vomiting. When he turned around, he saw the troll lying motionless on the ground, and he looked utterly bewildered. Is it pretending to be dead? I've heard these monsters can be really cunning. Maybe other monsters are like that, but not trolls, Dylan said calmly. This was Dylan's first proper use of dark magic, and the sensation of channeling his magical energy left him somewhat intoxicated. Even though his current magical reserves limited the true power of the dark magic, despite having mastered high-level spells, he had still managed to effortlessly cast 3 spells and take down a troll in an instant. Voldemort be praised, dark magic is really something, Dylan muttered as he walked forward. He pushed open the doors of the stalls one by one. In the third stall, he found Hermione, who had already passed out. Enervate! A burst of pink starlight particles shot from the tip of Dylan's wand, covering Hermione, who was slumped against the door. Moments later, her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. As her consciousness returned, the first thing she saw was Dylan standing at the stall door, flanked by 2 heads peeking out from either side. Am I in heaven? Don't worry, Miss Granger. Given the sharp tongue Ron has assigned to you, you'd probably end up in hell if you died. Hermione, . Hey! Dylan, how could you say that? The head on the left shot up, glaring at Dylan. The head on the right, wearing black-framed glasses, also looked up. Dylan's not wrong. Aren't you going to apologize, Ron? Ron's face turned bright red, and his eyes darted nervously toward Hermione, who was still a bit disoriented. Soon, Hermione fully regained her senses. She pushed herself up and said, "What are you all doing here? You need to hide." "I just ran into a troll." Harry quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, Dylan already took care of the troll." "What?" Hermione was stunned. At that moment, Ron's face, which had turned as red as a monkey's bottom, finally softened. He mumbled, "I'm sorry about what happened this morning." Hermione was taken aback again. After the life-and-death chase with the troll, Ron's apology didn't seem to carry much weight for her at the moment. "Wait here for a bit. I'll go see if I can find a professor," Dylan said. Seeing that Hermione was unharmed, just shaken, he comforted her briefly and asked Harry and Ron to look after her. Then he left the underground classroom. Because he had killed the trolls so quickly, no one outside had noticed that a battle had taken place. He went up 2 floors but didn't encounter any professors. "Are they all on the 4th floor?" With the troll suddenly appearing in the school and Snape rushing toward the 4th floor earlier, Dylan guessed that many professors were likely guarding the Sorcerer's Stone. Sure enough, as he turned the corner on the 4th floor, a low, stern voice called out, "Who's there?" Dylan stepped forward. "Wait, Professor, don't cast anything." Professor Snape, clad in his black robes, was startled to see Dylan. His face darkened, and his thick black eyebrows furrowed tightly, like 2 entwined black snakes. His cold, sharp eyes bored into Dylan. "What are you doing here instead of being in your dormitory at this hour?" "Well, it's a long story." Dylan sighed deeply, about to explain, but when he saw Snape's growing impatience and increasingly stern expression, he quickly changed his tone. "Actually, I'll keep it short. Hermione went missing today, and when we heard about the troll, Harry dragged me and Ron to look for her. We ran into you on the way, but since we were in a hurry to find Hermione, we didn't stop to say hello. Then we went to the underground bathroom and found the troll trying to attack Hermione. So, I cast a fiend fire and burned it to death. Now I'm out here looking for a professor to report the incident, but I haven't found anyone. I figured you'd be on the 4th floor, so I came here." As Dylan spoke, Snape's hawk-like eyes widened, and a rare flicker of shock passed through his dark eyes. "What did you say?" "Hey!" Dylan paused. "Do you want me to repeat it, Professor?" Snape's thin lips pressed into a tight line, and his gaze bored into Dylan. "You're saying you killed the troll?" His brow furrowed, and the corners of his mouth turned down slightly, as if he were assessing the truth of Dylan's words. Yes, Dylan nodded. Then, noticing Snape's expression, he suddenly gave an innocent smile. By the way, Professor, since I was the one who found and dealt with the troll, do I get to keep its materials? Snape's dark eyes widened even further. What was he hearing? A first-year student had taken down a troll, showed no fear, and was now asking for the troll's remains as a reward? How did you kill the troll? Professor, I just told you. I used fiend fire to burn it. Dylan answered honestly. Though it might have also been the Diffindo spell. But its body is all charred now, so I can't really tell. Snape's brow remained furrowed as his cold gaze swept over Dylan. Dylan glanced past Snape. Professor, are you guarding the Sorcerer's Stone? Snape's deep, cold eyes widened again, and he was visibly shaken. You. His thin lips parted, but the words caught in his throat. A few strands of greasy black hair fell over his forehead, softening his usually tight expression and revealing a rare moment of vulnerability. How do you know about the Sorcerer's Stone? Dylan blinked. It was Harry. Didn't he and Hagrid retrieve it from Gringotts? Last time, he was chased here by Peeves, and he mentioned running into a three-headed dog too. Snape's eyes narrowed instantly. Harry? A three-headed dog? He felt his eyelid twitch uncontrollably. That reckless, foolish, damnable Potter. Snape suddenly turned on his heel and strode forward, his black robes billowing behind him. Come with me to the underground classroom. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Hey, that old Snape. Did Hagrid tell you about the Sorcerer's Stone? A low voice drifted from ahead. Dylan shook his head. I guessed it based on some details Harry told me. Of course, when I went to see Hagrid recently, he accidentally let something slip, which confirmed that it was the Sorcerer's Stone. Last time, Neville had dragged him to see Hagrid. After preparing the special fertilizer for the flame thorns, they went back to Hagrid's hut. While Neville went to get the fertilizer, Dylan chatted with Hagrid, and Hagrid accidentally let some things slip. That guy, Professor Snape said in a dark tone. You can't blame him. I think he's been so worried about the Sorcerer's Stone being stolen that he hasn't been sleeping well lately. That's probably why he let it slip, Dylan defended Hagrid. The reason Dylan brought up the Sorcerer's Stone directly in front of Snape was partly because Hagrid had accidentally revealed some information. Although Hagrid hadn't fully disclosed it, he had stopped himself mid-sentence. But combined with what Harry had described, it was easy to deduce that the item Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts was the Sorcerer's Stone. By bringing it up now, Dylan hoped to avoid trouble with Dumbledore later. He didn't want to deal with the old man more than necessary. Secondly, Dylan wasn't trying to throw Harry under the bus. He suspected that Dumbledore was behind a lot of what was happening. Even if he wasn't directly involved, Dumbledore was certainly aware of Harry's recent activities. So, even though Dylan had used the flame freezing charm to cover his use of dark magic, he figured it was best to come clean to a professor, especially if Dumbledore was keeping an eye on Harry. And Professor Snape was the perfect candidate for that role. Dylan wanted to present himself as a first-year student who, despite knowing about the Sorcerer's Stone, had no interest in it. He wanted to be seen as an honest, reliable, and studious young wizard. In truth, Dylan did have some thoughts about the Sorcerer's Stone. But it wasn't about using it for immortality. He wanted to study it. In this world, there were only a few ways to extend life: the Sorcerer's Stone, drinking unicorn blood, and creating Horcruxes. But none of these methods were reliable. The Sorcerer's Stone could prolong life but couldn't stop the body from aging. Unicorn blood cursed those who drank it. And Horcruxes, well, they came with even more side effects, like fragmenting the soul and warping emotions and psychology. Those who tried to defy the natural order through dark means always met grim ends. But Nicholas Flamel, who had created the Sorcerer's Stone, had fared much better than Voldemort or Herpo the Foul. If Flamel could create the Sorcerer's Stone, maybe its principles could be improved upon. Magic, like science, could always advance with effort. Professor Snape led Dylan down the stairs, but they ran into two people halfway. Dylan. Professor McGonagall and Quirrell stood in front of Snape and Dylan. McGonagall looked at Dylan, surprised. Dylan opened his mouth to speak, but Snape cut in, "He used my potion to deal with a troll." Dylan was surprised but kept his composure, glancing subtly at Snape, who remained expressionless. Well, this old guy." "What?" McGonagall exclaimed, her wrinkles smoothing out in shock. "You killed a troll? Where?" Dylan glanced at Quirrell and then pointed toward the dungeons. "Over there, in the bathroom. Harry and the others are there too." "What?" McGonagall's eyes widened, and she hurried toward the dungeons. When they reached the girls' bathroom, they saw a freckled young wizard awkwardly apologizing to another. "I know what I said was harsh. I'm sorry, Hermione." As Ron finished speaking, the three noticed Professor McGonagall rushing in. They were about to greet her when Snape entered, his face dark. Harry and Ron immediately shrank back, lowering their heads. "You've got some nerve," McGonagall said, frowning as she looked at the troll lying near the stalls. Its once menacing body was now charred and disfigured, its limbs twisted grotesquely. Its features were barely recognizable, except for its hollow, blackened eyes staring blankly at them. "Good heavens, did you do this with Snape's potion?" McGonagall turned to Dylan, who had just entered. "What, potion?" Ron started to say but was quickly elbowed by Hermione. "Ow!" Ron winced but didn't dare say more. Dylan nodded. "That, and my fire-making charm also played a significant role." Snape stepped forward, pulling out a handkerchief to cover his nose as he examined the troll. After a long moment, he narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Instead, he turned to Harry. "I heard you were the one who led Hawkwood and Mr. Weasley here." Harry blinked, hesitating, and looked at Dylan. Dylan, however, kept his eyes down, standing quietly. Harry pursed his lips. "Yes. Good. Mr. Potter, your recklessness nearly caused a disaster. For that, Gryffindor loses 20 points. Harry opened his mouth. "But we were looking for Hermione. A student goes missing, and instead of informing a professor, you decide to take matters into your own hands. And now you're talking back? Gryffindor loses another 10 points." Snape's voice grew sharper. "If you have anything else to say, I'll recommend that Professor McGonagall assigns you detention. I wouldn't mind overseeing it myself." "Professor Snape, I understand that Harry's actions were wrong." "I'll handle this," McGonagall interrupted. Snape gave Harry a cold look but didn't say more. McGonagall turned to Harry, her eyes warning him to stay silent. Harry finally closed his mouth, lowering his head but glancing at Dylan out of the corner of his eye. Why was he the only one getting yelled at? There were so many others involved. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Did you create a new spell? This troll. Professor Snape's voice broke the silence. He glanced at Dylan, who was blinking at him with an expectant look on his face. "The materials it can yield will be handed directly to you when ready." Dylan immediately responded with a smile, "Yes, Professor." He didn't even need to lift a finger. Professor Snape had already arranged everything, including how to harvest the materials from the troll's body. Snape glanced at the troll's corpse. "A very powerful fire-making spell." Dylan smiled modestly. "However, you burned off its beard and snot. Next time, try not to use such a spell." Dylan's smile froze. What did Professor Snape mean by that? Was he simply advising him not to ruin valuable potion ingredients next time? Or, had he noticed something unusual? Dylan glanced at the troll's corpse out of the corner of his eye. Logically, with his buffs in place, no one should be able to detect traces of dark magic. Professor Snape shouldn't have noticed anything. Dylan had even considered the differences between the burn marks of the fire-making spell and fiend fire. After all, with his mastery of fiend fire, he could precisely control the burns on the troll's body to ensure no one could tell the difference. No one should be able to look at the corpse and immediately recognize it as the work of fiend fire rather than a simple fire-making spell. Calm down, Dylan. Don't panic. Even if someone suspects you know fiend fire, who would guess you also know the killing curse? If anyone dares to question you, just... Dylan's thoughts were interrupted when he felt Professor Snape's gaze on him. He quickly stopped his mental ramblings. He had almost forgotten Professor Snape was a master legilimens. Even without casting a spell, he could likely sense the emotions and thoughts radiating from Dylan. "All right, it's time for you all to head back and rest." Suddenly, Professor McGonagall spoke up. Professor Snape shifted his gaze from Dylan, gave Harry a sharp look, and then swept out of the room, his black robes billowing behind him. Harry rubbed his nose, confused. Why did Snape always seem to have it out for him? Dylan noticed this too. It seemed someone was going to be in trouble soon. But that's none of my business. Dylan looked up. "I'll take my leave now, Professor McGonagall." He smiled politely at her and then left the room with Harry and the others. Quirrell, standing beside Professor McGonagall, silently watched Dylan's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Dylan was also skilled in legilimency. Even though he couldn't see behind him, he could feel a piercing gaze, filled with scrutiny, directed at him. Voldemort on high, or rather, on Quirrell's head. Dylan responded to Harry and Ron's excited questions while quietly pondering. Is Quirrell and Voldemort sharing control of the body right now, or is Voldemort dormant while Quirrell acts on his own? It seemed Quirrell had already taken notice of him. Well, if he tries anything, I'll make sure Voldemort gets a taste of the Cruciatus curse. Back in the dormitory, Dylan continued reading as if nothing had happened. Harry, meanwhile, went with Ron to apologize to Hermione. Seamus and Neville, who had been waiting for their return, breathed a sigh of relief. They were about to ask questions, but when they saw Dylan pull out a book and start reading intently, they exchanged a glance and left to find Harry and the others. By November, the weather had turned bitterly cold. Even the Black Lake had frozen over, with a thick layer of ice covering its surface. Dylan saw some students skating on it, though they were quickly chased away. One morning, while checking on Luna, his owl, Dylan noticed she was curled up lazily, refusing to interact with him. What a shame. I bought some ferret jerky, but if no owl wants it, I'll just feed it to Cole. Hoot! Luna immediately poked her head out, her ears perked up and her eyes wide as she stared at Dylan. You little glutton! Dylan chuckled, feeding her a few pieces of jerky before heading to the Great Hall for breakfast. Afterward, he prepared for Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The troll incident hadn't caused much of a stir at Hogwarts. It seemed to have been deliberately downplayed. However, a few days after Halloween, Dylan received a package of potion ingredients from Professor Snape. And it wasn't just materials from the troll. Snape had included several other rare and valuable ingredients, some of which were nearly impossible to buy, even with money. This made Dylan view Snape in a much more favorable light. Even the greasy hair seemed stylish. If anyone dared to say Snape didn't wash his hair, Dylan would vehemently defend him. What nonsense! The shine in Snape's hair was clearly a unique aesthetic, a wizard's style. After a day of classes, Dylan once again sat beside Professor McGonagall for his extra lessons. Once the lesson was over, Dylan remained seated instead of leaving immediately. Professor, thank you for your guidance. It's given me a much deeper understanding of transfiguration. He spoke sincerely. Professor McGonagall looked at the bright young wizard before her, her eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. It's my duty to nurture talent at Hogwarts. You don't need to thank me. Dylan smiled and pulled out his wand. He wasn't about to cast the killing curse at her, but he did want to demonstrate a new spell he had been working on. Oh? You've created a new spell. Professor McGonagall sounded surprised but also intrigued. Not exactly created, more like innovated. Dylan placed his water cup on the table. Would you like some tea? Or perhaps milk? Professor McGonagall blinked. Tea would be fine. Dylan nodded and waved his wand. Lactea repleta, fill with milk tea. A shower of pink sparkles burst from his wand, followed by the rich aroma of milk and a hint of tea. The tip of his wand acted like a magical fountain, and a stream of arced gracefully into their cups. Soon, both cups were full. Here you go. Dylan grinned. A very clever spell. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly, then glanced at the cups on the table. But you don't expect me to drink from your personal cup, do you? End of chapter. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Quidditch Match. Dylan's eyelashes fluttered so much that he nearly gave Professor McGonagall a cold with the breeze they created. After realizing what had happened, he awkwardly scratched his head and let out a nervous laugh. Professor McGonagall also chuckled softly. With a wave of her wand, the water cup beside her moved toward her. Please, try it again. Lactea repleta. Sizzle, sizzle. The cup was quickly filled with milk tea, its rich aroma wafting through the air. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but reach out, first examining the magically conjured beverage. Then she looked up at Dylan. Is this tea? Milk tea, Dylan replied with a slight smile. Professor McGonagall caught on, so, no matter if I asked for tea or milk, you would have given me this. Dylan nodded. You're very perceptive, Professor. Professor McGonagall chuckled, shaking her head, then swirled the cup gently. The surface of the milk tea was topped with a layer of fine foam, its color enticing. As the aroma reached her nose, Professor McGonagall took a small sip. Suddenly, her eyes widened slightly, as if surprised by the flavor. Smooth texture, just the right level of sweetness, and a pleasant tea fragrance, she remarked. A hint of approval flickered in her eyes. Though it's a product of magic, the taste is quite delightful. Mr. Hawkwood, it seems you've made some fascinating progress in your spell work. Dylan's eyes lit up at the praise. I'm glad you like it, Professor. He picked up his own cup of milk tea and took a sip. Conjuration falls under the branch of Transfiguration. While studying Transfiguration, I stumbled upon a new discovery in conjuration spells, which led to this little experiment. I didn't expect it to work so well. Professor McGonagall took another sip, then set the cup down. Her gaze was warm and kind, and a rare smile played on her lips. If I'm not mistaken, this is a variation of the Aguamenti charm, isn't it? Dylan nodded slightly. Yes, it was inspired by that. This could almost be considered the creation of a new spell. I'm quite impressed that you've managed to achieve this. Professor McGonagall smiled, then suddenly shifted the topic. However, spell creation can be dangerous. If you ever wish to experiment with new spells in the future, feel free to come to me. I can provide guidance. Oh, wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Professor? Dylan said, trying to sound modest despite his inner excitement. Not at all. It's been a long time since I've seen such creativity in spell work, Professor McGonagall said, her eyes lingering on Dylan. And in a young wizard, no less. Dylan grinned. As for this spell, I only adjusted the sweetness and flavor. I'm still researching how to conjure the toppings directly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a proper milk tea. There's no rush, Dylan. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you, Professor McGonagall said, her tone shifting. What is it, Professor? Dylan's heart skipped a beat, though he managed to keep his expression neutral, showing only mild curiosity. It's about the Quidditch match, Professor McGonagall said. Hey! Dylan blinked, both relieved and puzzled. The Quidditch match? What about it? Recently, someone had leaked the news that Harry had joined the Quidditch team, driving Wood nearly insane. Harry was Wood's secret weapon, carefully trained to soar during the match. Now that the secret was out, Wood was beside himself. The match is in 2 days. Would you be interested in joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Dylan was taken aback. Me? Professor, why would you ask that? My flying skills aren't exactly top-notch. Professor McGonagall sat up straighter. No need to be modest around me. I've been watching during your flying lessons. I noticed that you're not actually bad at flying, you're just overly cautious. Hearing this, Dylan realized that Professor McGonagall had seen through his attempts to downplay his flying abilities. Well, I suppose you could say that, Dylan said, scratching his nose. Professor McGonagall smiled. My understanding of flying is no less than Madame Hooch's. Dylan thought about it and realized she was right. Professor McGonagall was a seasoned Quidditch enthusiast. Her knowledge of flying might be as deep as her expertise in transfiguration. I can tell that when it comes to spell work, you appear bold but are actually quite meticulous. And when you fly, you're very steady, as if you're afraid of falling. That shows you have a solid foundation. Dylan smirked. He decided to take that as a compliment. It was true he could zip through the air at high speeds if he wanted to. But he instinctively wanted to control every little movement, eliminating even the slightest chance of error. This wasn't because he was afraid of falling, it was simply because he was thorough and cautious in everything he did. Thank you for the praise, Professor. However, there's so much magical knowledge to study every day, so I'm afraid I can't accept your offer. Dylan shook his head. Seeing that Professor McGonagall seemed about to persuade him further, he added, besides, I'm not really that interested in Quidditch. That effectively shut down any further attempts to convince him. Very well. Everyone has their own interests, and that's something that can't be forced, Professor McGonagall said with a hint of regret. Later that evening, Harry excitedly approached Dylan. Hey, Dylan, the Quidditch match is the day after tomorrow. You'll come to watch me, right? Dylan hesitated for a moment. But seeing the eager look in Harry's eyes, which shone like 2 spotlights nearly blinding him, he rubbed his temples and nodded. I'll be there. Yes. Harry jumped with excitement. When the day of the Quidditch match arrived, at 11 in the morning, nearly the entire Hogwarts faculty and student body had gathered. The stands were packed, a sea of heads in gold, white, and black, looking like a field of mushrooms. Dylan arrived just in time, having rushed over from the library. When he reached the spot Ron had saved for him, he looked up and saw the banner Seamus and Ron were holding. It was made from a dirty bed sheet, with bold letters scrawled in ink. Potter rules. Yes, complete with 3 exclamation marks. Dylan stared at the grimy bedsheet swaying above his head, utterly stunned. He scratched his cheek. What is this? Cheering him on, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Dylan turned to Hermione. But Hermione was simply waving her wand, making the words on the banner change colors, becoming more vibrant and eye-catching. Dylan's eyes widened even further. Harry's going to win. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Jinx. The lion has to be golden, Hermione. As Seamus finished speaking, Dylan couldn't help but glance at the other side of the banner. It turned out there was a lion painted there that didn't look much like a lion at all. That's my drawing, an excited voice chimed in. Dylan looked over and saw it was Dean, Seamus's friend. Neville scratched his head. I just happened to have a bedsheet, I didn't need any more. You provided the bedsheet. Dylan turned to look at the chubby boy. After Neville nodded, Dylan tapped his head with his wand. In that case, shouldn't I do something too? Neville blinked, but before he could say anything, Dylan had already waved his wand. Vera Verto, Transfiguration Spell. A shower of pink stardust particles sparkled into the air, looking even more dazzling and dreamlike under the sunlight. The magic gradually seeped into the bedsheet. Suddenly, the entire sheet shuddered. In the next moment, the words on it were awakened by the magic, gaining physical form. They stood up, transforming into small, adorable cartoon characters that hopped around on the sheet, changing colors as they moved. Potter rules! Potter rules! These cartoon characters, dressed in bright outfits and wearing lively expressions, chanted in unison. At the same time, the poorly drawn lion on the sheet began to shift, its outline growing more solid and vivid. Finally, it leaped off the sheet, transforming into a majestic cartoon lion. Its body was robust, radiating a golden glow, with a mane that billowed like flames. The cartoon lion began to run around the cheering text characters, letting out a deafening roar. Seeing this, Ron, Neville, and the others widened their eyes, their jaws dropping. Merlin's beard, that's so cool! Hermione, on the other hand, was surprised by Dylan's mastery of the transfiguration spell. The way he brought the text to life and even animated it left her momentarily speechless. Not just them, but many of the young wizards around also turned their heads in amazement. At that moment, Madame Hooch, the referee, arrived at the center of the Quidditch pitch. The players from both teams had already taken their positions. I expect a fair game, which means you must play honestly and not attempt any underhanded tricks. Beep! The sharp whistle echoed across the Quidditch pitch. A dozen broomsticks quickly lifted off the ground. Admittedly, Dylan wasn't particularly interested in this kind of game. But being there in person, feeling the electrifying energy of the crowd, he couldn't help but get caught up in the excitement, something he hadn't felt in a long time. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded beside him. "Mind if I squeeze through?" Dylan turned and saw a massive figure. He looked up and realized it was Hagrid. Dylan's seat was already quite spacious, but after Hagrid arrived, the young wizards around made even more room. Hagrid's bulk took up enough space for 4 people. He smiled, his eyes fixed on the pitch, but his head tilted toward Dylan. "That's some impressive magic. Seems like you've got a real knack for spells." Dylan smiled politely. "Just a little trick, but yet, I guess I do have some talent." "Hagrid, Upsilon. He clicked his tongue, stroked his beard, and grinned before turning to Ron to change the subject. "The snitch hasn't shown up yet, has it? I got here just as the game started." "Not yet." Ron, who was also quite interested in Quidditch, kept his eyes on the game and shook his head at Hagrid. Dylan also turned his attention to the match. Since he hadn't bothered to learn the rules of Quidditch in detail, he only knew that catching the golden snitch was crucial to winning the game. With the snitch not yet in play, the players could only focus on the quaffle. However, watching the players on the field, Dylan couldn't help but twitch his lips as he saw them not only fighting for the quaffle but also deliberately throwing it at their opponents. It seemed that no matter the sport, physical attacks were always part of the game. Just then, gasps erupted from the stands. Dylan immediately noticed a flash of gold streaking through the air. Harry and the Slytherin Seeker both shot forward. Just as Harry was about to catch the snitch, a Slytherin player suddenly slammed into him, sending him flying far off course and nearly knocking him off his broom. Dylan's eyes widened. "Hey, that's so dirty!" Ron shouted. "They've fouled." "Even Professor McGonagall looks furious," Hagrid said, glancing toward the opposite stands. Madame Hooch flew into the air, scolding the Slytherin player sternly. As a result, Gryffindor was awarded a penalty shot. But clearly, the chance to end the game by catching the snitch had been lost. That kind of foul should have gotten him a red card. Dean exclaimed, his eyes wide. "This isn't football, there's no red card here," Seamus replied, shaking his head. The Gryffindor supporters were furious, Hermione included. Dylan, however, scanned the surroundings. He vaguely remembered someone targeting Harry during a Quidditch match. Wasn't it Quirrell? As he pondered, Dylan suddenly sensed a faint, carefully concealed burst of magic. Ever since he had refined the visual effects of his wand's spells, he had become more sensitive to the subtle nuances of magical energy. A jinx! Dylan immediately recognized the nature of the spell. It was a low-level curse with malicious intent. While not as deadly as some dark magic, it could still cause minor misfortunes or accidents. If Harry were hit by it while flying at high speed, he could easily fall off his broom and crash into a wall or railing, ending up in pieces. Quirrell's making his move. He's probably testing whether Dumbledore's still at the school. The jinx quickly took effect on Harry. The boy, who had been flying steadily, suddenly hunched over and began to tremble and roll in the air. His broom seemed to malfunction, sending him careening wildly before shooting straight up into the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Professor Quirrell vomits on everyone. What's going on? Hermione frowned deeply. Is that broomstick just old and broken? Hagrid furrowed his brow. No, only dark magic can affect a broomstick like that. What? Hermione gasped, then immediately snatched the binoculars from Hagrid's hands. She scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto someone casting a spell. Snape. He's the one casting the spell. What? Ron's eyes widened in shock. This is bad. Professor Snape's gone mad. He's trying to kill Harry right now. Hermione shoved the binoculars into Ron's face. Look for yourself. What do we do? Ron took the binoculars and saw Professor Snape muttering something under his breath. We have to stop him, of course. Hermione stood up, ready to rush across the field to confront Snape. But Dylan spoke up just then. Hold on, take a look at this first. He grabbed the binoculars from Ron and adjusted them before handing them to Hermione. Professor Quirrell? He's casting a spell too. Hermione was stunned. That professor who stumbles over his words in class, always clutching his books, and looks as pale as an old woman's heel, he knows how to cast spells. Hermione said in disbelief. Dylan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Hermione's slightly parted lips, red with shock. Such harsh words coming from those lips, he thought to himself. Dylan pursed his lips. Well, Quirrell's classes are as tedious as an old woman's ramblings, but the fact remains he's casting a spell. And while a curse could make Harry's broom go haywire, a counter-curse could also help him regain control. But isn't it strange that Quirrell can cast any kind of spell at all? Hermione nodded, frowning. So what do we do? Don't panic, Dylan said, raising his wand. Despite the distance, Dylan aimed his wand in Quirrell's direction. You're going to cast a spell from here. Hermione turned to him. Dylan smiled faintly. Finite incantatum. He quietly recited the spell to stop the magic. But in reality, conf undo. Confundus charm. Dylan didn't dare use dark magic openly, even with a cover spell. He wasn't sure if Dumbledore was still at the school or if he was watching Quirrell. For all he knew, Dumbledore could be disguised as a student, lurking in some corner. Dylan wasn't about to take that risk. Back in the dungeon, it was one thing no one could directly see him using dark magic unless they were right there. But here, with so many people around, Dylan couldn't be sure if Dumbledore was among them. Compared to Quirrell, Dylan thought, if Dumbledore turned his attention to him, Harry might end up fighting him instead of Voldemort. And Dumbledore might not even wait for Harry to grow up, he might just finish Dylan off on the spot. Ah! Just as Dylan's Confundus charm shot across half the field and hit Quirrell, who was locked in a magical duel with Snape, Quirrell's mind went blank. He had been about to cast another hex on Harry, but suddenly, his head throbbed, and his mouth twitched. He ended up casting a hex on himself. His stomach churned, his face turned pale, his eyes widened, and his lips trembled. Then, his throat convulsed, and his jaw dropped as if it might dislocate. Ugh! A torrent of yellowish-green vomit erupted from his mouth, spraying out in a wide arc. The semi-liquid mess was filled with chunks of soggy bread, shreds of vegetables, and other unidentifiable mush. It splattered like shotgun pellets, drenching everyone in front of him. Those in the front rows didn't have time to react before they were hit by the sudden rain. Some got it on their faces and instinctively shut their eyes. Others were sprayed on their clothes and jumped up in horror. And then there were those who had been gaping at the sky, watching Harry's broom go out of control, only to ugh! 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 It was like a signal had been given. Soon, many in the front rows joined in the chorus of retching. Chaos erupted. Quirrell, meanwhile, was bent over, hands on his knees, unable to stop vomiting. Snape, who had been about to cast another spell at Harry, paused when the curse on Harry's broom suddenly broke. Then, he noticed the commotion in the stands. He was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had been watching Quirrell through the binoculars, quickly put them down and covered her mouth, looking at Dylan in shock. "What's going on? What happened over there?" Ron asked urgently. But Hermione, still covering her mouth, couldn't speak. "What's happening?" Ron grabbed the binoculars from her. He looked through them. Professor Quirrell just vomited all over them? Ugh! Don't you dare throw up! Dylan glared at him. Ron quickly handed the binoculars to Seamus and clamped both hands over his mouth. Hermione took a moment to recover, then took a sip from her water bottle before turning to Dylan. Did you do that?" Dylan blinked innocently. "Hey, don't go blaming me. I just used a finite incantatem. And from this distance, my spell might not have even reached him." This time, he hadn't shown any visible effects of his spell. If anyone accused him of casting something, he'd deny it. Hermione gave him a suspicious look. He had cast a spell without any visible effects? Very suspicious. But it really was Quirrell casting the curse on Harry. Hermione didn't dwell on it and turned her attention back to the field. The area around Quirrell was in complete disarray, with students screaming and pushing to get away. Soon, professors stepped in to restore order. The game didn't stop, but the students within the vomit radius had no interest in continuing to watch. They rushed back to their dorms to clean up. Even though the professors had already cast Scour Jiffy on them. End of chapter. Chapter 50, Attacking a Professor grants a max-level spell? Hagrid's hut. Dylan sat on the couch, stirring the hot tea in his hand. A fragrant aroma wafted into his nose, and Dylan sniffed lightly. Snake fang nettle leaves, starlight silver tips. Harry sat on the other side, his expression unusually strange. In the teacup in front of him, amber-colored tea rippled slightly, steam rising and intertwining in the air, fogging up his glasses. Harry's gaze pierced through the hazy steam, locked intently on Hermione. "So you're saying my broom went out of control because Professor Quirrell was sabotaging it, and Professor Snape was actually trying to save me?" Hermione looked serious. "I understand what you're saying, but Professor Snape is just a bit strict with us. He doesn't seem like the type to harm us." "A bit strict?" Ron's mouth hung open. Hermione gave him a helpless look before turning her attention to Dylan. "What do you think, Dylan?" Ron and Harry also turned to him. Dylan didn't rush to answer. Instead, he took a sip of the tea Hagrid had brewed. Hiss! A spicy, numbing sensation shot straight to his brain. Dylan slowly closed his eyes, feeling as though he were drinking alcohol. However, due to the snake fang nettle leaves, the intense stimulation spread from his tongue to his entire mouth, making his lips tremble slightly, as if tiny electric currents were dancing inside. Why does Hagrid always like to experiment with such strange ingredients? Regaining his composure, he set the teacup down and nodded at Hermione. Professor Snape is indeed just a bit strict, at least that's how I see it. And this time, it was definitely Professor Quirrell who cast the curse on you. Dylan's gaze shifted to Harry. He originally wanted to use a Confundu's charm on you, but, well, you know what happened next. He ended up vomiting all over a bunch of students. At the mention of this, Hermione and Ron both made disgusted faces. Harry frowned. But what if it was Professor Snape who attacked me, and Professor Quirrell saved me? Just then, Hagrid walked over with a massive teapot. Professor Snape would never hurt you, that's for sure. Harry immediately locked eyes with him. What do you mean by that? Hagrid stammered, his eyes darting around the teacups of the young wizards. Noticing Dylan's cup was nearly empty, he hurried over, nearly hitting Dylan on the head with the enormous teapot. Hey, Mr. Hagrid! Dylan's eyes widened. That was freshly boiled tea. Oh. Merlin's beard, look what I almost did. So sorry. Hagrid fumbled with the teapot handle, about to pour Dylan another cup. But Dylan waved his hand lightly. I think I'll stick to my milk tea. Your brew makes me feel like I'm drinking alcohol. With a flick of his wand, a stream of milk tea shot from the tip and filled his cup. Whoa, what new spell is that? Ron's eyes widened. Something I invented, Dylan said, taking a sip of his carefully crafted milk tea and closing his eyes in satisfaction. The other young wizards stared in awe. Hagrid, however, laughed heartily. Professor McGonagall mentioned this to me. You're really something. Pour me a cup too, will you? Dylan obliged without hesitation. The conversation among the young wizards shifted from Dylan's self-created spell back to the forbidden fourth-floor corridor and the three-headed dog. If it really was Quirrell who tried to attack me, it's probably because I discovered the secret in that room, Harry said, frowning. He had already switched from Hagrid's tea to Dylan's milk tea. Hagrid turned to him. Are you talking about Fluffy? The three-headed dog? Harry asked. Yeah, I bought him from a Greek bloke last year, and Professor Dumbledore borrowed him from me to guard. Hagrid's mouth opened and closed, but when he realized what he was saying, he quickly shut it. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Dylan out of the corner of his eye. Harry didn't notice Hagrid's glance but was instead stunned. He quickly stood up and pressed Hagrid for more information. What? That three-headed dog? I mean, Fluffy, what is he guarding? Hagrid gulped nervously. Dylan took another sip of his milk tea. This Hagrid, his mouth is as loose as a sieve. He can't keep anything to himself. As Harry continued to badger Hagrid, Hermione looked curiously between Hagrid and Dylan. Finally, Hagrid grew so annoyed that he angrily shooed them all out of his hut. Bang! The door slammed shut loudly. Harry rubbed his nose. Is Hagrid mad at me? Dylan chuckled. Maybe he's mad at himself. Once again, Harry had managed to extract information from Hagrid. The three-headed dog was guarding something related to Nicholas Flamel. It was practically a giveaway that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the Forbidden Corridor. No wonder Hagrid was upset. Hermione suddenly turned to Dylan. Do you already know what's in that room? Dylan nodded calmly. But as a responsible young wizard, I've promised Hagrid not to tell anyone unless I can master a max-level Unforgivable Curse. But you know that's impossible, so don't bother asking me. Dylan smiled. If you really want to know, just keep pestering Hagrid. His mouth is as loose as an old lady's knitting. He might just slip up and tell you. Hermione sighed. There's no way you could master a max-level Unforgivable Curse. That's a cruel promise. Dylan simply smiled without responding. As they walked back to the castle, Hermione and Harry continued to discuss what Fluffy might be guarding. Dylan, however, headed straight to the library. He had just found a seat and was about to open a book when a notification popped up in his achievement system. Achievement: Attack a Professor, I. Description: You wicked little wizard, you've bravely taken the first step. Well done. Next time, why not try an unforgivable curse on a professor? Unlock requirement: Cast a spell on a Hogwarts professor and cause negative consequences. Reward: Max level beginner spell +1. Dylan stared at the newly unlocked achievement, his lips twitching. Lately, whether it was his first time visiting a new location at Hogwarts, completing a course, or reading a certain number of books, the rewards for his achievements had only been galleons or increased magical affinity. Who would have thought that attacking Quirrell would reward him with a max level spell? End of chapter. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The Weasley twins want a snowball fight. Is this encouraging me to attack a professor? Looking at the identifier behind the achievement, it was clear that this was a continuous achievement, just like the previous ones. There would definitely be follow UPS like Attack a Professor, 2, and Attack a Professor, 3. This is insane. Dylan rubbed his temples. After all, even when he had killed a troll earlier, the reward had only been some potion ingredients trolls not. A huge lump of it. It was worth quite a bit of money if sold. It had nicely made up for the fact that he had burned the troll's snot away with the fiend fire curse. This time, I only used a Confundu's charm on Quirrell. What about next time? Would the subsequent achievements require him to use the severing charm, or even the killing curse, on a professor to unlock them? Tisk. Dylan opened his book and lowered his head. But his gaze fell on the top of the system panel. A star was shining brightly at the top of the panel. Though not as dazzling as the previous max-level advanced spell, it was still quite radiant. Let's see what spell I'll get this time. It's just a beginner-level spell, so it can't be too outrageous, right? As Dylan focused his thoughts, he felt as if he had entered another world, where he could gaze up at the stars above. At that moment, the star trembled and suddenly became surrounded by gold and silver hues. In the next instant, the star exploded, and beams of light rained down into Dylan's body. Message: Congratulations! You have mastered the max-level spell Rictus Empra, the tickling charm. A spell appeared in Dylan's mind. Soon, he fully mastered the spell and understood its effects. The target of the spell would be overcome with uncontrollable laughter. It was a spell with little practical use, but in a fight, it could briefly distract an opponent. Oh well, it's just a beginner-level spell. I wasn't expecting anything too useful anyway. Dylan shook his head. At least it wasn't a dark magic spell. That was already a good thing. Dismissing the system panel, Dylan continued reading the book in front of him. When it was almost time for dinner, he headed to the Great Hall to eat. Afterward, he planned to visit the Oloi to check on Luna. Meanwhile, behind a low wall, George and Fred Weasley crouched, hiding and keeping their eyes fixed on the path ahead. In their hands, they tightly gripped a few freshly made snowballs. We should have learned this kind of magic earlier. But we hit Professor Quirrell in the back of the head, and he didn't look too happy. Don't worry about him. He won't bother us. Hey, look, it's Dylan. SHH, get ready. Dylan walked down the path, completely unaware of the two. Just as he passed the low wall, George and Fred exchanged a glance, suddenly stood up, and with a forceful swing of their arms, hurled the snowballs at Dylan. Take this. Dylan, still thinking about the spell he had learned that afternoon, was startled by the sudden attack. He managed to dodge one snowball but was hit by the other. Ha ha ha! We got him! The Weasley twins burst into laughter and immediately took off running, expecting Dylan to chase after them. But Dylan simply stood still, narrowing his eyes. Oh, a snowball fight, hey! He raised his wand. Nix implosio, snow collapse. In an instant, the sky above the twins darkened. Hey? Did it get dark? They looked up, only to see a massive cascade of snow pouring down like a waterfall. In seconds, the two were buried under a mountain of snow. Gotcha! The twins flailed their arms and struggled to free their heads from the snow pile. Their laughter had abruptly stopped, replaced by cries of surprise. Humph! Dylan snorted lightly and walked past them, heading straight for the Oloi. After feeding Luna and returning, Dylan found the twins still trapped under the snow. He leisurely walked over to them. Do you admit you were wrong? Yes, yes. We admit it. Only then did Dylan raise his wand. But instead of freeing them, he cast another spell. Rictusempra, the tickling charm. Wait, Dylan, what spell did you just cast on us? George, I feel like laughing. Ha ha ha. Me too. Ha ha. Wait, ha ha ha. Time passed slowly. As Christmas approached, Dylan, after a private tutoring session with Professor Flitwick, was suddenly pulled aside and brought to the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall was also at the entrance of the Great Hall. After exchanging greetings, Professor Flitwick explained to Dylan. Let me test how well you've mastered your spells. See those Christmas trees over there? Dylan turned and saw numerous Christmas trees around the Great Hall, including inside. The ones inside were particularly massive, 11 in total. Just as Dylan was wondering how Professor Flitwick planned to test his spells, the professor spoke up. These Christmas trees look too bare. Why don't you decorate them a bit? Dylan? Professor McGonagall smiled. Thank you for your help. As she spoke, she elegantly waved her wand. The ceiling of the Great Hall instantly transformed into a deep, starry sky, twinkling with countless stars. A few larger stars streaked across, trailing long tails and accompanied by snowflake effects. Professor Flitwick also gave his wand a gentle flick, and green vines began to wind up the legs of the dining tables, quickly wrapping around the edges. The vines sprouted bright red holly leaves and white nuts. The plates were enchanted too, their edges adorned with intricate golden snowflake patterns, while the cutlery transformed into silver reindeer antlers. Dylan sighed inwardly. He raised his wand. Swish! With a wave of pink stardust particles, the moisture in the air rapidly condensed, forming delicate, hexagonal ice crystals as thin as cicada wings, which then hung from the branches of the Christmas trees. Next, the pink stardust swirled again. Strings of golden glowing candies appeared, draping the lower branches of the trees. Each candy was wrapped in shiny, glittering paper. Then, Dylan summoned a group of glowing magical fairies. These tiny fairies held ribbons woven from magical threads. Under Dylan's control, the fairies fluttered joyfully around the Christmas trees, wrapping the ribbons around the branches. Oh! A very well-executed frost crystallization charm. Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up. The candy summoning charm was also nicely done, Professor McGonagall remarked with a smile. Is that the fairy servant and ribbon summoning charm? I just taught you that. Professor Flitwick was clearly pleased. Dylan smiled modestly. Thank you, Professor. Yes, it's the fairy servant charm. I can't help it, I always pick up spells quickly. Nearby, the Weasley twins, who were busy doing manual labor, looked up at their former compartment mate from the train. Hey, Dylan's already using magic to decorate the place. And we're stuck hauling stuff by hand. The two felt a bit bitter. How could a first year, who hadn't even finished half a semester, already be more proficient with magic than they were? Who was the upperclassman here, anyway? After transforming the Christmas tree branches into exquisite magical music boxes, Dylan summoned colorful feathers to adorn the trees. It was then that he noticed the Weasley twins emerging from the other side of the Christmas tree. You're here helping the professors too. Dylan greeted them warmly. The twins, however, gave awkward smiles, suddenly reminded of some unpleasant memories. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Are you going to learn defense against the dark arts? Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, Dylan. Do you have any plans? Yes, I'll probably spend some time further researching how to use spirit summoning more effectively. As the Great Hall was nearly finished being decorated, Professor McGonagall leaned down to speak with Dylan. Just then, Hagrid walked in through the entrance, carrying a large Christmas tree. Professor Flitwick glanced over and said, "Put it over there," pointing to a corner of the hall. Dylan waved his wand, conjuring several red and gold Christmas ornaments that floated onto the tree. "Hey, Dylan, aren't you going home for Christmas?" Harry and Ron, who had followed Hagrid in, spotted Dylan and excitedly walked over. "No," Dylan shook his head. With a flick of his wrist, a shower of pink sparkles appeared, and a piece of chocolate candy materialized in each of their hands. "Avocado chocolate? Hey, I love this flavor." Ron unwrapped his and popped it into his mouth, his eyes lighting up. Seeing this, Dylan conjured a few more pieces and handed them to Ron, who stuffed them into his pocket. "Isn't this the first time you've been away from home for so long? Don't you want to go back and see your parents?" Hermione asked. "Well." At the mention of this, Dylan took a deep breath. When he first started school, he had kept in regular contact with his parents through letters. But as time went on, and with his financial support and various ideas, his parents had started earning more money. Without him around, they seemed to have embraced their empty nest life wholeheartedly. On 2 occasions, he had sent letters home with Luna, but days passed without a reply. It seemed that without him around, his parents were thriving more than ever. In fact, he hadn't even told them whether he planned to go home for Christmas. But before he could, they sent him a letter. The letter started with a lot of sentimental words, and Dylan had almost decided to put his spell research on hold and go home to spend Christmas with them. But by the end of the letter, they abruptly changed tone, telling him not to bother coming home because they were planning to go on a vacation during the holiday. "Wow, that's cool. So, we can spend Christmas together in the dorm." Harry's glasses gleamed with excitement. He wasn't exactly eager to go back to his aunt's house. "My parents are going on a trip too, so I'll be staying in the dorm," Ron added, stuffing another piece of chocolate into his mouth. Harry was even more thrilled. As long as he didn't have to spend Christmas at his aunt's, he was happy. Dylan blinked. "Well, once I get back from the library, we can spend the evening together for Christmas." Just then, Ron swallowed his chocolate and suddenly said, "Dylan, are you planning to head to the library soon?" Dylan nodded slightly. Ron continued, "Then let's go together." "Oh." Dylan raised an eyebrow. "You're going to the library too?" Had Ron been possessed or something? Not only was he voluntarily going to the library, but he was doing it right before the holidays. After Professor McGonagall and the Weasley twins left, Ron lowered his voice and said, "Remember what Hagrid said about Nicholas? We're going to the library to find out who he is." Dylan suddenly understood. Just as Hagrid was about to leave, he overheard Ron's words and his eyes widened. "You're still trying to figure that out?" "Oh, no. You don't need to know what Fluffy is guarding." Hermione lifted her chin. "Well, if you won't tell us, we'll just have to find out for ourselves." Hagrid's face tightened. "You know I can't tell you that." "Then at least tell us who this Nicholas is," Harry pressed. Hagrid remained silent. "It's fine. The Hogwarts library is huge. We'll find out on our own." Hermione turned and walked out. Harry and Ron quickly followed. Hagrid watched them go, looking exasperated. Those Gryffindor lions were always so stubborn. Turning to Dylan, who was still there, Hagrid nervously glanced around and whispered, "Tell me you've kept that secret, right?" Dylan smiled. "Of course." Hagrid sighed in relief. Dylan reassured him, "Don't worry, their curiosity will fade soon." "Oh, I hope so, Hagrid muttered. Dylan followed Harry and the others to the library but quietly immersed himself in his own book. Meanwhile, Harry, Hermione, and Ron huddled together, having gathered a large stack of books, meticulously searching for any information about Nicholas Flamel. Unsurprisingly, they found nothing. By the time the evening feast rolled around, they still hadn't made any progress. After dinner, Hermione left to go home for Christmas. Harry and Ron, along with the other young witches and wizards, were having a great time, completely forgetting Hermione's earlier reminders. Not a single one of them seemed interested in figuring out who Nicholas Flamel really was. Dylan, however, didn't join in the games and festivities in the common room. Instead, after returning to his dormitory to put his things away and feed Cole, his pet, he grabbed his notebook and headed to Professor Flitwick's office. Although the students were on break for Christmas, most of the professors had stayed at Hogwarts, which made it easier for Dylan to seek extra lessons. "Ah, Dylan! Come in and warm yourself by the fire," Professor Flitwick greeted him warmly. The fireplace in the office was crackling with bright orange flames, filling the room with a cozy heat. As Dylan stepped inside, he immediately felt the temperature rise. "What brings you here?" Professor Flitwick asked, looking up from the book he was reading. "Well, Professor, do you remember what I mentioned during our tutoring session earlier today?" Dylan asked as he approached. Professor Flitwick thought for a moment. "You mean, the matter regarding counter curses?" "Exactly," Dylan nodded slightly. "I was hoping you could teach me defense against the dark arts, starting with the counter curse for fiend fire." "Defense against the dark arts?" Professor Flitwick paused, then frowned slightly as he looked at Dylan. "If I recall correctly, Professor Quirrell hasn't covered fiend fire in class, has he?" Dylan smiled. "No, he hasn't. You know how poor the quality of his teaching is. I've had to try teaching myself defense against the dark arts, but the textbooks don't cover much. That's why I came to ask you for help." End of chapter. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Why would I learn dark magic, Professor? Professor Quirrell. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. Quirrell had graduated from Ravenclaw, and so had Professor Flitwick. As fellow Ravenclaw alumni and colleagues at Hogwarts, Flitwick was well aware of Quirrell's teaching abilities or lack thereof. However, no young wizard had ever dared to criticize Quirrell's teaching quality in front of him. So, when one suddenly spoke up, it left Flitwick feeling a bit awkward. Dylan blinked. He had spoken without thinking, but now, realizing the situation, he quickly continued. "Professor Flitwick, the book only mentions that the fiend fire curse, as a highly powerful dark magic, can only be extinguished by its counter curse or by using a more potent termination spell than finite incantatum." Dylan's gaze settled on Professor Flitwick. "But when used individually, Veraverto isn't particularly powerful and can only temporarily hold off the fiend fire curse." Professor Flitwick listened quietly before asking, "Everything you've said is correct. But do you know how Veraverto manages to block the fiend fire curse?" Dylan nodded slightly. "Although Veraverto has the effect of terminating or limiting the influence of any magic, making it one of the most powerful counterspells, the fiend fire curse is an equally formidable dark magic. It has the ability to burn everything to ashes. Anything touched by fiend fire will only stop burning once it has completely consumed its target. Therefore, Veraverto likely only contains the fiend fire, waiting for it to burn out on its own. It doesn't truly counteract the curse in a meaningful way." Professor Flitwick looked at Dylan with surprise. He hadn't expected the young wizard to have such a deep understanding of such an advanced and obscure spell. However, having interacted with Dylan before, Flitwick was already aware of his intelligence. After a moment of thought, he spoke again. "Regarding the counter curse for fiend fire, I don't think you'll have the chance to encounter this spell in the next few decades under normal circumstances, that is." Flitwick hesitated. After all, this was related to dark magic. Even though it was a counter curse, as a charms professor rather than a defense against the dark arts professor, teaching such a spell to a first-year student. But if you're truly interested, learning more about it might help you understand other spells as well. After a pause, Flitwick added, "It's getting late now. Even if I were willing to teach you, this isn't the right time. Go back for today, and I'll give you an answer the next time we meet." Seeing that Professor Flitwick had relented, even if he hadn't agreed immediately, Dylan smiled and gave a slight bow. "Thank you, Professor. I'm very grateful for your guidance. Merry Christmas." "Ha ha ha." Professor Flitwick waved his hand with a laugh. "Though it's not Christmas yet, the same to you." Professor Flitwick valued politeness and respect. Dylan, whether in terms of his learning progress, intelligence, or manners, was very much to his liking. After bidding farewell to Professor Flitwick, Dylan began to ponder. Now that I've mentioned my interest in learning the counter curse for dark magic to Professor Flitwick, it probably won't be long before all the professors know about it. Walking down the corridor, the icy draft made the hallway bitterly cold. After some thought, he decided this might be the perfect time to visit the other professors. Like Snape. "What? You want to learn the counter curse for fiend fire?" A low, surprised voice echoed through the room as the window panes in Professor Snape's office rattled from the cold wind. Snape narrowed his eyes as he looked at Dylan, who stood before him with an earnest expression. "No, I've already brought this up with Professor Flitwick. This time, I just wanted to ask you if there's any other way to extinguish fiend fire." "Why the sudden interest in this?" Snape studied Dylan closely, recalling the strange feeling he had when he saw the troll's corpse. Suddenly, he asked, "You haven't been secretly studying dark magic, have you?" Dylan's smile remained unchanged, though he allowed a hint of surprise to show. "What? Why would you think that, Professor? Why would I study dark magic? I am curious about dark magic, though. I want to understand how it differs from regular spells. Unfortunately, I've read many books in the library, but I haven't found any that provide a detailed explanation of dark magic." "Ah. And after reading about the fiend fire curse, I wanted to study how it differs from incendio or even flame freezing charm." As Dylan spoke confidently, Snape's suspicion seemed to ease slightly. "Instead of wasting time studying the counter curse for fiend fire, you'd be better off carrying some acromantula venom." Snape's voice was cold, each word dripping with icy disdain. "Oh!" But his words sparked Dylan's interest. "Professor, are you saying acromantula venom can extinguish fiend fire?" He had to admit, Snape was a seasoned dark magic expert. He clearly knew his stuff. "Indeed. But if you ever encounter fiend fire, that tiny bit of venom will only make your death quicker." Dylan nodded in agreement. He hadn't known that acromantula venom could counter fiend fire. It seemed he'd have to make some time to hunt a few acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest. Dylan had initially planned to ask Snape a few more questions before moving on to another professor. But since he was already here, he stayed in Snape's office for a while longer before being unceremoniously kicked out. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him. Dylan rubbed his nose. "It's almost Christmas, and there are no classes. Couldn't he have chatted with me a bit longer?" Shaking his head, he slowly made his way to Professor McGonagall's office. Strangely, Professor McGonagall wasn't in her office. Dylan knocked for a while, but there was no response. "Hey? Has she already gone to rest?" Dylan checked the time. It was past 9, almost 10. "Well, I'll have to wait until tomorrow." Unable to find Professor McGonagall, and not daring to approach Dumbledore to ask him to teach him a dark magic counter curse, Dylan decided to call it a night. With Christmas Eve approaching, he decided to stop studying and headed back to his dormitory. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Look at the defense against the dark arts professor you hired. The headmaster's office. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water, casting a serene glow. Dumbledore, who had been playing with his bird, slowly turned around, a gentle smile on his face. "Filius, Minerva, please sit down. There's no need to rush." Professor McGonagall stood tall and upright, while Flitwick, though short in stature, wore an equally grave expression beside her. "This matter absolutely cannot be taken lightly," McGonagall declared firmly. Dumbledore took a seat on his own. "I understand your concerns. Dylan is an exceptionally talented boy. In your eyes, he is like an uncut gem, brimming with limitless potential. But it is precisely because of his strength that he is more likely to teeter on the edge of darkness." McGonagall glanced at Flitwick. "Exactly. I had no idea he wanted to teach himself defense against the dark arts. You know as well as I do that self-studying defense against the dark arts is dangerous. One misstep, and he could lose himself." Professor Flitwick looked somewhat embarrassed. After Dylan left, Flitwick had intended to seek Dumbledore's advice. He hadn't expected to run into McGonagall, who was also on her way to see the headmaster. Naturally, he couldn't hide Dylan's desire to learn defense against the dark arts from her. And so, the situation had come to this. Dumbledore smiled warmly at the two. "You must understand, young people are always curious about the unknown. I heard he used incendio to kill a troll." McGonagall's face tightened as she nodded. "This clearly shows the boy has remarkable learning ability and judgment. I believe it was after reading about the fiend fire curse in a book and combining it with his knowledge of the fire-making spell that he developed an interest in learning defense against the dark arts." Seeing that the two still hadn't sat down, Dumbledore paused, leaned on the table, and stood up. "Our duty as professors is not to simply stop him, but to guide him." He walked to the window, gazing out at the snowy night. "If he wants to learn, and we don't teach him, won't he just try to teach himself? Didn't you say he came to you precisely because he couldn't figure it out on his own, Filius?" Professor Flitwick nodded softly. "That's exactly what he told me." Dumbledore turned around and smiled. "So, as long as we provide him with a safe framework and guide him in the right direction, I believe he won't fall astray. After all, he's a Gryffindor." Flitwick nodded again. "Exactly. The boy is clever, full of spirit, and honestly, I don't think his desire to learn defense against the dark arts is all that outrageous." McGonagall shot him a look, her lips twitching before she finally spoke. "Yes, learning the counter-curse to fiend fire isn't exactly outrageous. But what if I told you he brought up a new spell today? The entropic fracture curse." "Hey!" Both Flitwick and Dumbledore turned to look at her. McGonagall sighed. "In all my years of teaching, I've never seen a young wizard with such audacity. His boldness far exceeds my wildest imagination." Flitwick frowned. "What do you mean?" "This new spell, the name doesn't sound very friendly." McGonagall's brow twitched. "He seems to have hit a snag in his research on human transfiguration. Today, while we were discussing transfiguration, he suddenly brought up this spell." McGonagall sighed again. "Just from the name, you can probably guess. Dylan said that while transfiguration can be used in combat, it requires the caster to focus on imagining the target's transformation. Instead of transforming the target, why not just warp them?" Flitwick interjected. McGonagall nodded gently. "Merlin's beard!" Flitwick exclaimed. "Those who aren't deeply familiar with transfiguration would indeed struggle to use it effectively in combat. Dylan's idea is to create a spell that directly warps the target's body, even splitting it into several parts. And to prevent the target from being split into something even more dangerous than the original wizard, Dylan suggested that the spell should only split the target into 2 parts or simply warp specific limbs. This way, it would significantly hinder the opponent's combat ability." As McGonagall finished speaking, an eerie silence fell over the headmaster's office. After a long pause, Dumbledore finally looked at McGonagall, his expression complicated, as he carefully chose his words. Well, he is only a first year. Wanting to apply transfiguration in combat is something many young wizards think about. But the spell he wants to create is indeed quite alarming. While the theory is sound purely from a combat perspective, actually putting it into practice could easily lead one down a dark path. Dumbledore sat back down in his chair. Perhaps you could guide him further, helping him understand that creating spells isn't as easy as it seems. Additionally, you could discuss spell shaping and secondary control with him. These are crucial for practical combat applications. McGonagall was silent for a moment before nodding. Spell shaping and secondary control could transform a basic spell into something far more versatile and powerful. For example, Fiend Fire was an advanced form of the fire-making spell. She hadn't discussed this with Dylan before, as it required a wizard to have near-perfect mastery of a spell. But now, she decided it was time to talk to him more, even if the concepts might be beyond his current understanding. It might steer him toward the right path and away from those unconventional ideas. Amphilyus, while defense against the dark arts doesn't typically teach the counter-curse to Fiend Fire, Dylan is no ordinary young wizard. Understanding such spells is part of mastering magic. If you believe he can handle it, there's no harm in teaching him. Dumbledore reassured the two professors. McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged a glance before finally taking their leave. After they had been gone for a while, Dumbledore suddenly looked toward the door. Severus, did Dylan come to you as well? Professor Snape emerged from the shadows, his expression cold. Look at the mess we're in. This is what happens when you hire such a defense against the dark arts professor. You've driven a promising young wizard to this point. Dumbledore. End of chapter. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, A Gryffindor wouldn't fall to darkness. Right? Dumbledore picked up a cockroach cluster from the table. Care for one? Professor Snape frowned, leaning back slightly, his lips pressed into a thin line as he eyed the treat with disgust. I have no interest in such repulsive things. Dumbledore shrugged. Suit yourself, but they're quite delicious. I'm here to discuss Dylan. Snape's voice was low and tense. Dumbledore chuckled. I must say, I didn't realize you'd take such an interest in a young wizard. Snape's frown deepened. He's venturing into extremely dangerous territory. How so? Dumbledore asked, surprised. He shouldn't have access to anything truly dangerous. Perhaps not, but it's not impossible, Snape replied with a cold snort. Dumbledore looked at him intently. Are you suggesting he might delve into forbidden magic out of curiosity, risking the corruption of his mind? It's worse than that. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. If he finds a safe method, he'll undoubtedly pursue it. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. Snape continued, today, he not only asked me how to counter the Fiend Fire curse but also inquired about the mechanics of Amortentia. Oh! Dumbledore was taken aback. Dylan, a first-year student, was exploring such diverse topics? What's his interest in these? Snape let out another cold laugh. Amortentia induces powerful feelings of infatuation, but it's not genuine emotion. When he brought it up, I thought he was being foolish, but no. Snape's expression darkened further. He understands the effects of Amortentia perfectly. What he's really after is whether it's possible to brew other potions that can artificially induce emotions. Clearly, he's considering using potions to experiment with dark magic. Snape stared at Dumbledore, his face grave. After a moment of thought, Dumbledore looked up, a hint of curiosity and even anticipation in his eyes. So, is it possible? No. Snape's face was as dark as a storm cloud. I thought not, Dumbledore said with a dry laugh. Still, the boy does have some peculiar yet intriguing ideas. I've never considered whether potion-induced emotions could replace the mental corruption required to wield dark magic. Snape's eyebrows nearly knit together into a single line. Seeing his expression, Dumbledore cleared his throat. Of course, regardless of whether it's possible, the destructive nature of dark magic is too convenient, and its consequences are irreversible. If a wizard becomes too comfortable using dark magic, it will inevitably twist their soul. At this, Snape's expression softened slightly. I even asked him if he'd been studying dark magic. His response was that he wanted to understand the differences between dark magic and ordinary spells. And I'm certain he wasn't lying. He's genuinely interested in studying dark magic. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. He had no reason to doubt Snape's judgment. While 3 professors had come to him that evening to complain about Dylan, it was clear the boy hadn't truly strayed down a dark path. His ideas were simply the result of an overactive imagination and a lack of familiarity with magical norms. Most importantly, Dylan sought guidance from his professors, multiple ones, in fact. This alone showed that his intentions weren't malicious, and he wasn't secretly dabbling in dark magic. Dumbledore looked at Snape and said, "He's young. We have plenty of time to guide him. And after all, he's a Gryffindor. You know how rare it is for a Gryffindor to become a dark wizard." Snape's eye twitched. Humph! With a dramatic swirl of his robes, he turned and stormed out. As Dumbledore watched Snape's retreating figure, his expression grew serious, lost in thought. Should I? The night's snowstorm had left Hogwarts blanketed in white. The air outside was bitterly cold, but Dylan, snug in his bed, was reluctant to get up. He'd discovered a new use for the robe beautification charm. For 100 galleons, he could transform his robes into a cozy, warm onesie, lined with soft, fluffy fabric that clung comfortably to his skin. Unfortunately, while reverting the onesie back to robes didn't cost extra, transforming it again required another 100 galleons. What a rip-off! I paid for the enchantment, and it doesn't even save the settings. Cole, curled up in his arms, burrowed deeper as Dylan sat up. Dylan didn't immediately change back into his robes. Instead, he glanced at the mountain of gifts piled at the foot of his bed. "This many," he muttered in surprise. He wriggled back under the covers and peeked out from the other end, Cole's tiny black head poking out from his collar. Dylan reached for the largest gift and unwrapped it. Wow! Inside was a Gryffindor scarf and glove set, made from enchanted wool that adjusted to the wearer's temperature. It was a gift from Professor McGonagall. Alongside it was a book titled Advanced Transfiguration, a guide to complex biological transformations, and a full year's subscription to Transfiguration Today. No way! Dylan was even more excited about the magazine. Transfiguration Today featured articles and research papers from some of the most brilliant minds in the field, offering invaluable insights and discussions. He'd managed to scavenge a few issues here and there, and they'd already been incredibly helpful. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a full subscription, though it was pricey, but the process was notoriously cumbersome. Subscriptions had to be requested by mail, and the magazine only accepted orders at the start of the year. Each subscription was tied to an individual, and even bookstores didn't carry back issues. This is an incredible gift. Compared to this, what I gave. End of chapter.